Welcome to Tyla Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyla's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyla Walker audiobook from TylaWalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Chapter 1. Sydney. With the windows down, summer air rushes through my car as I cross the town line into Lakeview. My GPS announces my arrival with a robotic, "You have reached your destination," but I already know I'm here. The shift in atmosphere is palpable, like stepping from a crowded subway car into an open meadow. I ease my foot off the gas, letting my Honda Civic cruise down Main Street at a leisurely pace. No need to rush anymore. That's why I'm here, isn't it? Well, hello there, small town America. Lakeview unfolds before me like pages from a travel magazine. Not the glossy, over-edited kind, but the authentic ones that capture the soul of a place. Victorian houses with wraparound porches stand proudly next to brick storefronts with hand-painted signs. Window boxes overflow with red geraniums and purple petunias, adding splashes of color against white picket fences. A wrought iron clock in the town square reads 4:30, its hands moving with deliberate purpose, as if time itself has decided to take it easy here. I roll to a stop at the single traffic light in the center of town. An elderly couple crosses the street, hand in hand. The man tips his hat at me with a warm smile that crinkles the corners of his eyes. I return it, feeling something in my chest loosen. When was the last time a stranger acknowledged me in the city? The light turns green, and I continue my self-guided tour. Lake water sparkles through gaps between buildings on my right, the town's namesake stretching out in a vast blue expanse. On my left, rolling hills rise gently, dotted with farmhouses and what looks like horse pastures. You've really done it this time, Sydney. I tap my fingers against the steering wheel. Traded skyscrapers for whatever those are. I squint at what appears to be a flock of sheep grazing on a distant hillside. My apartment awaits somewhere down Cedar Lane, but I'm in no hurry to end this first glimpse of my new home. The word feels strange even in my thoughts. Home. I've lived in 3 different apartments in the past 2 years, each one just a place to sleep between work marathons. A banner stretched across the street announces Lakeview Farmers Market every Saturday. Below it, a smaller line reads, 56 years and growing strong. I can't remember the last time I had fresh produce that didn't come prepackaged from the corner bodega. My heart flutters with something that feels like hope mixed with terror. What if this move is another mistake? What if starting over is just running away with better PR? I park alongside the curb to collect my thoughts, my hand still gripping the wheel as if it might provide answers. 3 months ago, I was pulling all-nighters to finalize the Zimmer campaign at my old job, the one that was supposed to be my big break. The one my boss took credit for after I'd poured my soul into every pixel of those designs. It's not personal, Sydney. It's business, Marcus had said, not even looking up from his phone while delivering the blow. You're still too green for client-facing roles. Too green after 4 years of being the office workhorse, after picking up the slack for his hangovers and emergency golf games. I was still seething when I stumbled across the job listing for Redmond Industries. Marketing director. Small town. Big responsibility. A chance to build something from the ground up. The memory of packing my apartment twists something in my gut, My mother's voice on speakerphone. Baby, are you sure about this? You know how these small towns can be? I know exactly what she meant. Would I be the only Black woman in professional circles? Would I stand out? Of course I would. But I've been standing out my entire career. Might as well do it somewhere with cleaner air. Then there's David, the empty space in my contacts where his messages used to light up my phone. 2 years together ended with a text. I need space to focus on my career right now. In a more general term, I've been seeing someone at work. I let go of the steering wheel and flex my fingers. That's all behind me now. New town, new job, new Sydney. A horn honks gently behind me, pulling me from my thoughts. In my rearview mirror, a woman waves apologetically, pointing to a parking spot I'm partially blocking. I throw up a hand in acknowledgement and restart my car. All right, Lakeview, let's see what you've got for me. Taking a deep breath, I pull back onto the street, the afternoon sun catching in my rearview mirror. Monday morning, I'll walk into Redmond Industries not as Sydney Nelson, overlooked assistant, but as Sydney Nelson marketing director. The title still feels too big, like clothes I haven't grown into yet. But I will. I drive through the quaint, winding streets of Lakeview, following the directions to my new apartment. The GPS keeps insisting I've arrived at odd corners, making me laugh at its confusion with these narrow roads that probably haven't changed in 50 years. City Tech meets country roads, I mutter, finally spotting the right building. Cedar View Apartments sits back from the street, a converted Victorian house painted sage green with cream trim. Nothing like my sleek high-rise in the city. This place has actual gingerbread trim and a wooden porch swing. I park in the designated spot marked Apt 2B and sit for a moment, letting the finality of my decision wash over me. This is real. I'm really here. I step out of my car, and the air feels different, cleaner, with hints of freshly cut grass and something floral I can't identify. A breeze carries the distant sound of laughter from the direction of the lake. My shoulders, perpetually tight from hunching over my laptop, loosen slightly. I can breathe here, I whisper, stretching my arms overhead. The trunk of my Honda contains the essentials I couldn't bear to ship. My laptop, portfolio, favorite coffee mug, and enough clothes to get by until the moving truck arrives tomorrow. As I gather my bags, a woman emerges from the downstairs apartment. You must be Sydney. She waves enthusiastically, crossing the lawn toward me. I'm Ellen, apartment 1A. I'm sort of the unofficial welcome wagon around here. Ellen looks to be in her early 60s, with silver-streaked hair and gardening gloves still on her hands. She hands me a small potted plant. Mint grows like crazy and makes wonderful tea. Or mojitos, if that's more your style after a long day. Thank you. I'm definitely a mojito girl on the right occasion. I accept the plant, touched by the simple gesture. When was the last time a neighbor in my building even made eye contact in the elevator? Let me help you with those. Ellen grabs one of my bags before I can protest. Your moving company called the office earlier. They're running ahead of schedule and might arrive tonight instead of tomorrow. Tonight? My heart races with a mixture of excitement and panic. That's great. Don't worry, honey. In Lakeview, help is just a question away. My husband can round up some of the neighborhood boys if you need muscle for the heavy stuff. Sons, neighbors. The concept of community assistance feels foreign and wonderful all at once. I follow Ellen up the exterior staircase to my second-floor apartment. The key turns smoothly in the lock, and the door swings open to my new home. Sunlight streams through bay windows, illuminating hardwood floors that gleam with a recent polish. The living room flows into an open kitchen with white cabinets and a breakfast nook surrounded by windows. It's twice the size of my city apartment for half the rent. This is perfect, I breathe, setting my bags down. Ellen beams. Wait until winter. These old buildings hold heat beautifully, and your view of the town Christmas lights will be spectacular. Winter, Christmas. I'm thinking seasons ahead now, imagining myself still here when the leaves turn and snow falls, not just passing through, but putting down roots. After Ellen leaves with promises of dinner invitations and local introductions, I wander through my apartment, running my hands along the built-in bookshelves and charm-laden imperfections, a slightly uneven doorframe, the subtle creak in one floorboard. Character, not flaws. I unpack my laptop on the kitchen counter and pull out my phone to snap a picture for Mom. The late afternoon light bathes everything in a golden glow, making even my scattered belongings look artful and intentional. My chest swells with something I haven't felt in a long time: possibility. Redmond Industries might be smaller than my previous agency, but here I'll have real impact, real ownership. No more Marcus taking credit for my ideas. No more being the only one still at the office at midnight. Here, I can build something meaningful at work while actually having a life outside of it. And I'm excited. Summer in Lakeview is looking to be one of the best times of my life.
Chapter 2. James. I step out onto my front porch, inhaling the warm summer air that carries the distant sound of laughter and music from downtown Lakeview. The mansion, my sanctuary after the hellish 2 years of divorce proceedings, stands quiet behind me, its massive silhouette cutting a dark shape against the twilight sky. Tonight, I'm not staying in. Tonight, I'm celebrating. Today marks 1 week since the divorce was finalized. 1 week since I officially shed the weight of a 15-year marriage that had been dead for far longer than I care to admit. Freedom tastes sweeter than the expensive scotch waiting for me at the harbor front, my favorite bar in town. The Ferrari purrs to life under my touch. Some might call driving this car at 47 a midlife crisis. I call it a reward for surviving Vivian Bradford. Main Street buzzes with energy as I cruise through downtown. Summer in Lakeview transforms our sleepy Connecticut town into something vibrant, college students mixing with vacationers, locals taking advantage of the longer days. String lights crisscross above the pedestrian walkways, giving everything a golden glow. I park and walk the rest of the way, enjoying the anonymity. Nobody sees the CEO of Redmond Industries here, just another guy out for a Friday night. The salty breeze from the nearby coast ruffles my hair as I pass groups of laughing 20-somethings. James. I turn to see Mike, the owner of the harbor front, waving from the entrance of his establishment. The man's been my confidant through the entire divorce, always ready with a drink and zero judgment. The man of the hour. He claps me on the shoulder as I approach. How's freedom treating you? Like I've been let out of prison. I follow him inside to the bar, where he immediately pours 2 fingers of Macallan 25. On the house. He slides the glass toward me. To new beginnings. I raise my glass. To not waking up next to someone who hates your guts. The amber liquid burns pleasantly down my throat. Beyond the windows, boats bob gently in the harbor, their lights twinkling against the darkening water. I chose Lakeview for this view. Bought the mansion for its privacy and distance from New York. Now it feels like I've actually been given permission to enjoy it. You deserve this, man. Mike wipes down the bar. After what she put you through, lesser men would have cracked. I stare into my glass, watching the light play through the liquid. Sometimes I think I did crack. It just took a while to realize it. The bar fills up around us, but Mike keeps my corner relatively quiet. Perfect for reflection, which seems to be all I'm capable of tonight. My phone buzzes. A text from my COO about Monday's board meeting, but I ignore it. Instead, I step outside onto the bar's back deck that overlooks the harbor. Leaning against the railing, I take stock of where I am. 47. Divorced. CEO of a company I built from nothing. Living in a house too big for one person. Quite the view. I turn to find another gentleman beside me, nursing what looks like a whiskey sour. Best in Lakeview. I agree. I've been coming to Lakeview on vacation for years now. This is the first year I've brought my wife along, too, he says, not looking at me. She's almost 20 years younger than me. Congratulations. I raise my glass slightly. Starting fresh? You could say that. She's the best thing that's ever happened to me, though. He finally turns. My name's Jack, by the way. Jack Harrison. James Sambridge, I reply. I just got divorced, so starting fresh may not be in the cards for a while. Why not? His response takes me by surprise. I glance at him, and he shrugs, taking another sip. I wasn't looking for anybody when I met Zoe. It just happened, and I let it be. I let out a small laugh. I don't know, man. I think our situations are pretty different. Don't think so. I found love when I wasn't even looking for it. And I think you could do the same if you just put yourself out there a little bit. He smirks at me. How long have you been married? 15 years, I reply. Nearly half of my life. I grimace. It feels like I'm starting over completely. Life isn't as simple as I once thought it was. And the worst part of it all? I learned I'm not as good at reading people as I thought. I finish my scotch. In business, I can tell when someone's messing with me from a mile away. In marriage, blind as a bat, apparently. Huh. That's something. Jack chuckles. The question is, what are you going to do with that knowledge? The restlessness that's been following me around intensifies. My achievements, the mansion, the cars, the company, they suddenly feel hollow without someone to share them with. Not Vivian, God no, but someone. Jack swirls the melting ice in his glass. You know what they say about falling off a horse? Get back on? I offer the cliché with a wry smile. Hell no. He barks a laugh. Take your damn time, make sure you're ready. Make sure it's the right horse. But for God's sake, don't spend the rest of your life afraid of horses. His metaphor hangs between us as we both stare out at the rippling water. The moonlight creates a silver pathway across the harbor, a road to somewhere new if you're brave enough to follow it. Life doesn't end when calamity strikes. His hand grips the railing and I can see the wedding band on his left hand that reflects the light. I was like you once, floundering, not knowing what I was supposed to do next. But then you meet someone special and they change your perspective on everything. Zoe was that for me. She still is. That's why I married her when I could. I consider his words, feeling something in my chest loosen slightly. So there's hope after devastation? More than hope, there's a whole life waiting. You're what, mid-40s? 47. Christ, you're a baby, he jokes, considering he looks to be around my age. That makes me smile. Look at you, successful, standing on your own 2 feet. The world's still full of possibilities. Doesn't always feel that way. Of course it doesn't. He taps his temple. The mind's a tricky bastard. Wants to keep you safe by keeping you stuck. But there's a diamond waiting for you in all that rough. You just have to find it. It's what I did. A diamond in the rough, I repeat, letting the phrase roll around in my mind. I like that. We share a genuine laugh, and I realize it's the first time I've laughed without forcing it in months. Jack! A woman's voice calls out. Turning around, I see a younger black woman join us. She wears a nice sundress and a dazzling smile on her face. She links her arm with his. This must be his Zoe. There you are. I was starting to think you skipped out on me. No way. I wouldn't explore Lakeview without you. That's part of the reason why we came here in the first place. Jack glances at me, giving me a nod. Nice meeting you, James. With a final nod, he and Zoe shuffle back inside, leaving me alone with my thoughts and the vast expanse of water before me. I turn back to the harbor, bracing my forearms against the railing. The evening breeze carries the scent of salt and possibility. Jack's words echo in my head. Vivian had taken so much from me, not just money or assets, but pieces of myself. my confidence, my ability to trust, my belief in partnership. How long have I been walking around feeling like half a person? Like there were chunks missing that I could never get back? Maybe it's not about recovering the pieces that were taken. Maybe it's about growing new ones. What would that even look like? I've spent 2 years in a holding pattern, running my company with ruthless efficiency, while my personal life remained frozen in amber, a monument to betrayal and loss. I stare at the horizon where the darkening sky meets the water. Somewhere out there are possibilities I haven't even considered. Perhaps someone who could make me feel whole again, not by replacing what Vivian took, but by helping me discover parts of myself I never knew existed. I check my watch, barely 9 o'clock. The night stretches before me, full of potential. I could go back inside, have another drink, maybe even strike up a conversation with someone new. Nothing serious. Just practice being James again, not James the divorced CEO or James the betrayed husband, just James, a man looking for his diamond in the rough.
Chapter 3. Sydney. The harborfront pulses with energy tonight. String lights crisscrossing the ceiling, waves of laughter washing over conversations, and the faint scent of sea salt mixing with craft beer. Perfect for my first proper night out in Lakeview. I weave through the Friday night crowd, my sandals clicking against the hardwood floor as I scan the faces for a familiar one. "Sydney, over here." Amanda's voice cuts through the noise. She's waving from a corner booth, her blonde hair bouncing with enthusiasm. My steps quicken as 5 years of distance dissolve in an instant. "Look at you." She jumps up, pulling me into a hug that smells like vanilla and cinnamon. "City girl comes to small town America. And look at you. Bakery mogul." I squeeze her back, feeling the tightness in my chest loosen for the first time since moving here. This place is packed. I didn't expect this level of nightlife in Lakeview. Summer brings out everyone, locals, vacationers, college kids. The harborfront is practically sacred ground. Amanda slides back into the booth, patting the seat beside her. "How's the new apartment?" "Still living out of boxes, but the view of the lake makes up for the chaos." I settle in, taking in the rustic nautical decor. Fishing nets draped across walls, porthole mirrors, and weathered wooden tables that look salvaged from shipwrecks. This place has character. Wait till you try their cocktails. They infuse everything with local ingredients. Speaking of which, Amanda raises her hand, catching the bartender's attention with practiced ease. A server, with an anchor tattoo snaking up his forearm, appears. "What can I get you, ladies?" "I'll have another coastal sunset," Amanda says, then nudges me. "Sid, what's your poison?" "Just a gin and tonic," I reply, playing it safe. Amanda rolls her eyes dramatically. "Absolutely not. She'll have the sirens call." The server grins. "Bold choice. Coming right up." "Amanda," I protest as he walks away. "What did you just order me?" "Something that'll make you forget all about those boring corporate happy hours in New York." She leans forward, resting her elbows on the table. "So tell me everything. What finally convinced marketing hotshot Sydney Nelson to leave the big city?" "You make it sound like I've moved to the wilderness." I laugh, adjusting the gold bangles on my wrist. "Change of scenery, better work-life balance, the usual escape from the rat race story." "Nonsense. You live for that pace." I trace a water ring on the table. Maybe I just got tired of being another anonymous face in a sea of ambitious 20-somethings, all chasing the same dream. "Now we're getting somewhere." Amanda's smile softens. "Remember Professor Klein's digital marketing class junior year? You were the only one who challenged his outdated theories. The memory strikes like lightning. Got that final presentation where he said my campaign was too aggressive for female consumers? And you presented market research showing women responded better to direct messaging than men. Amanda slaps the table, laughing. His face turned so red. That's because you were in the front row, mouthing, "drag him," every time I made a point. Best team we ever made, you with the facts, me with the moral support. Our drinks arrive. Amanda's a sunset gradient of orange and pink, mine a mysterious deep blue with something that might be edible glitter swirling through it. What is this? I eye the concoction suspiciously. Just drink it, corporate girl. Live dangerously. I take a cautious sip and my eyebrows shoot up. Wow, that's intense. Like that time we snuck into the dean's garden party and drank all the champagne. We did not drink all of it, I protest, taking another longer sip of my unexpectedly delicious drink. Though we definitely stole that ice sculpture. It was a dolphin. Who has a dolphin ice sculpture in New York? That melted in your bathtub and flooded your apartment? Amanda's laughter rings out. And you helped me mop up at 3 a.m. while reciting marketing principles. The 4 P's of marketing: product, price, place, and please don't tell housing. We stole the dean's dolphin. We dissolve into laughter, and it feels like no time has passed at all. The bar grows more crowded, the music louder, but our booth feels like a time capsule of shared memories. Remember that guy from finance who was obsessed with you? Amanda asks, stirring her drink. What was his name? Taylor? Tyler? Trevor, I groan. He once left financial projections of our hypothetical life together on my desk, complete with retirement plans and college funds for your theoretical children. At least he was thorough. I shake my head, feeling the comfortable warmth of my drink spreading through me. What about you? Still dating that guy from the coffee shop? Amanda waves dismissively. Ancient history. I'm focusing on the bakery now. It's my baby, but enough about me. She leans forward, eyes glinting with mischief. You're in a new town with a fresh start. Time to bust out of that comfort zone of yours. My comfort zone is perfectly comfortable. Thank you very much. That's why it's called a comfort zone, genius. She taps my glass. Finish that. We're getting shots next. Amanda flags down the server again, the mischievous glint in her eyes triggering the same flutter of excitement and trepidation I used to feel during our college adventures. 4 tequila shots, lime and salt, she tells him before I can protest. 4? There are only 2 of us, I point out, already feeling the pleasant buzz from the siren's call warming my limbs. Trust me, you'll thank me later. She winks. You need to decompress after that corporate pressure cooker. When was the last time you just let loose? The question hangs in the air, heavier than it should be. I stare into my blue drink, swirling the mysterious glitter with my straw. Probably that marketing conference in Chicago last year. Karaoke after the keynote. I did a surprisingly passionate rendition of Total Eclipse of the Heart. Video or it didn't happen. Absolutely not. The evidence was destroyed for the good of humanity. Our shots arrive on a small wooden plank shaped like a boat. Amanda raises hers immediately. To Sydney Nelson 2.0, may she be wilder, bolder, and way less obsessed with her email inbox than version 1.0. I laugh and lift my shot glass. To new beginnings. The tequila burns a delicious path down my throat. I bite into the lime, the tartness making my eyes water as Amanda reaches for her second shot without hesitation. Come on, she urges. The night is young and so are we, for now. I take the second shot, and this one goes down smoother. The bar around us shifts from merely crowded to alive, The music feels like it's pulsing through my veins, the conversations more vibrant, the lights more dazzling. I miss this, I admit, letting my shoulders drop from their perpetually professional posture. In New York, even the fun feels scheduled. Networking events disguised as happy hours. Brunches where everyone's checking their smartwatch notifications under the table. And here, what does fun look like in Lakeview? I consider this, watching a group by the dartboard erupt in cheers when someone hits a bullseye. I don't know yet. That's the exciting part. Well, you've got the lake, weekend farmers markets, outdoor concerts in the park, boat parties. Amanda counts on her fingers. Or you could be boring and join the book club at Lighthouse Books. Hey, book clubs aren't boring, says the woman who color-coded her marketing textbooks. That was efficient, not boring, and look where it got me. I gesture to myself. Marketing director by 26. And stressed enough to flee to a small town by the same age. Amanda softens her teasing with a gentle nudge. What are you really looking for here, Sid? The question penetrates the pleasant haze of alcohol. What am I looking for? Not just escape from the pressure cooker of agency life, not just a prettier view from my apartment window. Authenticity, maybe. I trace the edge of my empty shot glass. In New York, I was always performing, the sharp marketing exec, the reliable colleague, the low-maintenance girlfriend. I want to figure out who I am when I'm not trying to meet everyone's expectations. Including your own? Especially my own. The admission feels freeing, like putting down a heavy bag I've been carrying for miles. I've had my life mapped out in quarterly goals since sophomore year of college. And now I pause, testing the unfamiliar concept. Open to possibilities. Whatever Lakeview wants to show me. Amanda claps her hands together in delight. Look at that. Tequila as therapy. Should have charged you my hourly rate. The bar has filled to capacity now. But instead of feeling suffocated like I might have at a packed Manhattan venue, I feel energized. There's something different about the crowd here. No one's networking or posturing, just genuinely enjoying themselves. You know what? I find myself grinning, wide and real. Not the measured smile I'd perfect for client meetings. I'm actually excited. No 5-year plan, no checklist to complete, just seeing what happens. That's my girl. Amanda raises her nearly empty cocktail. To Sydney Nelson, unscripted edition. We clink glasses, and I feel the last of my New York armor melt away. Tonight, Lakeview doesn't feel like a career retreat or a strategic life pivot. It feels like a town pulsing with possibility, with unexpected friendships, with moments like this that can't be scheduled into a Google Calendar.
Chapter 4. James. The ice in my whiskey clinks against the glass as I take another sip, the amber liquid sliding down my throat with a familiar burn. The harbor front buzzes with the typical Friday night crowd. That's when I see her. Across the room, she throws her head back in laughter at something her friend says, and the sound carries over the din of the bar. Even from this distance, her smile transforms her entire face, bright, uninhibited, genuine. Not the carefully measured expressions I'm used to seeing at corporate functions or on first dates with women who've researched my net worth. She leans forward, resting her chin on her palm, her warm brown skin glowing under the bar's vintage lantern lights. Her natural curls frame her face in a perfect halo, bouncing slightly as she nods at whatever her friend is saying. She wears a simple sundress, yellow fabric against dark ski, nothing ostentatious. Yet she commands attention without trying. I set my whiskey down, suddenly finding the aged liquor less interesting than the woman across the room. Another round, Mr. Sambridge? One of the bartenders interrupts my thoughts. I'm good, Jake. Thanks. Her friend says something that makes her laugh again, and this time she playfully swats at the other woman's arm. There's an ease about her movements, a confidence that I find magnetic. She doesn't carry herself like she needs to impress anyone, a rarity in my world. I straighten my posture without thinking, adjusting the sleeves of my casual button-down. At 47, I've built an empire, negotiated billion-dollar deals, and spoken to packed conference halls without breaking a sweat. Yet watching this woman, who can't be more than 30, I feel a tightening in my chest I haven't experienced in years. The energy radiating from her corner of the bar pulls me in like a tide. I find myself standing, leaving a generous tip on the counter. "Heading out already?" Jake asks, collecting my half-empty glass. "Just relocating." I move through the crowd, weaving between vacationers in their boat shoes and polo shirts. With each step closer, I notice more details, the delicate gold hoops in her ears that catch the light when she moves, the way her fingers tap against her glass to the rhythm of the background music. Her nails are short, practical, with a clear polish that speaks of understated elegance. She's mid-sentence when her eyes briefly meet mine, then return to her friend. In that split-second glance, I catch a glimpse of intelligence behind those deep brown eyes. Not just beauty, but substance. A server passes by with a tray of drinks, forcing me to step aside. I use the moment to gather myself. What the hell am I doing? I haven't cold approached a woman in a bar since my 30s. There's an uncharacteristic nervousness building in my stomach. Unfamiliar butterflies that I thought had died with my failed marriage. Her friend notices me first. Blonde, pretty in a conventional way, but my attention remains fixed on the woman in yellow. She's taking a sip from her drink, mysterious-looking blue liquid that must be fruity by the looks of it. As I approach their table, the friend nudges her and nods in my direction. She turns, her expression curious rather than annoyed or immediately flirtatious. It's refreshing. No immediate sizing me up or down. Just open, honest interest in who might be approaching their table. I'm 3 steps away when she fully faces me. Up close, her eyes are even more captivating, intelligent and playful with flecks of gold catching the dim bar light. This close, I can see the faint pattern of freckles across her nose and cheeks, like constellations waiting to be traced. I stand directly in front of their table now, close enough to notice the light scent of her perfume, something floral but not overpowering, with notes of vanilla underneath. She sets her drink down, giving me her full attention. "I'm not usually this forward," I say, surprising myself with the admission, "but I'd regret walking out of here tonight without introducing myself." I extend my hand. "James." Her eyebrows lift slightly. Instead, she places her hand in mine, her grip firm and assured. "Sydney." Her voice has a melodic quality, confident but warm. The brief contact of our handshake sends an unexpected current up my arm. And this is my friend, Amanda. The blonde offers a quick smile and handshake. "Nice to meet you." Sydney's eyes return to mine, holding my gaze with an intensity that makes the crowded bar seem to fade around us. I'm used to being the most commanding presence in any room, but she matches me without effort. "Would you mind if I joined you?" I ask. Before Sydney can answer, Amanda glances at her phone and stands up. "Actually, I should get going. Early yoga class tomorrow." She grabs her purse, giving Sydney a look that communicates volumes between friends. "Call me tomorrow, Sid." She turns to me with a knowing smile. "Nice meeting you, James." As Amanda weaves through the crowd toward the exit, Sydney gestures to the now empty chair. "Looks like you're in luck." I slide into the seat across from her, noting how the candlelight on the table between us catches the gold undertones in her skin. Up close, I can see the intelligence in her eyes sharp, assessing, but not cold. She's studying me just as carefully as I'm studying her. "So, James," she says, wrapping her fingers around her cocktail glass, "what brings you to the harborfront on a Friday night? Business or pleasure?" "Technically neither," Just needed a change of scenery from my home office. I signaled to a passing server. Can I get you another drink? She glances at her half-full glass. I'm still working on this one, but thank you. Fair enough. I lean back in my chair, feeling an ease in her presence that surprises me. What about you? Special occasion or regular haunt? Amanda and I were just catching up before you came along. I've never been here before. Sydney takes a sip of her blue cocktail. I like the view here. Her eyes drift momentarily to the large windows overlooking the water before returning to mine. Good choice, I say, finding myself more interested in the view across the table than the scenic harbor outside. Have you lived in Lakeview long? Not long at all. I just moved here, actually. She tucks a spiral curl behind her ear. And you? I've been here for a while. Helped build up my company while living here. I deliberately keep it vague, not wanting to shift into business talk. But I'd much rather hear about you than rehash my biography. Sydney's lips curve into a smile that transforms her whole face. Smooth deflection? Not deflection, genuine interest. Well, in that case, she leans forward slightly and I mirror her posture without thinking. I work in marketing, creative direction. I love what I do, but tonight I'm officially off the clock. There's something refreshing about her directness, the absence of the usual games people play when they know who I am. The candlelight between us flickers, casting dancing shadows across her features. Off the clock sounds perfect, I say. I think I'd like to join you in that. For a moment, we just look at each other, and I feel something shift in the air between us. A recognition, perhaps, that this random encounter holds more weight than either of us anticipated. It's been years since I felt this immediate pull towards someone, this curiosity to know more, to see what exists beyond this first conversation. Sydney takes another sip of her drink, her eyes never leaving mine. So, James, if you're off the clock, what would you like to talk about?
Chapter 5. Sydney. So there I was, standing in line for coffee, completely drenched from the sudden downpour, when this woman behind me asks if I'd like to use her umbrella. I take a sip of my cocktail, feeling the pleasant burn as it slides down my throat. And I'm thinking, wow, finally a good Samaritan in this city. James leans forward, the corners of his eyes crinkling with amusement. Let me guess, there was a catch? The catch was that her umbrella was actually a newspaper she'd been holding over her own head. I gesture wildly with my hands. And she just wanted to use my jacket as additional coverage while we walked to the same building. He throws his head back and laughs, the sound deep and rich, somehow cutting through the bar noise while feeling intimate at the same time. That's New York hospitality for you. Exactly. I ended up more soaked than before because now I had soggy newspaper sticking to me too. I can't help but laugh at the memory myself, especially seeing how it makes his eyes light up. That's nothing. James shifts subtly closer, his knee now almost touching mine under the table. Years ago, when I was still green, I once had a meeting with Japanese executives where I accidentally knocked over a full tea service trying to demonstrate my cultural awareness with an elaborate bow. No, I cover my mouth with my hand. Oh yes, nothing says trust me with your business quite like destroying centuries-old porcelain while simultaneously insulting their traditional greeting. The harbor front hums around us with boisterous Friday night energy, but it might as well be white noise. In the golden glow of the bar lights, James looks even more devastating than he did when he first approached me, his salt and pepper hair catching the light in ways that make me want to run my fingers through it. Did they at least give you points for enthusiasm? I ask. They gave me a very polite dismissal and what I now suspect was a ceremonial handkerchief to clean up my mess. which I later learned was actually a rare silk artifact. "No," I gasp again, leaning closer to him. "What did you do?" "I still have it in a drawer somewhere, too embarrassed to return it, too guilty to throw it away." Our eyes lock, and for a moment, the crowded bar disappears completely. There's something magnetic about him that makes every story, every word feel significant. "Your turn," he says, voice dropping lower. "Worst first date." How presumptuous of you to think I've ever had a bad first date. I arch an eyebrow, enjoying this dance between us. Everyone has, even someone as... His eyes travel briefly down my face to my lips before returning to meet my gaze. "Captivating as you." The compliment sends a warm rush through my chest that has nothing to do with the alcohol. Fine. I once agreed to a hiking date with a guy who claimed to be one with nature. I sensed disaster approaching. He showed up in leather loafers and spent the entire hike talking about his stock portfolio. I rolled my eyes at the memory, then had the audacity to ask me why I hadn't brought a picnic when he got hungry. What an idiot. James shakes his head, but his eyes never leave mine. What happened to Mr. Natural Finance? I accidentally on purpose pushed him into a puddle and claimed it was for his natural mud bath experience. James's laugh this time is full-bodied, and I notice how the sound draws glances from nearby tables, women's eyes lingering on him a beat too long. Can't blame them. There's something about the way he carries himself, confident but not cocky, that's utterly captivating. "Remind me never to take you hiking," he says, though I would at least bring appropriate footwear and snacks. A man who comes prepared. I'm impressed already. I tap my finger against my glass, watching him track the movement. "Your turn. Most embarrassing workplace moment?" Besides the Japanese tea ceremony disaster? He pauses, considering. "Probably when I dozed off during a meeting, when I was in my 20s and apparently agreed to run the company marathon." "You fell asleep during a meeting?" In my defense, it was a 14-hour international call that started at 3 a.m. "And did you run the marathon?" "Dragged myself through all 26.2 miles with absolutely no training." His fingers brush against mine as he reaches for his drink, the contact brief but electric. "Couldn't walk for a week after, but my pride remains somewhat intact." Every time our laughter mingles, I feel the distance between us shrinking, both physically and otherwise. We've somehow shifted from opposite sides of the table to sitting side by side, our shoulders occasionally brushing. The rest of the bar has faded into the background, creating a bubble around just the two of us. My glass is nearly empty, but I'm drunk on something far more intoxicating than alcohol. Each time James's fingers accidentally brush against mine while reaching for his drink, a rush of warmth spirals through my body. It's like those tiny points of contact are electric currents, sending signals directly to parts of me that haven't been awakened in far too long. "You know what else is embarrassing?" James leans in closer, his voice dropping to a whisper. "Spilling coffee all over the quarterly reports right before presenting to the board." "Did that actually happen to you?" I ask, finding myself instinctively mirroring his posture, drawing nearer until I can catch the subtle notes of his cologne, something woodsy with hints of amber. "Last year, had to do the entire presentation with brown stains all over my white shirt." His knee presses against mine under the table, and neither of us moves away. Everyone was too polite to mention it, but I looked like I'd been mud wrestling before showing up. I laugh, my hand landing on his forearm without conscious thought. His skin is warm beneath my fingertips, the fine hairs soft against my palm. I let my touch linger a beat too long before pulling away, feeling a flutter in my stomach when I catch his eyes tracking my retreating hand. Their politeness was probably fear, I tease, A very valid point. His eyes crinkle at the corners when he smiles. God, that smile could melt ice caps. It's unfair for someone to be this attractive at, what, 40-something? 50? He reaches for the cocktail menu, his fingers grazing mine deliberately this time. The touch lingers, his index finger tracing the lightest path across my knuckles before he retreats. My breath catches. Another drink? He asks, his gaze holding mine with an intensity that makes my pulse quicken. I probably shouldn't, I admit, though the thought of ending this night feels suddenly unbearable. I'm really feeling it now. Water then, he suggests, but makes no move to signal the server, as though he too wants to preserve this moment, stretch it out like taffy until it's thin and sweet and endless. I find myself studying his face more carefully now, the distinguished lines at the corners of his eyes, the perfect shadow of stubble along his jaw, the way his lips curve slightly upward, even in repose. He's watching me watching him, and the knowledge that we're both aware of this mutual assessment sends another thrill through me. What is happening here? I came out tonight expecting to blow off steam with Amanda, after a grueling week of moving and acclimatizing, not to find myself magnetically drawn to the most captivating man I've encountered in years. There's something different about James, a quiet confidence that doesn't need to announce itself, a thoughtfulness behind each word. And the crazy part about it all, besides his stories, I don't know much about him, not even a last name. His thumb absently strokes the side of his glass, and I find myself mesmerized by the movement. Imagining those same deliberate motions against my skin, the thought sends heat flooding through me. What are you thinking right now? He asks, his voice pitched low enough that I have to lean even closer to hear him. That I'm having more fun than I expected to tonight, I answer truthfully, though it's only part of the truth. The rest would be too forward, even for me. His eyes darken slightly. Same. One word. Not even a complete sentence, and yet it hangs between us, loaded with meaning. I take a sip of water, suddenly aware of how dry my mouth has become. The ice clinks against the glass, a mundane sound that somehow feels sensual in this charged atmosphere. James watches the movement of my throat as I swallow. His gaze so tangible it might as well be a caress. This is more than casual flirtation, more than the typical bar banter. Those normal first meeting checkboxes remain unticked while we've somehow skipped ahead to something deeper, more visceral. I wonder what it would be like to leave with him, to continue this intoxicating dance somewhere private. The thought alone sends a shiver down my spine. I'm tipsy enough to feel uninhibited, but not so drunk that I can't make a clear decision. And right now, every part of me is leaning towards saying yes if he asks. I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyla.
This isn't just any fake marriage now, is it?
No. You introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl. Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyla. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less, I Love You. New releases every Thursday, now with longer episodes. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylaWalker.com for up to 85% off. Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 6. James. I've dated my share of women since the divorce. Most interested in what I could give them. Access, status, the lifestyle. But Sydney's different. She challenged me when I made an assumption about her tastes. Laughed at my jokes, but rolled her eyes at my attempts to impress. Refreshing doesn't begin to cover it. Would you like to get out of here? The question leaves my mouth before I can overthink it. She pauses mid-sip of her water. And go where exactly? My place is a few minutes from here. I maintain eye contact, letting her know exactly what I'm suggesting without having to spell it out. That's pretty direct. I don't see the point in playing games. I'm enjoying your company. I'd like to continue enjoying it somewhere more private. I place my hand on the table, close to hers, but not touching. But only if you want that too. Her eyes search mine, weighing, considering. The moment stretches between us, electric and uncertain. Yes. The word is soft but decisive. Yes, I confirm, not bothering to hide my surprise. Don't make me second-guess myself, James. She reaches for her purse. Let's go before I remember all the reasons why this is probably a terrible idea. I toss 100 on the table, more than enough to cover our tab and a generous tip and stand. I'll make sure you don't regret it. Outside, the summer night wraps around us, warm and thick with possibility. I place my hand on the small of her back, guiding her towards my Ferrari. The drive is quiet, charged with anticipation. Sydney looks out the window, watching the city lights blur past. I watch her, memorizing the profile of her face in the shifting shadows. Having second thoughts? I ask when we pull up to my mansion. She turns to me, a half-smile playing on her lips. Several, but I'm still here. I guide Sydney up the curved driveway to my home. Her eyes widen as the full view comes into focus. When I park, I hurry to her side and open the door for her. She steps out hesitantly, eyes glued on the architecture of my home. This is your place, she whispers. Home sweet home. I reach for her hand, a small thrill running through me when she takes it. Too much? She laughs, shaking her head. Exactly what I'd expect from someone who drives a Ferrari to the bar on a Friday night. Is that judgment I hear? I unlock the front door with my fingerprint. Observation. She steps inside, her heels clicking against the marble floor of the foyer. There's a difference. The lights come on automatically, illuminating the soaring ceilings and open-concept main floor. Floor-to-ceiling windows showcase the lights outside the infinity pool on the terrace, glowing a soft blue against the darkness. Want another drink? I ask, partly because it seems like the thing to do, partly because I suddenly need a moment to collect myself. Sydney is stunning in this light, her profile against the backdrop of the night sky, the curve of her neck as she turns to examine the abstract painting on the wall. I'm good. She turns back to me, something decisive in her expression. I close the distance between us, drawn by whatever's changed in her eyes. When I reach her, she doesn't step back. Instead, her hand comes up to rest against my chest. Second thoughts? I ask again, searching her face. Not anymore. The door hasn't even fully closed behind us when I pull her against me. Her lips meet mine with an intensity that knocks the breath from my lungs. Her mouth is soft, warm, opening to me as my hands slide down her back, pulling her closer. I've been thinking about this since I saw you at the bar, I murmur against her lips. Just thinking? Her fingers work at my tie, loosening it with surprising efficiency. That's very restrained of you. I'm not feeling particularly restrained right now. I walk her backwards until she's pressed between me and the wall. My hands bracket her face, tilting her chin up as I deepen the kiss. Her laugh turns into a soft gasp as I trail kisses down her neck. Good. We don't make it past the living room. The formal dining room, kitchen, media room, all forgotten as clothes create a trail across Italian marble. Sydney's yellow dress pools at her feet, revealing black lace that makes my mouth go dry. You're gorgeous. My voice is rough, unfamiliar to my own ears. I've been with beautiful women before, but something about Sydney, the intelligence in her eyes, the confidence in her smile, undoes me in a way I hadn't anticipated. Her hands work on the buttons of my shirt. And you talk too much. I laugh against her mouth, lifting her easily. Her legs wrap around my waist as I carry her to the oversized couch overlooking the lake. The lights are dim, casting everything in shadows and silver.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Chapter 7. Sydney. The first rays of sunlight filter through James's windows, painting golden streaks across his massive bedroom. I blink awake, momentarily disoriented by the unfamiliar surroundings. The Egyptian cotton sheets feel like clouds against my skin that's deliciously sore in all the right places. Beside me, James sleeps peacefully, his chiseled features relaxed in slumber. His salt and pepper hair is tousled, and the strong arm that had been wrapped possessively around my waist all night now rests on the mattress. Last night replays in my mind. His commanding presence, those skilled hands, the way he'd growled my name against my neck. Damn, I whispered to myself, carefully sliding out from under the covers. This wasn't supposed to happen. A one-night stand wasn't on my summer to-do list. Yet here I am, tiptoeing around a bedroom bigger than my entire apartment. The marble floor chills my bare feet as I pause to look at him. James. Billionaire, probably 20 years older than me and absolutely incredible in bed. Too incredible, I mutter, running a hand through my tangled curls. The longer I stand here watching him sleep, the harder it's going to be to leave. And I need to leave, before he wakes up, before morning after awkwardness, before I start wondering what it would be like to stay. I scan the bedroom floor, trying to find my underwear. But then it dawns upon me, the living room. We barely made it through the front door before he'd pressed me against the wall, his mouth hot on mine, while I'd wrapped my legs around his waist. My yellow sundress isn't here either. The trail of clothes we left starts somewhere near his grand staircase. I grab his shirt and slip it on just to have something to cover myself as I begin my scavenger hunt through his mansion. The shirt smells like him. Expensive cologne with hints of whiskey mixed in. I pad silently down the hallway, past artwork that probably costs more than my student loans. Every step I take reminds me of his touch, his mouth, his commanding presence. Get it together, Sydney, I whisper, shaking my head to clear the memories. The living room comes into view. All minimalist luxury, with its cream-colored furniture and massive abstract paintings. And there, scattered like breadcrumbs marking our path of desire, my yellow dress draped over the back of his Italian leather sofa, one shoe by the coffee table, the other near the fireplace, my lace panties discarded by the coffee table. Classy exit strategy you've got here, I mumble to myself, gathering my belongings while keeping an ear tuned for any sounds from upstairs. I slip off his shirt, immediately missing its warmth and scent, and pull on my dress. The zipper catches halfway up, and I contort myself trying to reach it. After 3 awkward attempts, I managed to zip it fully, already mentally reorganizing my day. Farmer's market first, then picking up that book from the library, then a floorboard creaks somewhere upstairs. My heart jumps to my throat. I fumble with my sandals, shoving my feet into them without bothering with the straps. No time for underwear. I stuff the lace into my purse. Nothing personal, I whisper to the empty living room. Last night was amazing, but morning afters with men like you are something I don't need in my life. Men like James clearly don't do relationships with women like me. Besides, he mentioned something about a divorce in the hours-long conversation we had in the harbor front. Men like him, they do arrangements, discreet affairs. And while the sex was mind-blowing, I didn't move to Lakeview to become anyone's summer fling. I make one final sweep for any forgotten belongings before quietly unlatching his front door. The morning air hits my face, fresh with the scent of the nearby lake. I step outside, gently pulling the door closed behind me. The click of the latch sounds like finality, like the period at the end of a sentence that reads, "One incredible night that shall never be repeated." The sun has fully risen now, bathing the manicured grounds in warm light. I take a deep breath and start down his lengthy driveway, grateful for the cover of dawn and the memory of James's touch that I'll allow myself to revisit, but only after I've put some serious distance between myself and this mansion. I make my way down the long, winding driveway, the gravel crunching beneath my shoes. My dress swishes around my thighs with each step, and I feel a delicious soreness between my legs, a reminder of what transpired last night. Once I'm a safe distance from the mansion, far enough that James won't spot me from a window, I pull out my phone and order a rideshare. The app tells me the driver is 7 minutes away. I lean against a tree, finally allowing myself to breathe. "What were you thinking, Sydney?" I whisper to myself, closing my eyes briefly. The memories flood back unbidden. James's confident smile when he first approached me at the harbor front, his deep laugh that had vibrated through me when I'd challenged his take on contemporary art, the electric touch of his hand on the small of my back as he guided me to his car. And then, everything that followed. My phone buzzes, jolting me from my thoughts. The rideshare is approaching. I smooth down my hair and straighten my dress, attempting to look less like I'm doing a morning walk of shame. A modest sedan pulls up, and I slide into the back seat with a polite smile to the driver. "Good morning. Heading to Cedar Lane?" The middle-aged woman glances at me in the rearview mirror. "Yes, thank you." I settle back, staring out the window as we pull away. James's mansion recedes in the distance, becoming smaller until it disappears around a bend in the road. My stomach twists with an emotion I don't want to name. Was it regret? No, I don't regret last night. Longing? Perhaps. The lake glimmers in the early morning light as we drive along the coastal road that leads back to town. Lakeview is just waking up, the farmers setting up for the Saturday market, joggers taking advantage of the cool morning air, an elderly couple walking their golden retriever. "Nice day," the driver comments. "Beautiful," I agree, though my mind is elsewhere. I replay fragments of conversation from last night. James talking about his divorce that only recently got finalized, how it had left him wary but not broken. The way his eyes had darkened when I'd mentioned ones of my exes, and his warnings about dating older men. "It's not age that determines character," James had said, his hand warm over mine. "It's experience and what you choose to do with it." God, even his words, had turned me on. The car turns onto Cedar Lane, and I'm struck with the realization that James simply doesn't fit into my life, pragmatically speaking. He's an amazing guy, yes, but there's no way we could work out. No way. My humble life seems a world away from James's lakeside mansion, with its imported furniture and curated art collection. "That'll be $15, the driver says as we pull up to my apartment building. I pay through the app, add a generous tip, and step out into the morning sunshine. My apartment building is modest, red brick, 3 stories, with window boxes full of geraniums, nothing like the architectural masterpiece I just left. Inside my 1-bedroom apartment, I kick off my shoes and immediately head for the shower. Under the hot spray, I wash away the physical evidence of last night, but the memories remain stubbornly intact. The commanding way James had pinned my wrists above my head, the reverent touch of his lips tracing down my body, the unexpected vulnerability in his eyes when he'd whispered, "Stay the night." Wrapped in a towel, I collapse onto my bed, my mind still full of him. There's an undeniable glow coursing through my veins, that special kind of elation that comes from unexpected connection. Not just physical, though that had been mind-blowing, but something deeper that had surfaced in our conversation. Yet alongside that glow sits a shadow, a doubt that nags at me. Men like James don't end up with women like me. He runs in circles I can't even imagine. Charity galas, business trips to Europe and Asia, weekend getaways to private islands. His ex-wife was probably some socialite with the right family name and connections. And here I am, 26, just starting my marketing career, living in a rental apartment with furniture, mostly sourced from thrift stores. I'll miss him. The thought hits me with surprising force. I'll miss someone I barely know, someone I spent one night with. But will our paths cross again in a town as small as Lakeview? And if they do, what then? Different worlds, I murmur, falling back against my pillows. We live in completely different worlds.
Chapter 8. James. The morning sun slices through the gap in my curtains, cutting across my face like an unwelcome alarm clock. I throw my arm out, reaching for the warmth of Sydney's body, only to find cold sheets. My eyes snap open. The pillow next to mine bears the imprint of her head, but no Sydney. Sydney? My voice echoes in the empty bedroom. I sit up, scanning the room. Her clothes, her purse, all other remnants of her from last night are gone. No note on the nightstand. Nothing. Just the lingering scent of her perfume mixed with the unmistakable evidence of what happened between us. Falling back against the headboard, I run a hand through my hair. Last night replays in my mind, her smile as we stumbled through my door, how we kissed in the living room, lips barely separating long enough to breathe. The way her body fit perfectly against mine. The connection wasn't just physical. It was like finding something I didn't even know I'd lost. Damn! I reach for my phone. I don't even think I managed to save her number. The sheets still hold her warmth, or maybe that's just my imagination working overtime. I can't remember the last time I felt this alive with someone. Each touch, each kiss had meaning. Last night wasn't some drunken mistake. It was something we both wanted. The intensity blindsided me. After Vivian, I'd convinced myself that kind of connection was fantasy, something people invented to sell movies and books. Vivian. Christ. Years of marriage ended with a single sentence. I don't love you anymore. Simple as that. As if nearly 2 decades could be erased with a few words. The bed feels massive now, empty in a way it hasn't for months. I've had women here since Vivian. I'm not a monk, but they were distractions, physical relief without emotional entanglement. Sydney was different from the moment I spotted her. I swing my legs over the edge of the bed and stand, stretching muscles pleasantly sore from last night's activities. The house is silent. Too silent. I pad barefoot into the bathroom, half hoping to find her there. Nothing. In the kitchen, I start the coffee maker. Maybe she had errands to run. Maybe she felt awkward about the morning after. Maybe she regretted everything and couldn't face me. Damn. The coffee machine hums, oblivious to my internal turmoil. Then the coffee finishes brewing. I pour a cup, the rich aroma momentarily distracting me from thoughts of her. Black, no sugar, bitter like the taste growing in my mouth as I consider the possibilities. Was I just a conquest, An older, rich man that she wanted to have fun with for a night? It doesn't track with what I know of her. But then again, what do I really know? I know she challenges me. I know she doesn't back down when she believes in something. I know the sound she makes when she comes apart in my arms. Get it together, Sambridge. I've built a fortune from nothing. Survived a divorce that took half of everything I'd worked for. One night with a woman 20 years my junior shouldn't leave me this rattled. But it does. Because it wasn't just sex. It was conversation that flowed effortlessly before we ever touched. It was the way she called me on my nonsense with a smile that took the sting out, but left the lesson intact. It was how being with her made me forget, for whole stretches of time, about the emptiness that's been my constant companion since Vivian left. I take my coffee to the terrace, watching the lake view wake up around me. Summer heat already shimmers off the pavement, though it's barely 7. I watch a jogger pass on the street below, their pace steady and sure. Unlike my thoughts, which scatter in a dozen different directions, all leading back to Sydney. Too soon, I mutter into my coffee. Is it, though? Vivian's been gone for a while. On paper, I'm free, legally, financially, emotionally, but the wound still feels fresh when I prod at it. The coffee turns bitter on my tongue. I set the mug down on the glass-topped patio table and lean back in my chair. The morning breeze carries the scent of salt from the nearby coast, mingling with the faint perfume Sydney left behind on my skin. Opening myself up again. That's what terrifies me. Not the act of being with someone new, but the vulnerability that follows. That moment when you hand someone a piece of yourself and hope they don't crush it. Vivian took my trust and snapped it like a dry twig. I don't love you anymore was just the finale after months, years of lies and deception. How many business trips had she actually spent in someone else's bed? How many late nights at the office were just excuses? You're a fool twice if you fall for the same trick again, my father used to say. But Sydney isn't Vivian. Not even close. I close my eyes and let myself remember the way she laughed at the bar, head thrown back, completely uninhibited. How she challenged my opinion on the tequila selection, not backing down even when I pulled the "I've been drinking liquor since before you were born" card. And yet your palate is still stuck in the last century, she'd quipped, eyes sparkling with mischief. The memory pulls a reluctant smile from me. That warmth that spread through my chest when she spoke wasn't just attraction, it was recognition. Like finding someone who speaks your language after years in a foreign country. Our banter flowed effortlessly, each verbal volley more playful than the last. And later, when conversation gave way to touch, that same rhythm continued, a dance we somehow both knew the steps to without instruction. What we shared wasn't just physical compatibility. It was a connection that made me feel seen in a way I haven't in years, maybe ever. Christ, listen to yourself, I mutter, rubbing a hand over my face. One night and you're writing poetry about her. But that's just it. It wasn't just one night. It was a glimpse of possibility. A door cracking open to reveal a room I thought had been permanently sealed off. And now she's gone, left without a word. Should I try to find her? It wouldn't be difficult. Lakeview isn't that big, especially in summer when the locals stand out among the vacationers. I know she works in marketing. Mentioned something about a new position. A few calls to contacts in town, and I'd have an address, a phone number. And then what? I asked the empty terrace. Show up at her door like some lovesick teenager? The thought makes me cringe. I'm James Sambridge. I built an empire from nothing. I don't chase after women half my age because they gave me one good night. Except it wasn't just good. It was transformative. Still, she left without waking me. No note, no number. That sends a pretty clear message. Maybe she realized in the light of day what a mistake she'd made. Maybe the age difference hit her when she saw my silver hair against the pillow. Maybe she had her fun with the rich older guy and now she's moved on. The thought sits like a stone in my stomach. No. Better to leave it be. Keep my distance. Preserve the memory of one perfect night rather than taint it with an awkward morning after. Let her go, I tell myself, picking up my now cold coffee. It's what she wanted. But even as I say the words, I know they're a lie. What I want, what I really want, is to see her again. And that terrifies me more than I care to admit.
Chapter 9. Sydney. The morning sun dances across my windshield as I cruise down Main Street with the windows down, letting Lakeview's summer breeze tangle through my curls. My hands drum against the steering wheel, keeping time with the pop music blasting from my speakers. New town, new job, new Sydney. Marketing director, I say aloud, testing how the title feels on my tongue. The corners of my mouth turn up. Marketing director Sydney Nelson. Lakeview unfolds around me like something from a travel brochure. Summer has painted the small Connecticut town in vibrant watercolors. Hanging flower baskets sway from lampposts, their pink and purple blooms nodding in greeting. Sidewalk cafes already bustle with morning customers, coffee steam rising into the perfect blue sky. A group of kids zooms past on bikes, racing toward the glittering slice of ocean, visible between buildings. I slow at a crosswalk, letting a young woman and her 2 kids amble across. The woman waves in thanks, and I wave back, struck by the simple friendliness. 2 months ago, I was fighting Manhattan traffic, surrounded by honking horns and anonymous faces. Now I'm exchanging pleasantries with strangers. Best decision ever, I murmur, turning onto the oak-lined road leading to the Redmond Industries parking lot. The building rises ahead, a sleek glass structure nestled incongruously among rolling hills and distant farmland. I pull into a spot marked Marketing Director and cut the engine, taking a moment to straighten my bold yellow blazer in the rearview mirror. You've got this, I tell my reflection, adjusting a curl that sprung loose from my carefully styled coiffure. You're qualified. You're prepared. You're talking to yourself on your first day. I jump, swiveling to see a woman with a coffee cup and amused expression standing beside my car. Giving myself a pep talk, I grab my leather portfolio and step out, extending my hand. Sydney Nelson, new marketing director. Emma Patel, HR. Her handshake is firm. I was heading in early to prepare for your orientation, but looks like you beat me to it. We fall in step together, crossing the parking lot as morning light glints off the building's glass facade. So what brought you to our little corner of Connecticut? Emma asks. It's quite a change from New York. And honestly, I needed that change. The automatic doors slide open, releasing a blast of cool air. Big city burnout is real. Well, you picked the perfect season to arrive. Summer in Lakeview is magical, I finish, thinking of the sailboats I spotted dotting the harbor on my drive through town yesterday. I was going to say tourist-infested, but magical works too. Emma laughs, guiding me through the lobby. My heels click against polished concrete floors as I take in the space, a stunning blend of industrial chic and organic elements. Living walls of plants climb between workstations. Natural light pours through floor-to-ceiling windows. Employees with coffee cups chat in lounge areas featuring reclaimed wood furniture. This is, I trail off, genuinely impressed. Not what you expected in small-town Connecticut. Not at all. Emma grins. Our company believes that a beautiful workplace environment directly impacts creativity, hence the nature meets innovation vibe. We step into an elevator, and Emma taps the button for the 4th floor. Your team is excited to meet you, she says as we ascend. Our last marketing director was traditional, meaning your ideas about digital integration and social responsibility marketing have them practically vibrating with anticipation. The elevator opens onto a bright open-plan office space. Several heads turn our way, and I straighten my shoulders, ignoring the flutter of nerves in my stomach. "Ready to meet your team?" Emma asks. I nod, pushing away last-minute doubts. This is what I moved here for, the chance to build something meaningful in a place where my work won't get lost in the noise. More than ready. We step off the elevator, and I feel a tide of energy wash through the office. Conversation hushes momentarily as curious eyes track our progress. Someone whispers. Another person straightens papers on their desk. For a second, imposter syndrome threatens to creep in until I catch sight of the marketing department's wall, plastered with outdated campaign materials and conventional strategies. My professional instincts kick in, already spotting a dozen opportunities for improvement. Emma steers me through the marketing department, introducing me to my new team. The faces and names start to blur together, but I force myself to stay present, making mental notes about each person. This is Leland, our graphic design lead. Emma gestures to a guy with thick-rimmed glasses and an impressive sleeve of tattoos. He's the visual mastermind behind our rebrand last year. "Your portfolio is incredible," I say, shaking his hand. "I especially love the sustainability campaign. The way you integrated the local coastline imagery was brilliant." Leland looks pleasantly surprised. "You checked out my work already?" I believe in doing my homework. I tap my temple with one finger, looking forward to collaborating. We continue our rounds, meeting the content writers, the social media team, and the market researchers. I'm struck by how young and diverse the department is, a stark contrast to my previous workplace where innovation often died in committee meetings run by executives 2 decades removed from understanding current trends. "And finally," Emma says, leading me toward a petite woman with a sleek bob who's furiously typing at her desk. "This is Zoe, your executive assistant and the person who actually runs this place." Zoe looks up, her serious expression melting into a warm smile. "Welcome aboard. I've prepped briefs on all our current campaigns and scheduled one-on-ones with team leaders for your first week." She hands me a color-coded folder. "And I've already ordered your preferred tea selection. Emma mentioned you're not a coffee person." Wow, thank you. I'm momentarily speechless at this level of preparation. That's incredibly thoughtful. "Just doing my job," Zoe says, but her pleased expression tells me the appreciation matters. After answering a few more questions from curious team members, Emma checks her watch. "We should head upstairs. The CEO likes to personally welcome all director-level hires." My stomach does a little flip at the prospect of meeting the big boss on day one. Do I need to prepare anything specific? "Just be yourself," Emma says, guiding me back toward the elevator. He appreciates authenticity above all else. The elevator climbs to the top floor, my heart rate seemingly increasing with each ascending number on the digital display. The doors slide open to reveal an entirely different atmosphere, more subdued and sophisticated than the creative chaos below. Rich wood paneling lines the walls, and the carpet is thick enough to muffle our footsteps as Emma leads me down a hallway dotted with impressive modern art. "He's been our CEO for years now," Emma explains, keeping her voice low. "Transformed the company from a regional player to what we are today. He's brilliant but approachable, nothing like the typical corporate overlord." We stop outside a set of double doors where an assistant sits at a desk. Emma exchanges a few quick words with him before turning to me. "Ready?" I smooth down my blazer, grateful I chose my most professional outfit for today. "Yes, I am." The assistant opens the door, and Emma motions for me to enter first. I step into a spacious corner office with panoramic views of Lakeview, the harbor sparkling in the distance, the town's church steeple rising above maple trees. The decor is minimalist but expensive, all clean lines and purposeful design. And then I see him. Standing behind his desk, phone pressed to his ear, gesturing emphatically as he speaks, is the man I spent Friday night with, The man whose bed I slipped out of Saturday morning. The man who is now, apparently, my boss. James Sambridge, according to his gold name plaque. My lungs forget how to function. The portfolio nearly slips from my suddenly numb fingers as I stare at him. The same chiseled jawline now freshly shaved. The same broad shoulders now encased in what must be a custom-tailored suit. The same hands that had... No, stop that train of thought immediately. Appreciate the update. Let's reconvene next week. James concludes his call, his attention still on whatever document lies on his desk. Emma clears her throat. James, I'd like to introduce our new marketing director. He looks up, ready with a professional smile that freezes halfway when our eyes lock. I watch recognition flash across his face, followed by something that might be panic before his CEO mask slams back into place. Sydney, he says, my name somehow sounding completely different in this context than when he'd murmured it against my neck in the darkness of his bedroom. Mr. Sambridge. My voice emerges steadier than I feel. Emma glances between us, clearly catching some undercurrent, but professional enough not to comment. Sydney comes highly recommended from Archer and Klein in New York. Her digital strategy expertise is exactly what we discussed for the department's new direction. The room feels 10 degrees warmer than it did 30 seconds ago. My mind races with implications as memories from Friday night collide with my professional ambitions. Every career advice article I've ever read about workplace relationships, specifically the ones warning against them, parades through my brain. There's no handbook for this. No orientation video titled, What to Do When You've Slept with the CEO Before Your First Day. So how the hell am I going to function in my new role when I've already screwed the boss?
He's the mysterious man I had a fling with last night, and it turns out he's my dad's new boss.
I was getting IVF, but the donor came in and wanted his stuff back. It was too late. Now we're stuck together and I'm having his baby.
Ready to dive into a world where passion meets intrigue, where love knows no bounds.
If I don't find a woman to marry in the next 24 hours, then my entire company is going to be taken from me. There's only one woman I can ask, but she hates me because I ruined her father.
Introducing the Escape Your Life with Romance Book Bundle by Amazon best-selling author Tyla Walker, a collection of 100 standalone romances that promise to sweep you off your feet.
And the best part?
Get 90% off on the whole bundle, baby.
For $99.99, you'll get over 800 hours of pure romance with strong alpha males and sassy women who don't back down.
They can pass all the tariffs they want, ladies. But you won't find this deal for 100 audiobooks for less than $1 each anywhere else.
90 cents per book for all the dirty fun I can handle? How could I say no to that?
Visit TylaWalker.com to grab this bundle today.
Get ready to escape your life
With Miss Tyla.
Chapter 10. James. This must be some sort of joke, right? There's no way in hell something like this could happen to me. Sydney stands there in a crisp navy blazer that accentuates her curves and a matching pencil skirt that stops just above her knees. Her hair falls in perfect coils around her face, so different from how it looked spread across my pillow less than 72 hours ago. Her expression is equally professional, but I catch the slight widening of her eyes, the only indication that she's as shocked as I am. My voice doesn't betray me, thankfully. Welcome to Redmond Industries. I extend my hand, ignoring the memory of those same fingers tracing patterns on her bare skin Friday night. When our palms meet, I maintain the perfect amount of pressure for a business handshake. Not too firm, not too lingering. Thank you, Mr. Sambridge. Her voice is steady, professional. No hint of the breathless way she'd whispered my name at the hotel bar. excited to join the team. Emma glances between us, still smiling. Miss Nelson's resume was the most impressive I've seen in years. When the previous director gave notice, I fast-tracked her application. Of course she did, because the universe has a sense of humor that borders on cruel. Well, we're fortunate to have you. I gestured toward the chairs facing my desk. Please, have a seat. We should discuss the department and your responsibilities. They settled into the leather chairs while I returned to my position behind the mahogany barrier of my desk, a physical reminder of the professional boundary that must now exist between us. The morning sunlight streams through the wall of windows behind me, showcasing Lakeview's quaint downtown and the shimmering water beyond. I've always loved this view, the way it reminds me of how far I've come. Now it just feels like a backdrop for an uncomfortable scene in a bad sitcom. As marketing director, you'll be overseeing a team of 12. I slide a folder across the desk toward her, our fingers carefully avoiding contact. 6 graphic designers, 3 copywriters, 2 market analysts, and your assistant, Zoe. Sydney nods, keeping her eyes on the folder rather than meeting my gaze. And the current campaigns? I understand there's a summer initiative launching next week. Yes, the Lakeview Summer Series. It's our biggest push of the year. I tap my screen, bringing up the presentation. Tourism doubles during summer months, and we aim to capitalize on that with targeted campaigns across multiple platforms. Her eyes flick up to mine for just a moment, and I see a flash of Friday night, her laughing across the bar table, neither of us knowing who the other truly was. Just 2 people escaping their lives for a weekend. I noticed some opportunities for improvement in the social strategy. She opens the folder. All business now. The demographic targeting could be more refined. I can't help but admire her composure. The woman sitting before me is worlds away from the one who shared my bed after an evening of drinks and undeniable chemistry. She's poised, professional, and completely in her element discussing marketing strategies. Emma shifts in her chair, completely unaware of the tension crackling between us. Like I mentioned before, Mr. Sambridge, she comes with glowing recommendations from her previous employers. I think she'll bring a fresh perspective to the department. I'm sure she will. I lean back in my chair. The team has been somewhat stagnant lately. New blood is exactly what we need. Sydney's eyebrow arches slightly at my choice of words, but her expression remains neutral. I'm looking forward to meeting everyone and getting started. I stand again, signaling the end of our meeting. We have a department heads meeting Wednesday at 10. That should give you time to settle in and review the current projects. Perfect! Sydney rises, smoothing her skirt in a gesture that draws my eye despite my best intentions. Thank you for your time, Mr. Sambridge. Of course. My door is always open. Emma leads Sydney toward the door, chattering about building access and lunch options. Just before they exit, Sydney glances back over her shoulder, and our eyes lock for a brief moment. Neither of us says a word, but the message is clear. We've stepped into dangerous territory. Then they're gone, the door clicking shut behind them, leaving me alone with the panoramic view of Lakeview and the knowledge that my professional life just got immeasurably more complicated. I managed to stare at the same quarterly report for 20 minutes after Emma and Sydney leave. The numbers blur together, my mind replaying Friday night's memories instead of processing revenue projections. With a frustrated sigh, I close the document and check my calendar. A convenient gap appears between my next 2 meetings, just enough time to take a casual walk through the marketing department. Just to check on all new hires, of course. That's what a good CEO does. I straighten my tie and button my suit jacket before stepping out of my office. My assistant glances up from her desk with a questioning look. Going to check in with marketing about the summer campaign, I say, keeping my tone casual. Back in 30. The elevator ride down to the 3rd floor gives me just enough time to rehearse what I'll say if I run into Sydney. Something professional, distant, appropriate. Nothing that would hint at how well I know the birthmark on her left hip, or how she looks with her hair splayed across my pillows. The marketing department occupies the east wing of the building, with glass-walled conference rooms and an open floor plan designed to foster collaboration. As I step through the main doors, several employees straighten in their chairs, the atmosphere shifting as they register my presence. "Hello, everyone," I say, with a practiced ease that masks my true purpose. "Just checking in on how things are moving with the summer series launch." Mark, one of the senior graphic designers, immediately jumps up. "Mr. Sambridge, we've just finalized the billboards for the harbor area. Would you like to see the mock-ups?" "That would be great." I follow him to his workstation, nodding appropriately as he cycles through the designs. My eyes, however, scan the department for a glimpse of Sydney. I spot her in one of the glass conference rooms, seated with Emma, and who I assume is Zoe. Sydney's hands move animatedly as she speaks, her professional demeanor now laced with genuine excitement. "These look strong," I tell Mark, barely registering the designs he's shown me. "Make sure they complement the print campaign we're running in the regional magazines." "Yes, sir, we've coordinated with the copy team on that." I continue my circuit around the department, stopping to chat with various team members, all while keeping track of Sydney's movements in my peripheral vision. She emerges from the conference room, following Emma toward the cubicles near the window. The sunlight catches her hair as she smiles and extends her hand to a young designer. The same smile she'd flashed at me across the harbor front, except now it's her professional mask rather than the genuine laugh I'd worked so hard to earn Friday night. "Mr. Sambridge, did you want to weigh in on the radio spot timing?" A voice breaks through my thoughts. I turn to find Janet, one of the copywriters, looking at me expectantly. "Ah, yes. What are the current time slots we're considering?" As Janet runs through the options, Sydney rounds the corner with Zoe trailing behind her, clipboard in hand. Our eyes meet briefly, and for a moment I see a flicker of Friday night Sydney before the professional mask slides back into place. She gives me a polite nod and continues her conversation with Zoe, not breaking stride. Smart woman, better at this game than I am, apparently. "Let's go with the drive time slots," I tell Janet, forcing my attention back to the conversation at hand. "Both morning and evening. Lakeview's summer traffic patterns support the broader reach." I spend another 15 minutes making my way through the department, offering suggestions and approval when required. It's a dance I've perfected over years of leadership, appear engaged while my mind works on something else entirely. Today, that something else is figuring out how to support Sydney's transition without crossing lines I shouldn't. Eventually, I find myself at Zoe's desk, which sits just outside what must be Sydney's new office. The door is closed, but I can see her through the glass, phone pressed to her ear as she makes notes. "How's Miss Nelson settling in?" I ask Zoe casually. "She's amazing," Zoe gushes. "She fits in perfectly with the rest of the team. Usually most people would take it easy on their first day, but she's jumping in head first. I really appreciate this new hire, Mr. Sambridge." "I'm glad to hear that," I reply. "Not only is she good in bed, but she might just be the best new hire this company has seen in a while." "Well, let me know if you need anything from me." "Will do, sir." Zoe nods before returning to her work. As I make my way back to my office, I know that one thing is clear. Life has given me a shot at getting closer to Sydney after our one-night stand. I don't intend to mess this up.
Chapter 11. Sydney. I tap my pen against the leather-bound notebook in front of me, pretending to take notes while stealing glances at the head of the conference table. A week and a half at Redmond Industries, and I still can't believe my terrible luck. For the second quarter, we're looking at a 15% increase in market share, says Dave, his monotone voice fading into background noise as my attention drifts. James Sambridge sits at the head of the table, commanding the room without saying a word. His silver-streaked dark hair catches the light from the floor-to-ceiling windows. Those strong hands that confidently flip through the quarterly report are the same ones that... I force myself to look down at my pathetic excuse for notes. Sydney, would you like to introduce yourself to everyone? James asks, tilting his head. There are some people here who still haven't met you formally. My head snaps up to find every pair of eyes in the room on me, including the penetrating hazel ones I've been avoiding. Of course, I stand, smoothing my pencil skirt with suddenly clammy palms. I'm Sydney Nelson, your new marketing director. Previously, I was with Arthur & Klein in New York City, where I led campaigns for their tech division. I'm excited to bring fresh perspectives to Redmond and work with all of you. Short, professional, nothing that hints I've seen the CEO naked. We're lucky to have you, James says, his deep voice sending an unwelcome shiver down my spine. Sydney brings impressive credentials and innovative thinking that will push Redmond forward. Our eyes lock across the room. Does anyone else notice the electricity crackling between us? Can they see how his jaw tightens slightly when he looks at me? Thank you, Mr. Sambridge. I sit down quickly before my knees give out. Melissa leans toward me. Don't be nervous. James isn't nearly as intimidating once you get to know him. If only she knew. The meeting continues with department heads sharing updates. I should be absorbing every word, learning the company dynamics, identifying allies. Instead, I'm transported back to the harbor front. The way he'd approached me with that confident stride, the way he took me back to his mansion in his Ferrari. Sydney, any thoughts on repositioning the Astor line? I blink back to reality. James is watching me expectantly, one eyebrow slightly raised. Does he enjoy putting me on the spot? Actually, yes. Professional Sydney takes over as I grab onto familiar marketing territory. The Astor line has been marketed primarily to older demographics, but our data shows untapped potential with younger professionals. I'd recommend a digital-first approach that highlights versatility and design, rather than just reliability. James leans forward, interest sparking in his eyes. Specific platforms? Instagram and TikTok for visual appeal, complemented by targeted LinkedIn campaigns to reach young executives. The words flow easily now. I've drafted some preliminary concepts based on last quarter's numbers. I'd like to see those. Let's set up time this week. Alone time. With James. In his office. My heart hammers against my ribs. The meeting wraps up, colleagues filing out with coffee mugs and tablets in hand. I gather my materials, determined to escape without awkward interaction. Sydney, a moment? So much for that plan. I wait until the room empties before facing him. James closes the conference room door, and suddenly the expansive space feels suffocating. Your ideas for the Astor line are excellent, he says, maintaining a respectable distance between us. But that's not what I wanted to discuss. I clutch my notebook tighter. Mr. Sambridge? James, he corrects, running a hand through his hair. At least when we're alone. I don't think that's appropriate, given our situation. That's exactly what we need to address. He steps closer, lowering his voice though we're alone. I never expected you to walk into my company after that night. Trust me, I didn't plan this cosmic joke either. I move toward the window, needing space. James sighs. Look, I want to acknowledge what happened and move forward professionally. You're clearly talented and Redmond needs your expertise. So we just pretend that night never happened? The question comes out sharper than intended. Not pretend, James says, his gaze intense. Compartmentalize. At work, I'm your boss and you're my marketing director. Nothing more. A reasonable solution. The only solution, really. So why does the disappointment flicker through me? Of course. Completely professional. I extend my hand, determined to regain control. Fresh start, Mr. Sambridge. He takes my hand, his grip firm. The contact sends a jolt up my arm that I desperately try to ignore. I exit the conference room with my professional mask firmly in place, but inside, I'm a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. I head back to my office quietly, each step a reminder that I'm walking a tightrope between my career ambitions and the most intense attraction I've ever experienced. "Sydney, wait up." Zoe hurries toward me, her tablet clutched to her chest. "How'd the meeting go? You survived your first department head meeting." "It went fine." I manage a smile for my assistant. Everyone seemed receptive to the Astor line repositioning idea. "Are you kidding? I heard Dave from finance saying your ideas were brilliant." Zoe falls into step beside me. "That's huge coming from him. Man basically runs on spreadsheets and black coffee." This is why I've come to appreciate Zoe in the short time I've been here. Her enthusiasm is infectious, her competence undeniable. The friendships I've begun to form at Redmond are one of the few bright spots in this complicated situation. "Thanks for pulling those market research files," I tell her as we reach my office. "They really helped?" "That's what I'm here for," she beams. "Oh, and Emma wants to know if you're free for lunch. Said something about continuing your conversation about local hiking trails." "Tell her I'll meet her at 1 in the cafeteria." Zoe nods and disappears to her desk outside my office. I close my door and sink into my chair, finally letting my shoulders drop from their professional posture. What the hell am I doing? I've worked too hard to let an ill-advised hookup derail my career. Marketing director at 26 doesn't happen by accident. Years of grinding through 14-hour days, of proving myself in rooms full of men who assumed I was there to take notes, of crafting campaigns that shattered expectations, all of it leading to this opportunity at Redmond. An opportunity that now comes with the complication of having slept with the CEO. My mind drifts back to our night together, which makes me grimace. I can't be doing that here. Compartmentalize. That's what he said, and he's right. I need to lock those memories away during business hours. My computer pings with an email notification. Subject line, Astor line meeting, Thursday, 2 p.m., sender, James Sambridge. Just seeing his name makes my stomach flip. Ridiculous. I'm not some love-struck teenager. I'm a goddamn professional. Knock, knock. "Come in," I call, straightening in my chair. Ray pokes his head in. He's a redhead with freckles across his face. "Got a minute to look at these mock-ups? We incorporated your feedback from yesterday." "Of course." I've been pleasantly surprised by how welcoming my coworkers have been. Ray and his team have embraced my ideas rather than resenting the new boss. And Tommy from digital marketing has already invited me to join their trivia night team. It's a supportive environment. Exactly what I'd hoped for when accepting this position. Which makes the James situation all the more frustrating. After Ray leaves, I stare out my window at the Lakeview skyline. The summer sun gleams off glass buildings, and beyond them, the actual lake shimmers like a mirage. The view reminds me why I took this job. Smaller city, better quality of life, room to make my mark. Not because I had any idea I'd sleep with my CEO before I started my first day on the job. By lunchtime, I've buried myself in work, trying to outrun my thoughts. The cafeteria buzzes with conversation as I spot Emma waving from a corner table. "There she is," Emma says warmly as I set my salad down. The woman who survived her first department head meeting with the intimidating Mr. Sambridge. I nearly choke on my water. Is that his reputation? James? Emma shrugs. He's fair but demanding, expects excellence. Some find that intimidating. She takes a bite of her sandwich. But most agree he's transformed this company. Before him, Redmond was struggling. Now we're the biggest employer in town. Interesting. I spear a cucumber with my fork. You've been here how long? 5 years. Seen a lot of changes. She leans forward. So, hiking this weekend? The trail I told you about is gorgeous in summer. I'm grateful for the change of subject. Count me in. I could use some fresh air. As we chat about outdoor adventures, I wonder how I'm going to navigate this impossible situation. The professional in me knows I need to keep James at a distance. Focus on establishing my credibility with the team. The woman in me remembers how his hands felt on my skin, how perfectly our bodies fit together. One night, that's all it was supposed to be. A chance encounter between strangers passing through each other's lives. Now we're locked in a professional relationship with an undercurrent so powerful, it threatens to drown us both if we aren't careful. And given how explosive our chemistry was, careful seems like a distant possibility.
Chapter 12. James. I squint against the morning sunshine dancing across the lake's surface, casting diamonds of light that pierce right through my sunglasses. The gentle rocking of my sailboat, the second wind, provides a momentary escape from the corporate battlefield I've left behind on shore. The name had seemed appropriate after the divorce. Now it feels ironic in ways I hadn't anticipated. You're gonna scare away all the fish with that scowl. Franklin casts his line with practiced precision, the lure landing with barely a splash 30 feet from our starboard side. Fish can't see my face, I mutter, but I make an effort to relax my features anyway. Franklin has been my friend since college, the one constant through my meteoric rise in business, my failed marriage, and everything in between. Maybe not, but I can. You've been brooding since we left the dock. He reaches into the cooler between us and pulls out 2 beers, offering me one. You finally taking a Saturday off should be cause for celebration, not whatever the hell this is. I accept the beer, but don't open it yet. The cool condensation against my palm offers a welcome distraction. Just work stuff. The lie sounds hollow even to my ears. Nonsense. Franklin reels in his empty line with a smooth motion. I've known you for 25 years, Jimmy. This isn't your... The board is breathing down my neck face. This is something else. The nickname, which I've forbidden everyone else from using, pulls a reluctant half-smile from me. I crack open the beer and take a long pull before settling back against the gunwale. Remember when I told you about that woman I met at the harbor front? Franklin's eyebrows shoot up. The one you wouldn't shut up about for a week. The one who and I, quote, made you feel 29 again? That woman. I nod, feeling heat rise to my face that has nothing to do with the summer sun. Sydney. Her name on my lips still sends an electric current down my spine. Turns out she's my new marketing director. Franklin stares at me for a solid 5 seconds before erupting in laughter so loud it echoes across the water. His rod bends precariously in his loosened grip. You're messing with me. He wipes tears from the corners of his eyes. The woman you had a one-night stand with is now working for you? That's some rom-com nonsense right there. We spent the whole night together. She left before I could wake up the next day, and I thought that was it. That I lost my chance with her forever. And then Monday morning, there she is in my office, being introduced as our new marketing director. Damn. Franklin whistles low. That must be awesome, though, right? Getting to see her every day? I huff, adjusting my cap lower over my eyes. It's really not. She's brilliant. The best candidate for the position by a mile. HR handled the whole hiring process, so I never really got any insight on her at all. And now? Now I'm technically her boss, and if word gets out about what happened between us... I trail off, staring at the distant shoreline where the Lakeview Marina bustles with weekend activity. It could tank your career, Franklin finishes quietly. Exactly. The board would have a field day. After everything with Vivian. I stop myself, the mention of my ex-wife still bitter on my tongue. The company's reputation is finally recovering. The last thing we need is a scandal involving the CEO sleeping with his marketing director. Franklin reels in his line again, contemplating the still empty hook. Have you talked to her about it? Not really. We've been avoiding each other like the plague. I run a hand through my hair, frustration mounting, which is pretty damn difficult considering we're supposed to be working together on the new summer campaign launch. So what's the plan here? Pretend it never happened? I laugh humorlessly. That would be the sensible approach. Except I can't stop thinking about her. Franklin remains quiet for a moment, recasting his line with practiced ease. You know, most men would consider this a stroke of luck. Do those men run companies with scrutinizing boards and shareholders? Fair point. He takes a sip of his beer. But you can't avoid her forever, if you're working on the same project. Trust me, I know. I glance down at my phone resting on the bench beside me, half expecting to see her name on the screen. Something's gotta give. Franklin studies my face carefully. You really like her, don't you? I don't answer immediately, watching a flock of geese cut across the sky in perfect formation. It doesn't matter what I feel. This could destroy everything I've built. Franklin sets down his rod and leans forward, elbows resting on his knees. His face takes on that familiar expression, the one he gets when he's about to dispense wisdom I don't necessarily want to hear. Look, I get being careful. After what happened with Vivian, caution is practically your middle name. His voice softens. But man, at some point, you deserve a shred of happiness. The mere mention of Vivian tightens my jaw. That woman tore through your life like a Category 5 hurricane, Franklin continues. Cheated, grabbed half your assets in the divorce. 43%, I correct automatically. And then had the nerve to play victim to every gossip columnist in Connecticut. He shakes his head in disgust. Remember those page 6 headlines? Sambridge CEO's cold heart drives wife to another man's arms? I stare into the amber liquid of my beer. Not helpful to bring that up. My point is, you survived all that. Your company survived. You rebuilt everything. Barely. My voice comes out harsher than intended. The board nearly ousted me. Our stock took a 15-point hit. I spent months in reputation management hell. The memory of those board meetings still haunts me. 12 faces staring me down across polished mahogany, questioning whether my personal issues made me unfit to lead. The endless PR consultations, the carefully crafted statements, the strategic public appearances designed to rehabilitate my image as a steady, reliable businessman despite my crumbling personal life. Franklin retrieves his fishing line, having given up any pretense of actually trying to catch something. And after all that, you're still standing. Still CEO. The company's stronger than ever. His eyes meet mine with unexpected intensity. But what about you, Jimmy? Are you stronger? Or just emptier? The question lands like a punch to the sternum. I turn away, watching a speedboat cut across the far side of the lake, its wake spreading in perfect V formation across the blue water. I'm fine, I mutter. Nonsense again. Franklin cracks open another beer. You're successful and miserable. You work 14-hour days and spend your weekends answering emails. When's the last time you did something that wasn't work-related? Before meeting this Sydney woman, I mean. I open my mouth to respond, then close it. The truth is uncomfortable. That's what I thought, he says, not needing my confirmation. One night with Sydney, and suddenly you're taking Saturdays off, coming fishing with your old buddy. That means something. The lake stretches before us, vast and glittering. In the distance, the shoreline of Lakeview looks almost like a postcard, white sails dotting the marina, colorful awnings of the waterfront shops, the university's bell tower rising above the trees. You're right, I finally admit. She's different, but the timing couldn't be worse. Timing's always crap. That's life. Easy for you to say. Your career isn't hanging in the balance. Franklin's law practice isn't subject to the same scrutiny as my position. No shareholders, no board, no media vultures waiting for him to make a misstep. I'm not saying throw caution to the wind, he clarifies. Just don't automatically shut this down because you're afraid. I bristle at that. I'm not afraid. I'm being practical. Call it whatever helps you sleep at night. Franklin shrugs. But I've watched you build walls so high around yourself since Vivian that even I barely get through sometimes. The truth of his words settles uncomfortably in my chest. I stare down at my hands, noticing the tension in my knuckles as I grip my beer. Hypothetically, I say slowly, even if I wanted to pursue something with Sydney, how could it possibly work? She's my employee. The power dynamic alone. It's complicated, Franklin finishes. I'm not denying that, but complicated isn't the same as impossible. I exhale heavily. I feel stuck. If I keep my distance, I miss whatever chance this might be. If I pursue it, I risk everything I've rebuilt. Welcome to life's impossible choices. Franklin grins sympathetically. But for what it's worth, I haven't seen that look in your eyes since before all the Vivian drama. Not even close. The boat rocks gently beneath us, a momentary silence stretching between us as gulls cry overhead. I close my eyes, the sun warm against my face. I don't know how to handle this, I admit, the words barely audible above the lapping of water against the hull. Nobody does, Franklin says simply. That's kind of the point.
Chapter 13. Sydney. 2 weeks into my position as marketing director at Redmond, and I'm still trying to get the hang of the elaborate coffee machine in the break room. The contraption, with its multitude of buttons and nozzles, might as well be the control panel of a spacecraft. I press what I hope is the button for a simple latte and pray I don't flood the entire floor with foam. Need a hand with that beast? The deep voice sends an electric current down my spine. I don't need to turn around to know who it belongs to. James, CEO, Silver Fox extraordinaire, and the man who's occupied far too many of my thoughts. I've got it under control. I straighten my shoulders, refusing to look as flustered as I feel. Just negotiating terms with the machine. I think we're close to an agreement. James moves beside me, his tailored navy suit jacket brushing against my arm. The subtle scent of his cologne drifts my way, and I'm reminded of that night again. Damn it. This always happens whenever I catch even the slightest glimpse of this man. Let me translate. This one's temperamental. His fingers graze mine as he reaches for the control panel, and I pull back instinctively, hyper-aware of our colleagues chatting by the windows. Medium or large? Large. I've got campaign proposals to review all afternoon. Ah, for the summer campaign? He presses a series of buttons with practiced ease. The machine hums to life, dispensing a perfect stream of coffee. Among others, including the campaign we have with Johnson & Co. I grab a mug from the shelf above. I hear they're particular about their branding. Particular is putting it mildly. James leans against the counter, crossing his arms. His hazel eyes crinkle at the corners when he smiles. Last year, their CEO sent back our entire proposal because the shade of blue in the mock-ups was off by 2 Pantone numbers. Sounds like a dream client. I accept the steaming latte he hands me, careful not to let our fingers touch. Thanks for the coffee assist. I might need to schedule a training session just for this machine. James glances around the break room. 3 marketing associates are huddled near the snack machine, and the finance team occupies the small dining area, their spreadsheets spread across the table. The learning curve is steep around here. He keeps his voice casual, professional. Not just for coffee makers. I take a sip, savoring the perfect balance of espresso and milk. I'm adapting, though I did get lost trying to find the supply closet yesterday. Did you eventually find it? After wandering into what I think was legal's territory, they stared at me like I'd breached national security. James laughs, the sound warm and inviting. The legal department guards their space like dragons, Consider yourself lucky to have escaped with your limbs intact. I notice how he keeps a respectable distance between us, his body language entirely appropriate for a CEO speaking with a director. Only I know how those same hands felt trailing down my bare back 2 weeks ago in his mansion. "And how's the Westfield project coming along?" he asks, pouring himself a black coffee. "On schedule. I've got some fresh ideas for their social media rollout." I tap my mug thoughtfully. "Actually, I was hoping to run them by you before the team meeting tomorrow." "I'd like that." His voice drops slightly, just enough that only I can hear. "My office or yours?" The double meaning ripples between us. I hide my smile behind my coffee mug. "Yours has a better view of the city." 4 o'clock. James checks his watch, a subtle platinum timepiece that probably costs more than my monthly rent. 4 works. One of the marketing associates glances our way, and I immediately pivot to safer territory. Those quarterly reports were insightful, by the way. The previous campaigns had solid foundations, but I see room for growth in the digital space. James nods. "All business now." "That's why we brought you on. Fresh perspective." He steps closer to reach for a napkin, leaning in slightly. His shoulder brushes mine, a brief contact that could be entirely accidental to anyone watching. But the way his eyes hold mine for a beat longer than necessary sends warmth blooming across my skin. "The team's lucky to have you," he says, voice dropping to a near whisper. "I'm particularly impressed with your adaptability." The hidden meaning in his words fans the heat that's been simmering between us since I walked into the break room. 2 weeks of maintaining professionalism in the office has created an exquisite tension that thrills and terrifies me in equal measure. Adaptability is key in this industry. I match his professional tone while meeting his gaze steadily. I'm always ready to rise to new challenges. James refills his coffee, the steam curling between us, like the tension that's been building since our first encounter. I should be focusing on the Johnson & Company account details or the quarterly reports, anything but the way his shoulders fill out that tailored suit, or how his fingers wrapped so confidently around the coffee mug, the same fingers that traced patterns on my skin that night. "Speaking of adaptability," James says, voice lowered just for me, "how are you finding the company culture so far?" "Fascinating." I meet his eyes over my coffee cup. "Very stimulating environment." His lips quirk up at one corner. "We pride ourselves on providing stimulation." Jesus. Is this what we're doing now? Coffee break innuendo? The team dynamics are particularly interesting. I continue, keeping my face professional while my mind wanders decidedly elsewhere. Everyone seems to know their role. The hierarchy is clear. James takes a long sip, his eyes never leaving mine. Clarity is important in any relationship, professional or otherwise. A marketing associate walks past us toward the refrigerator, and I shift slightly, creating appropriate distance. My heart hammers against my ribs. This is insane. I'm standing in the company break room, having a conversation loaded with double meanings with my boss, my CEO boss, while surrounded by people who have no idea we've seen each other naked. I agree. I smooth my skirt unnecessarily. Though sometimes boundaries can become blurred. Boundaries. James nods thoughtfully. Necessary, but sometimes limiting. The memory of his mouth against my neck flashes through my mind. I grip my coffee mug tighter. Very limiting, I murmur. We're dancing around what we really want to say, what we really want to do. Every professional interaction becomes charged with something else entirely. Every meeting, every elevator ride, every accidental brush in the hallway, it's all foreplay disguised as corporate routine. The marketing team burst into laughter across the room, startling me back to reality. I'm Sydney Nelson, marketing director, having a perfectly normal conversation with James Sambridge, CEO. Not Sydney, the woman who fell into bed with a stranger at a seaside-themed bar, only to discover he's her new boss. The Johnson presentation, I start. Yes, the presentation, he says simultaneously. We both stop, sharing a small smile at the awkward overlap. What were you going to say? I ask, tapping my fingernail against the ceramic mug. James glances at the group by the window, then back at me. Just that I expect great things from you, Sydney. The way he says my name, with that slight rasp, sends shivers down my spine. This man has seen me come undone. He knows exactly how I sound when I lose control. I aim to exceed expectations. I hold his gaze, allowing myself just one moment of transparent desire. His eyes darken, pupils dilating slightly. You've already proven quite capable of that? I swallow hard. How are we supposed to work together when every conversation feels like foreplay? When every meeting room reminds me of surfaces we could explore together? When every late night at the office makes me wonder what would happen if we were the last two people in the building? Mr. Sambridge. Linda from HR approaches, tablet in hand. Sorry to interrupt, but the Zoom call with Beijing is starting in 5 minutes. Thank you, Linda. James straightens, instantly transforming back into the consummate professional. But as Linda turns away, his eyes find mine again, lingering just a fraction too long. We'll continue our discussion about the Johnson account later, he says, his voice carrying for anyone to hear, but his eyes telling me an entirely different story. Looking forward to it. I nod politely. He turns to leave, but pauses, looking back at me over his shoulder. 4 o'clock, my office. I'll be there, I promise, both of us knowing we'll maintain the facade of a business meeting, while beneath the surface, something much more dangerous simmers. As he walks away, I exhale slowly, gathering myself. 2 more hours until 4 o'clock. 2 more hours of pretending I'm not counting the minutes until I'm alone with him again.
Chapter 14. James. I check my watch, 3:55 p.m., and straighten the Johnson file on my desk for the 3rd time. The panoramic windows of my office frame Lakeview like a postcard, golden afternoon light spilling across the floors. Everyone else has cleared out early for the day, leaving the entire floor silent except for the low hum of the air conditioning. My door opens without a knock. Sydney walks in, confidence in every step, holding a leather portfolio against her chest. Her bright dress makes her skin glow, and I have to force my eyes to stay on her face. Sorry, I'm a few minutes early. She tucks a curl behind her ear. I figured we could get started and maybe finish before 5. No need to apologize for punctuality. I gesture to the chair across from my desk. Please. Sydney sits and crosses her legs, the hem of her dress riding up just enough to make me glance away. I've been trying to keep things professional since she joined the marketing team, but every meeting grows more difficult. I brought 3 campaign concepts. She opens her portfolio and slides printouts across my desk. The first one targets their older demographic, but I'm most excited about the 3rd one. I lean forward in my chair, making an effort to focus on the papers rather than the way her fingers move as she points out different elements. The campaign is brilliant, innovative in ways I wouldn't have considered. You've incorporated their heritage brand elements, but made them feel modern. I flip through the pages. This is impressive work, Sydney. A smile lights up her face. I was hoping you'd say that. I stayed up late working on these mock-ups. The dedication shows. Come look at this with me. I stand and move to the side of my desk, spreading the materials out. Sydney rises and steps beside me, close enough that I can smell her perfume, something light with hints of vanilla. Our shoulders nearly touch as we both look down at the campaign materials. If we reposition this element here, I reach across, my hand accidentally brushing against hers. The contact sends electricity up my arm. Sydney doesn't pull away. Instead, she turns her head toward me, those deep brown eyes meeting mine. Mr. Sambridge. James, I correct her. Everyone else has gone home. You can call me James. James, she says, a small smile on her lips. What do you think about this tagline? But I'm barely listening now. The space between us has somehow shrunk. The sunlight catches the curves of her face, highlighting cheekbones that could cut glass. I shouldn't be noticing these things about an employee, especially one nearly 20 years younger, but I can't help it. I think it's perfect, I murmur, though I couldn't repeat what she just said if my life depended on it. Sydney's eyes drop to my mouth for a split second. That's all it takes. We shouldn't be doing this, I say, even as I lean closer. Definitely not, she agrees, tilting her face up to mine. Our lips meet, and any pretense of professional restraint vanishes. Her mouth is soft, yielding, then demanding as she presses against me. My hands find her waist, pulling her body flush against mine.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Chapter 15. Sydney. The sun beats down on the Lakeview Farmers Market, turning the streets into a shimmering mirage of colorful tints, bustling bodies, and the sweet scent of summer produce. I adjust my sunglasses, watching Emma deliberate between two identical-looking bunches of organic kale while Ray towers beside her, his freckled arms folded across his chest. They're the same plan, Em. Just pick one, Ray says, his voice carrying that perpetual note of amusement that makes him so easy to be around. They are not the same. Emma gives him a playful swat. This one has better color, perfect for my smoothie bowls. I force a smile, nodding along as if I'm fully present, as if my mind isn't repeatedly replaying Monday afternoon in James's office. His desk cleared with one swift motion, my dress hiked up around my waist, his mouth hot against my neck. Earth to Sydney. Ray waves a hand in front of my face, his bright red hair catching the sunlight. Where'd you go? Emma asked if you wanted to try this. He holds out a sample cup of something that smells like honey and lavender. Sorry, just thinking about work. The lie tastes bitter on my tongue. Emma's dark eyes narrow slightly. On a Saturday? That campaign must really be getting to you. The Johnson campaign. Right. What we were supposed to be working on when James and I were alone in his office after everyone left, when he swept all the documents off his desk before sitting me on the edge. Sydney? Emma's voice again, tinged with concern. Hot day, I mumble, accepting the sample cup and taking a sip. This is good, really good. We weave through the market, past tables laden with summer squash and early corn. A folk band plays in the gazebo at the center of the square, their melodies floating above the chatter of the crowd. It should feel perfect, this slice of small-town American summer, spending time with my new friends in a place that still feels like a postcard come to life. You know what you need? Ray plucks a strawberry from the pint he just purchased and pops it in his mouth. to stop thinking about whatever's bothering you and enjoy this gorgeous day. Nothing's bothering me. My words come too quick, too defensive. Ray just shrugs, his 6'4" frame casting a momentary shadow as he steps into my path. Your face disagrees. You've been somewhere else since we got here? Emma slips her arm through mine, her touch gentle but grounding. Is this about the big boss man? Did he reject one of your ideas? My stomach drops. What? No. Why would you think that? Because you mentioned you had that one-on-one with him about the Johnson thing on Monday. Emma shrugs, completely unaware of how those innocent words send heat rushing to my face. And you've been acting weird ever since. I focus intently on a display of handmade soaps, pretending to be fascinated by the lavender-mint combination. He didn't reject anything. The meeting was productive. Productive. Is that what we're calling it when your boss screws you on his desk and makes you come twice before you even touch the proposal drafts? Then what's going on in that head of yours? Ray asks, his freckled face now serious beneath the brim of his baseball cap. I force myself to meet his gaze. Just tired. Been a long week. Emma isn't buying it. She tugs me toward a less crowded corner of the market, near a flower vendor whose buckets overflow with sunflowers and dahlias. Sydney, we're your friends. If something's wrong... Nothing's wrong, I interrupt, plastering on my brightest smile. I promise. I'm just adjusting to everything. New job, new town. I'm a little homesick, that's all. New complications I never saw coming. Ray hands me a sunflower, its face bright and cheerful against the blue sky. Well, consider this your official welcome to small-town living. Farmers markets, nosy friends, and all. I accept the flower, grateful for the distraction. Thanks. Let's get some of those apple cider donuts, Emma suggests, mercifully changing the subject. They sell out by noon. As we navigate toward the donut stand, the scent of cinnamon and sugar hitting us from 20 feet away, I make a conscious effort to stay present, to laugh at Ray's terrible jokes about organic farming, to debate with Emma about whether lavender belongs in food, to push away any and all thoughts that drift into my mind about James and our illicit encounters. As we devour apple cider donuts, sugar clinging to our fingertips, I can't help but feel the invisible weight pressing against my chest. The farmer's market buzzes with life around us, children laughing, vendors calling out their specials. The folk band transitioning to an upbeat cover of a song I recognize but can't name. Yet beneath my carefully constructed smile, my thoughts spin wildly out of control. This is heaven, Emma moans, licking sugar from her thumb. Seriously, these are worth getting up early on a Saturday. Agreed, Ray nods, already halfway through his second donut. Sydney, what do you think? Better than those fancy New York bakeries you probably miss? I take another bite, forcing myself to focus on the warm, soft texture, the explosion of cinnamon and apple on my tongue. Definitely in the running, I manage, though the sweetness now tastes like ash in my mouth. Yesterday flashes through my mind again, James walking past my office without so much as glancing my way. His curt nod in the conference room when I presented my ideas. The way he called me Miss Nelson, with such professional detachment that I almost laughed from the absurdity of it all, as if his hands hadn't been exploring every inch of my body just days before, as if his mouth hadn't been hot against my neck, whispering things that made me tremble. You've got that look again. Emma's voice cuts through my thoughts. I blink, coming back to the present. What look? The 1,000-yard stare. She taps the space between my eyebrows. Like you're trying to solve world hunger while simultaneously planning your escape route. I'm fine, I insist, but the words sound hollow even to me. Ray stretches his long legs out in front of him, as we sit on a bench near the gazebo. You know, when I first moved here from Boston, I thought I'd made the biggest mistake of my life. Ray, I'm not. Let me finish. He holds up a hand, his expression uncharacteristically serious. I'd left a good job, friends, everything familiar, and for weeks I kept waiting for some sign that I'd done the right thing, that the risk was worth it. I stare at him, suddenly afraid he can read my mind, see right through to where my real anxiety lies. What I'm saying is, sometimes the things that scare us most are the things that change our lives in ways we never expected. He shrugs, returning to his usual casual demeanor. Or they completely blow up in our faces and we start over. Either way, life goes on. Emma rolls her eyes. That's Ray's version of a pep talk, but his words hit closer to home than he could possibly know. What am I doing? I've worked so hard for years to get where I am, one opportunity at a great company, and within weeks, I'm jeopardizing everything by sleeping with the CEO. Twice. The man who signs my paychecks, the man whose name is on the plaques within the building, and then yesterday, the cold shoulder, the professional distance. Was that it? Was that his way of telling me our little arrangement is over? The thought makes my stomach clench painfully, not because I'm in love with him or anything ridiculous like that, but because I've potentially destroyed my career for what? A few pleasures and the thrill of being wanted by someone like him? I think I need water, I mutter, standing abruptly. Emma frowns. Are you okay? Fine, just the heat. As I walk toward a vendor selling fresh lemonade, I try to steady my breathing. What if I'm just another in a long line of young employees he's seduced and discarded? The thought makes me feel sick, used, foolish. I'm smarter than this. I've always been smarter than this. The lemonade vendor hands me a cup, ice cubes clinking cheerfully against the plastic. Hot day, isn't it? I nod, not trusting my voice. Hot day, hot mess. What have I done? I stare into the yellow liquid, seeing my distorted reflection. If James is already done with me, what happens Monday? Will there be awkward glances? Will he call me into his office to formally end whatever this is? Or worse, will he suggest that perhaps I'm not a good fit for the company after all? My reputation, my career, my future, all potentially destroyed because I couldn't resist the pull of attraction, the intoxicating feeling of being desired by a man like James Sambridge. You know that feeling when a book pulls you in, wraps around you, and refuses to let go? When the tension is so thick, you swear you can feel it?
Welcome to 30 Sinfully Addictive Romance Audiobooks that will ruin your sleep.
Wow, I wasn't ready for this. One chapter in, and I'm already hooked.
Oh, you thought this was just another audiobook collection. No, sweetheart. This is the Dirty 30. Forbidden love, dangerous desires, billionaires with secrets, bad boys who bite back. And every last word is dripped in temptation.
I thought I could just listen to one chapter before bed. Now it's 2 a.m. and I need answers. Need.
So what are you waiting for? Click the link. Start listening. Let the Dirty 30 ruin you in the best way possible.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 16, James. I swirl the Macallan whiskey in my crystal tumbler, watching the amber liquid catch the late afternoon sun. The ice clinks softly against the glass, a welcome sound compared to the incessant chatter that's been filling my ears for the past 40 minutes. And then in Monaco, you wouldn't believe the yacht party I attended. The prince was there, and he actually remembered me from the charity gala in New York last year. Vivian crosses her long legs on my Italian leather couch, her Louboutin dangling precariously from her toes. I take a slow sip, letting the whiskey burn a path down my throat. Fascinating. You're not even listening, James. She pouts, running a manicured finger along the rim of her champagne flute. I'm listening. Monaco, yacht, prince. I count off on my fingers. What more do you want from me, Vivian? The question hangs heavy in the air between us. What does she want? More importantly, why is my ex-wife sitting in my Lakeview mansion on a Thursday afternoon, detailing her extravagant European escapades as if we're still married? As if she didn't cheat on me, which destroyed our already failing marriage. Vivian smooths her already perfect blonde hair. I missed Connecticut. The city was getting too predictable. And Lakeview isn't? I arch an eyebrow. Not when you're here. Her blue eyes lock onto mine, a predatory gleam that I recognize all too well. I stand abruptly, moving to the bar to refill my drink. Don't start, Viv. Start what? She follows me, her perfume still the same Chanel No. 5, invading my space. Is it so hard to believe I might have regrets? That I've had time to reflect on what I threw away? The reflection should have happened before you screwed Brad or Chad or whatever his name was. Todd. She has the audacity to correct me, then places a hand on my arm. It was a mistake, Jimmy. I shake off her touch. A mistake is ordering the wrong coffee. What you did was a choice. Multiple choices, actually, over a very long period of time. People change. Not you. Not in the ways that matter. I move back to my chair, putting distance between us. This isn't happening, Vivian. Not now. Not ever again. She tilts her head, studying me with narrowed eyes. There's someone else, isn't there? My grip tightens on the tumbler. Sydney's face flashes in my mind, her bright smile, those intelligent brown eyes, the way her curls bounce when she laughs. There's no way I'm letting someone as vindictive and toxic as Vivian sink her claws into Sydney. My personal life is no longer your concern. I keep my voice even, non-committal. Vivian laughs, the sound sharp like breaking glass. Oh my God, there absolutely is. Who is she? Someone from the country club? One of those boring socialites from the city? Drop it. She must be young. You always did say you wanted someone who wasn't jaded by life yet. Vivian picks up her champagne again, studying me over the rim. 20-something. Fresh out of college with stars in her eyes about dating a powerful CEO. My jaw clenches. I'm not doing this with you. Is it serious? She presses, her voice losing its playful edge. Because if it's just another fling, Jimmy. Don't call me that. Then maybe you should consider what we had, what we could have again. I know your patterns, James. I know how quickly you get bored. I drain my whiskey, slamming the glass down harder than intended. You know nothing about me anymore. I know everything about you. She steps closer, invading my space again. I know you're hiding her identity from me, which means she matters. Or... Her eyes widen slightly. She's someone I might know? Someone inappropriate? Vivian's always been too perceptive for her own good or mine. She's none of your business, and I'd appreciate it if you kept your amateur detective work to yourself. She smirks, victory in her eyes. Oh, I'll find out sooner or later. This town isn't that big, and people talk. They especially talk to me whenever I'm waving a wad of cash around. A cold knot forms in my stomach. Vivian's not wrong. Lakeview thrives on gossip. My ex-wife has always had a gift for extracting information. If word gets out about Sydney and me, it could complicate things dramatically. Vivian would be the type to hold this over my head, blackmailing me into doing whatever she wanted. I think it's time for you to leave, I say, my voice dropping to that tone that makes board members straighten in their chairs. This conversation is over. Vivian's smile falters for a microsecond before returning full force. She moves toward me with practiced grace, like a lioness stalking her prey. Come on, Jimmy. Don't be like that. Her fingers trail up my arm across my shoulder. Remember how good we were together? Before things got complicated? I catch her wrist before she can touch my face. The only complication was your inability to honor our marriage vows. Ancient history. She leans in, her breath warm against my neck. I can make you forget all about this new girl. One night with me, and you'll remember what you've been missing. The scent of her perfume, once intoxicating, now makes my stomach turn. Bile threatens to inch up my throat. I step back, creating distance between us. Not interested. I gesture toward the door. I have work to do, and you have whatever the hell it is you do these days. Her face transforms, the seductive smile morphing into something harder, colder. This is the real Vivian, the one behind the carefully crafted facade. You think you can just dismiss me? After I came all this way? She snatches her designer purse from the couch. You used to be more fun, James. Success has made you boring. And divorce has made me wiser. I don't bother hiding my impatience now. The door is that way. She slips on her sunglasses, expensive and oversized. This little rejection act is cute. Playing hard to get always was your specialty. It's not an act. It's a boundary. One you keep trying to cross. Because boundaries are made to be crossed. She steps closer again, her hand sliding up my chest. Especially between us. I gently but firmly remove her hand. There is no us, Vivian. There hasn't been for a long time. Something dangerous flashes in her eyes. A look I recognize from our worst arguments, right before she'd go for the jugular with words sharper than knives. You know what? Damn you, James! Her perfectly controlled voice cracks slightly. I was doing you a favor, offering myself to you again. Do you know how many men would kill to be in your position right now? Then go find one of them. I'm sure they're lined up around the block. Her face contorts with genuine anger. You think you're so above it all now, don't you? The great James Sambridge in his lakeside mansion, too good for the woman who stood by him when he was nothing but an ambitious nobody with big dreams. You stood by me until something shinier came along. I check my watch pointedly. Now, if we're done with this stroll down selective memory lane, you don't want to make an enemy of me, James. Her tone shifts from wounded to threatening in an instant. Not while I'm staying in Lakeview for the summer. I laugh, but there's no humor in it. Is that a threat, Viv? It's a reality check. She adjusts her designer blouse. I still have friends here. People who owe me favors. People who tell me things. Her perfectly painted lips curve into a smile. I wonder what they'd tell me about your new little plaything. The knot in my stomach tightens. I keep my face neutral, but my fists clench at my sides. Don't push me on this, I warn quietly. Or what? She tosses her hair back. You'll do nothing because that's what you've always done when it comes to me. Nothing. She heads for the door but pauses with her hand on the knob. Remember, Jimmy, I built half of your social connections in this town. I can tear them down just as easily. Whatever you're hiding or whoever I'll find out. I follow her to the door. Goodbye, Vivian. She blows me a kiss as she struts to her white Mercedes convertible. I watch from the doorway, my jaw clenched so tight it aches as she pulls away down my winding driveway. When she's finally gone, I exhale slowly and close the door. My phone burns in my pocket. I want to call Sydney, warn her that Vivian is back and digging for information. But what would I say? Hey, by the way, my vindictive ex-wife is in town and probably going to try to ruin our relationship? I pour another whiskey, larger this time. Sydney and I have been careful. We've only been seeing each other at work. We haven't even tried going out on a proper date together. And I know it's been bothering her. I know she doesn't like this secretiveness, but it's for the good of our relationship. Now, I'm not sure I can risk being seen too close to her anymore. Perhaps some distance will do us good. It'll throw off the scent. It'll make Vivian's attempts at getting more information difficult. And I can only hope Sydney will understand this when it's all said and done.
Chapter 17. Sydney. I stabbed my salad with more force than necessary, the plastic fork bending slightly under the pressure. The break room buzzes with the usual lunch hour chatter, but all I can focus on is the sound of deep, masculine laughter coming from the coffee station. James's laugh, not directed at me. Sydney, you murdered that cucumber? What did it ever do to you? Ray waves his hand in front of my face, his expression a mixture of amusement and concern. Sorry, I mutter, forcing myself to meet Ray's blue eyes instead of continuing to track James in my peripheral vision. Just thinking about the Carson project deadline. Ray takes a bite of his sandwich and speaks through a half-full mouth. That's not due for 3 weeks. Try again. I sip my coffee, grateful for the momentary shield the mug provides. Ray knows me too well after a few weeks of working side by side in marketing. What he doesn't know is that I've been sleeping with our CEO. And now that same CEO, who couldn't keep his hands off whenever we found ourselves alone, has barely acknowledged my existence this past week. Nothing important, just my words die as James's laugh rings out again. I can't help myself. My eyes drift over to where he stands, his tall frame leaning slightly toward Linda, who's touching his arm as she giggles at whatever he's saying. Something hot and ugly twists in my stomach. Linda, with her perfect blonde hair and her pencil skirts and her hand on James's arm. Wow, Ray says, following my gaze. If looks could kill, HR would need a replacement. I snap my attention back to my salad. I don't know what you're talking about. Please, you're glaring at Linda like she stole your parking spot. What's that about? Nothing. I stab another cucumber. She just irritates me. Ray snorts. Linda irritates everyone. That's literally her job in HR. The only person I like in that department is Emma. I force a laugh, but it sounds hollow even to my own ears. James and I had agreed to keep things quiet. A 26-year-old black woman dating the 47-year-old white CEO? The office gossip mill would explode, not to mention the professional complications. We'd been so careful. But careful doesn't explain why he's been outright ignoring me during these past few days, and why his texts have become increasingly sparse and formal. Or why he's spending his lunch break making Linda Thompson laugh, instead of finding an excuse to pull me into his office like he used to. Seriously, Sydney, what's going on with you lately? Ray's voice drops lower, genuine concern etched across his features. You've been distracted, not your usual self. I push my salad away, appetite gone. Just stressed, I guess. Behind Ray, I see James check his watch. His eyes sweep the break room and land on me for a split second. No smile, no acknowledgement. He turns and walks out with Linda trailing behind him. You know what? I say, suddenly desperate to think about anything else. The summer festival is this weekend. Want to go? They've got that beer garden I've been wanting to check out. Ray's face lights up. Hell yeah. Trevor's been talking about those food trucks for weeks. Mind if he joins? The more the merrier. I force brightness into my voice. Maybe a day with Ray is exactly what I need. Sunshine, friendship, beer, music, a world that has nothing to do with secret office relationships or silver-haired CEOs who run hot and cold. Great! We can meet there around noon on Saturday? Ray gathers his lunch trash, crumpling his sandwich wrapper. Perfect. I nod, already feeling a tiny weight lift from my shoulders. A plan, something to look forward to, something to distract me from obsessing over why James has pulled away. Ray stands to leave but hesitates. You know you can talk to me about anything, right? If something's bothering you. For a moment, I considered telling him everything. How James and I met at the harbor front, and things have only escalated from there. How his touch makes me forget our age difference and company policies, and everything else that says we shouldn't work. How terrified I am that whatever we had is slipping through my fingers before I've even figured out what to call it. Instead, I smile. I know, just need to blow off some steam this weekend. Summer festival it is then. Ray gives my shoulder a gentle squeeze before heading back to his desk. I remain in the break room, slowly finishing my coffee and wondering how I'm supposed to make it through the rest of the day, pretending I don't care that James Sambridge has apparently decided I'm no longer worth his time. I throw myself into work for the rest of the afternoon, pretending the Carson project is suddenly the most fascinating thing in the world. Every pixel adjustment, every word choice in the copy becomes a welcome distraction from the gnawing feeling in my chest. My phone stays silent. No texts, no calls, no meeting requests. Sydney, did you hear me? I blink and look up to find Emma standing beside my desk, her expression concerned. Sorry, what was that? I asked if you got the email about the team building workshop next Thursday. We need final head counts by tomorrow. Emma tucks a strand of dark hair behind her ear, studying me a bit too closely. Oh, yeah, I'll be there. Just forgot to respond. I force a smile. Thanks for the reminder. She doesn't leave immediately, instead perching on the edge of my desk. You okay? You seem a little distracted. Just focused. Big project. I gesture vaguely at my computer screen, which currently displays a half-edited marketing deck. Emma lowers her voice. If you ever need someone to talk to who isn't technically your coworker, I'm here. Sometimes work stuff can get complicated. For a second, I wonder if she knows something. Has she noticed the tension between James and me? Is there already office gossip? But her expression shows nothing but genuine kindness. Thanks, Emma. I appreciate that. She smiles and stands. My pleasure. Oh, I almost forgot why I came by. Linda asked me to drop these off for your department. She places a stack of forms on my desk. Benefits enrollment updates. Just hearing Linda's name sends a wave of unease through me. Linda couldn't bring them herself? The words come out sharper than intended. Emma raises an eyebrow. She's in a meeting with James, budget review or something. Of course she is. Right, thanks. I take the forms without looking at them, suddenly desperate for Emma to leave before she picks up on the irrational jealousy I can feel burning in my body. After Emma walks away, I pull up my email and find 3 new messages from James, all work-related, all addressed to the entire marketing team, all formal and detached. What happened to the man who would send me private messages with double meanings that made me fidget at my desk? Who would find excuses to call me into his office, locking the door behind me? My cursor hovers over the new message button. I could just ask him, why are you ignoring me? Did I do something wrong? Are you spending time with Linda now? God, I sound pathetic even in my own head. I close my email without writing anything. By Thursday, the situation has only worsened. Twice I've rounded corners to find James and Linda huddled in conversation, both times ending with them abruptly changing the subject when they notice me. During the marketing strategy meeting, James directed most of his questions to Ray instead of me, even though I'm the lead on the Carson project. I've gone from concern to hurt, to anger, and back again, cycling through emotions like a demented carousel. Coming to grab coffee? Ray asks, pausing by my desk. The good creamer just got restocked. I glance at my nearly empty mug. Sure. We walk toward the break room, but I freeze in the doorway. James and Linda are already there. Linda laughing at something while James stirs his coffee. His sleeve is rolled up, exposing his forearm, the same forearm I had traced with my fingertips in his bedroom during that one Friday night. On second thought, I muttered to Ray, I should finish this design comp first. Ray looks confused but doesn't argue as I retreat to my desk. Back at my computer, I pull up James's contact information on my phone. My thumbs hover over the keyboard. What would I even say? Are you sleeping with Linda now? Did I bore you already? Was this all just a game to you? Or worse, I miss you. I thought we had something real. Please tell me what's happening. The vulnerability terrifies me. If I confront him and he confirms my worst fears, I'd still have to see him every day. Still have to maintain professionalism. Still have to pretend my heart isn't cracking. But if I say nothing and just let whatever we had fade away without a fight, I put my phone down without sending anything. Opening my desk drawer, I pull out a pack of gum to distract myself from the tightness in my throat. Getting emotional at work is not an option. I've worked too hard to get this position to risk it all over a man. The sound of laughter filters down the hallway. Linda's voice, followed by James's deeper tone. My stomach clenches. Maybe there's nothing to fight for anyway.
Chapter 18. James. The Redmond Quarterly reports blur together on my screen, numbers and projections swimming before my eyes. I rub my temples, willing myself to focus, but my mind keeps drifting to Sydney's office. For a week, I've orchestrated an elaborate dance of avoidance, rescheduling our usual meetings, sending emails instead of stopping by her office, taking lunch at odd hours, all to keep my distance, to keep her safe. My phone buzzes with another text from Vivian. Third one today. Dinner tonight? For old time's sake. I switched the phone to silent without responding and checked the time. 5:47 p.m. Most of the staff has cleared out for the day, leaving that particular emptiness of an office after hours, the hum of air conditioning suddenly more noticeable, footsteps echoing down vacant hallways. This can't continue. The look on Sydney's face when I dodged her in the break room yesterday, confusion giving way to hurt. I'm protecting her, but she doesn't know that. I loosen my tie and stand. Decision made. The walk to Sydney's office feels longer than usual, each step heavier than the last. Her door is ajar, warm light spilling into the hallway. I pause before knocking, watching her for a moment. Sydney sits at her desk, focus absolute as she types, her fingers dancing across the keyboard. Her curls are piled high on her head, a few rebellious strands framing her face. Even in the harsh office lighting, her skin glows. My chest tightens. I knock softly on the doorframe. She looks up, those expressive brown eyes widening in surprise before narrowing slightly. Mr. Sambridge, this is unexpected. The formality stings. Do you have a minute? Do I? Her voice is cool, professional. You've been too busy for me all week, so I assumed my time wasn't valuable to you anymore. I step inside and close the door behind me. Can I sit? Sydney gestures to the chair across from her desk, her movements stiff. She crosses her arms and leans back, creating distance between us. You're working late, I say, searching for a way in. The quarterly marketing projections don't write themselves, especially when my boss keeps canceling our strategy meetings. I deserve that. I know I've been distant this week. Distant? Sydney laughs, but there's no humor in it. You practically dove into a supply closet yesterday when you saw me coming down the hall. That's beyond distant, James. That's avoidance. Her use of my first name gives me hope. Whatever she's feeling, we haven't completely regressed to employer and employee. I've been protecting you, I say, leaning forward. Sydney's eyebrow arches skeptically. From what? Meetings? Conversations? Basic professional courtesy? From my ex-wife. That gets her attention. The anger doesn't leave her eyes, but curiosity joins it. Vivian is in Lakeview. The name feels bitter on my tongue. She showed up at my house recently, unannounced, uninvited, and unwelcome. Sydney uncrosses her arms, her expression softening slightly. Why would your ex-wife showing up mean you need to avoid me at work? Because she's trying to figure out who I'm seeing. I run a hand through my hair, frustration building as I recall Vivian's probing questions. I've learned that she pumped the barista at the Morning Brew for information, cornered my housekeeper and tried to bribe her. She's even been hanging around the Redmond parking lot. Why would she do that? Control, spite, entertainment. I count off the reasons on my fingers. Take your pick. Our divorce wasn't exactly amicable, and Vivian doesn't handle rejection well. Sydney's eyes search mine. So you've been avoiding me to protect my identity from your ex-wife? Vivian is... I pause, searching for the right word. Vindictive. When she feels wronged, she lashes out. I've seen her deliberately crash careers over perceived slights. The thought of her focusing that energy on you. I shake my head. I couldn't risk it. You could have told me. The ice in Sydney's voice begins to thaw, but the hurt remains. Instead of making me feel like I'd done something wrong, like what happened between us was a mistake you were trying to forget. My stomach drops. You thought that? What was I supposed to think? One weekend you're telling me you can't get enough of me, and the next you won't even look at me. I reach across her desk, palm up in invitation. After a moment's hesitation, she places her hand in mine. The contact sends warmth through me, a reminder of everything I've denied myself this week. I handled this badly, I admit, tracing my thumb across her knuckles. I was trying to protect you, but I hurt you instead. That's the last thing I wanted. Sydney sighs, her fingers tightening around mine. I appreciate you wanting to protect me, but I don't need to be kept in the dark to be kept safe. You're right. My free hand closes into a fist on my thigh, out of her sight. I should have come to you first. Instead of making decisions for both of us, I should have trusted you with the truth. The words feel inadequate, pale shadows of the remorse churning inside me. Her fingers remain in mine, but there's a new hesitancy to her touch that wasn't there before. I'm sorry, Sydney. Truly. I lean forward, willing her to see the sincerity in my eyes. Can we move past this? I promise. No more unilateral decisions. No more distance. Sydney withdraws her hand from mine, the loss of contact immediate and jarring. She tucks an errant curl behind her ear, a gesture I've come to recognize as a signal she's processing, thinking deeply. I don't know, James. Her voice is quiet, measured. This whole situation, it's complicated. Relationships often are, I offer with a smile that feels too tight on my face. But we can make it work. She stands abruptly, crossing to the window that overlooks downtown Lakeview, its shops and restaurants coming alive in the early summer evening. The dying sunlight catches in her curls, turning them to burnished gold at the edges. Can we? She doesn't turn to face me. Your ex-wife is stalking your love life. You're my boss. We've been sneaking around for barely a month, and already there's this drama. I join her at the window, careful to maintain a respectable distance, close enough to convey intimacy, not so close as to crowd her. I know it's not ideal. It's not just not ideal. Sydney sighs, the sound weighted with something that makes my chest constrict. Being kept in the shadows isn't what I want out of a romance, James. I've done the secret relationship thing before. Being someone's dirty little secret. It hollows you out over time. That's not what this is, I protest, perhaps too quickly. You're not a secret because I'm ashamed, or because I don't take us seriously. It's just temporary until... Until what? Now she does turn, those expressive eyes challenging me. Until Vivian goes away? Until I'm not your employee anymore? Until the timing is better? Each question lands like a blow because I don't have answers. Not good ones, anyway. I need to think about all this. She crosses her arms, creating a physical barrier between us. Figure out what I want, what I'm willing to risk. Risk. The word hangs between us, heavy with implication. I'm losing her. I can feel it happening, see it in the way she's pulled herself inward, away from me. Sydney, please. My voice comes out rougher than intended. Whatever you need to figure out, we can do it together. I'll find a solution. I'll talk to Vivian, tell her to back off. Hell, I'll take out a full-page ad in the Lakeview Gazette declaring my feelings for you if that's what it takes. The joke falls flat. Sydney's expression doesn't soften. I don't need grand gestures, James. I need... She pauses, seeming to search for the words. I need to know that I'm not walking into something that's going to blow up my life, my career, my heart. I would never hurt you. The desperation I feel bleeds into my voice. Not intentionally, no. Her smile is sad, and somehow that's worse than anger. But good intentions aren't always enough. She turns back to her desk, signaling an end to the conversation. I should finish these projections, and you should go home. I stand there, half turned toward the door, but unable to make myself leave. God damn it, Sambridge. You've messed this up royally. 1 week of playing the noble protector, and you've managed to push away the one person who's made you feel alive in years. James. Her voice is soft but firm. Please, I need space. I nod, swallowing back all the things I want to say, promises I can't be sure I can keep, reassurances that sound hollow even in my own mind. Take all the time you need, I manage. I'll be here when you're ready to talk. The walk back to my office feels like traversing a desert, each step draining what little hope I'd carried with me to her door.
Chapter 19. Sydney. The summer festival in Lakeview buzzes with excitement as Ray, Trevor, and I weave through the crowd. Colorful banners flutter overhead, and the scent of funnel cake and grilled corn fill the air. After a hectic work week I've had, I desperately need this escape. Sydney? Ray waves his freckled hand in front of my face. I asked if you wanted cotton candy or funnel cake first. I blink, returning to the present. Sorry, zoned out for a second. Let's go with funnel cake, extra powdered sugar. That's my girl. Ray drapes his arm around my shoulder, his towering 6'4" frame making me feel tiny despite my 5'7" height. His red hair catches the sunlight, making it look like copper fire. Trevor rolls his eyes. You two are disgusting. Like watching siblings flirt. Jealousy is so unattractive, Trev. I stick out my tongue at him as Ray guides us toward the food stalls. And we're not flirting. That would be ridiculous. Totally ridiculous, Ray adds on with a grin. The festival grounds stretch across Lakeview's Central Park, transformed into a wonderland of game booths, food vendors, and a small stage where a local band plays cover songs just well enough to be enjoyable without demanding attention. We join the line for funnel cake, surrounded by families with sticky-faced children and couples holding hands. A pang hits my chest watching a couple share a kiss by the lemonade stand. James and I could never be so casual, so public. Who pissed in your Cheerios? Trevor asks, nudging me with his elbow. You look like someone canceled Christmas. I force a smile. Just hungry. You know how I get. Hangry Sydney is a force of nature, Ray agrees, rubbing his stomach. Remember when she nearly bit my head off during that deadline for the Hartman account? I apologized with donuts the next day. I protest. The conversation shifts to work gossip as we collect our funnel cake and find a picnic table. I take a bite, letting the sweetness melt on my tongue, determined to be present in this moment, rather than dwelling on what I can't have. Drink? Trevor holds up a flask he smuggled into the festival. Little something to take the edge off? God, yes. I accept the flask, taking a swig of what turns out to be surprisingly good whiskey. It burns pleasantly down my throat, warming my chest. Damn, Trevor, the good stuff today? Only the best for my favorite marketing witches. He winks, passing the flask to Ray. 3 hours later, we're buzzed and laughing, having made our way through half the games at the festival. I'm carrying a ridiculous stuffed purple octopus that Ray won by knocking over milk bottles. I shall name him Edgar, I announce, holding the plush creature aloft. Edgar the octopus, marketing assistant extraordinaire. He can sit with Zoe. Edgar needs better tentacle management, Ray snorts, adjusting one that's flopping over my face. The sun has deepened his freckles, scattered like cinnamon across his nose and cheeks. We stop at the ring toss, where Trevor attempts to impress a group of women by betting he can land 3 rings in one throw. He fails spectacularly. Smooth operator, I whisper to Ray, who nearly spits out his beer laughing. For a few blissful hours, I don't think about James. I don't think about how we used to meet in his office, with the blinds drawn, or how we pretend not to know each other too well in meetings. I don't agonize over whether our relationship is just a temporary thrill or something that could survive in the daylight. You're doing it again, Ray says softly, as Trevor stands in line for more beer. Disappearing inside that head of yours. I sigh. Just work stuff. Nonsense. Ray's green eyes narrow. You've been weird for weeks now. Not bad weird, just secretive weird. Can a girl have mysteries? I twirl one of Edgar's tentacles around my finger. Not from me. She can't. Ray bumps his shoulder against mine. But I'll wait until you're ready to spill. Just know whatever it is, I've got your back. The simple statement almost breaks me. How would Ray react if he knew I was sleeping with the CEO? Would he still have my back? Or would he see me differently? Trevor returns with 3 beers and news of a water balloon toss competition about to start. So you guys doing the water balloon thing? Trevor asks, his eyes already locked on the competition area where people are lining up in pairs. Ray grins, rubbing his hands together. Hell yes. I was county champion 3 summers in a row. That's not a real thing. I laugh, shaking my head. The beer in my hand is still cold, condensation dripping down the side. Is too. I have medals. Ray puffs out his chest with mock pride. Well, participation ribbons, but they're basically the same thing. The judges were clearly biased against my superior throwing technique. Trevor slaps Ray on the back. Let's go claim our spot before all the good positions are taken. You coming, Sid? I glance at the gathering crowd, feeling a sudden need for space. The whiskey buzz is fading, and the noise is starting to grate on my nerves. James's name keeps flashing in my mind like a warning light, making it hard to focus on anything else. I need a minute to breathe, to sort through the mess in my head. I think I'll pass on getting soaked. You two go ahead. I'll catch up in a bit. I wave Edgar's tentacle at them. Edgar and I need some cotton candy anyway. Plus, I'd hate to show up your championship skills, Ray. Wouldn't want to damage your fragile ego. Your loss, Ray calls over his shoulder as Trevor drags him toward the competition. I watch them go, a fond smile playing on my lips. The crowd swallows them up, leaving me momentarily alone amidst the festival chaos. I exhale, shoulders dropping an inch. It's been fun, but the constant performance of being regular Sydney is exhausting when I'm carrying around secrets. As I turn toward the cotton candy stand, the hair on the back of my neck prickles. That distinct feeling of being watched crawls across my skin. I scan the crowd, squinting against the late afternoon sun, and freeze. James. He stands near a craft booth, looking entirely out of place in his casual wear. Designer jeans and a simple button-down with the sleeves rolled up to reveal tanned forearms. Even dressed down, he radiates CEO energy. His jaw is tight, eyes narrowed, tracking every movement as I clutch my ridiculous purple octopus. He doesn't look happy. No. What I see on his face is unmistakable jealousy, simmering beneath his composed exterior. Has he been watching me all afternoon? Seen me laughing with Ray, sharing drinks? The casual touches and inside jokes. I turn abruptly, heading in the opposite direction. My heart hammers against my ribs as I weave through the crowd, ducking past a balloon artist and narrowly avoiding a child with an ice cream cone. I need to get somewhere quieter before he... Sydney? His voice, deep and commanding, stops me in my tracks. I'm at the edge of the festival now, near the line of food trucks parked along the perimeter. Fewer people mill about here, most drawn to the water balloon toss starting on the main lawn. I turn slowly, feigning surprise. James, what are you doing here? In 3 long strides, he closes the distance between us. His hand wraps gently but firmly around my wrist, pulling me into the narrow alley between 2 food trucks. My back meets the cool metal siding, and suddenly he's right there. One arm braced above my head, effectively pinning me in place with his presence alone. Who were those men? His voice is quiet but intense, eyes searching mine. Seriously? You should know them by now. They're on the marketing team at Redmond. I clutch Edgar tighter, using the plush toy as a buffer between us. And they're my friends, Ray and Trevor. The redhead seemed quite comfortable with his arm around you. His gaze drops to my lips for a fraction of a second. Very friendly. That's because we are friends. That's what friends do. I roll my eyes, frustrated by the caveman routine despite the flutter in my stomach at his proximity. And since when do you have the right to question who I spend time with? James's jaw tightens. I don't like seeing you with other men. Well, last I checked, we're not technically even a couple. The words come out sharper than intended, but I stand my ground. We're what, James? Secret office lovers? Convenient stress relief? You don't get to be jealous when you haven't even defined what we are. His eyes darken, the muscle in his jaw working. For a moment, we're locked in a standoff, tension crackling between us like electricity before a storm. The tension between us grows thick, and I'm wondering, just for a moment, if James feels the same way that I do. Despite everything, despite the things he's been putting me through, I still want him. And I'm hoping desperately that he wants me too.
Chapter 20. James. I narrow my eyes at the ridiculous purple octopus cradled in Sydney's arms. The damn thing has 8 tentacles, beady eyes, and the misfortune of being a gift from one of her so-called colleagues. The stuffed toy represents everything that's driving me insane right now, other men having the freedom to present her with tokens of affection, while I've been relegated to the shadows. So what? You've been following me around all afternoon like some possessive ghost. Sydney's voice cuts through the festival noise surrounding our little alleyway sanctuary. And now you're cornering me between food trucks? Seriously, James? The scent of barbecue and grilled food mingles around us, creating a jarring contrast to the tension crackling between our bodies. I rake a hand through my hair, feeling humidity making it curl at the edges despite this morning's careful styling. I wasn't following you. I was giving you space while... I gesture toward the main thoroughfare of the festival where her friends are probably still wandering, while Trevor and Ray monopolized your entire afternoon, so it seems. God damn it, James. I told you already. They're my colleagues and friends. She clutches that purple monstrosity tighter. Is that what this is about? This ridiculous jealousy because Ray won me a carnival prize? A muscle twitches in my jaw. The way he was looking at you didn't scream just colleagues to me. And what exactly gives you the right? Her eyes flash with indignation, dark and fierce in the shadowed space between the trucks. What gives you the right to act jealous when you've spent the last month sneaking around with me like I'm your dirty little secret? The words hit their mark with precision. My chest tightens, not with anger, but with the uncomfortable recognition of truth. That's not fair, Sydney. Isn't it? We sleep together. You tell me all these sweet things when we're alone, but God forbid anyone actually sees us together in public. She shifts the stuffed octopus to her hip like it's a shield. You've been watching me with this thundercloud expression, making me feel guilty for having fun with my friends, when you're too much of a coward to even hold my hand where someone might see us. The festival sounds seem to amplify in the silence that follows. Laughter from passing families, music from the bandstand, the sizzle of meat on grills. The normalcy surrounding our private battlefield feels absurd. I'm not ashamed of you, I say, keeping my voice low, even though it proves her point. Actions speak louder than words, James. And your actions scream that whatever this is between us, it isn't something you want people knowing about. I take a step closer, narrowing the gap between us. That's not it. Then what is it? She doesn't back away, standing her ground even in this narrow space. Because from where I'm standing, you want all the benefits of having me in your life without any of the commitment or transparency. The accusation slices through my defenses. In the last month since Sydney walked into my life, I've compartmentalized our relationship into a private sanctuary, separated from the complications of my public persona, my company, my recent divorce. The arrangement made sense to me, protected both of us from scrutiny. But watching her today, seeing other men freely interact with her while I maintained a careful distance, something primitive and possessive had awakened. You think I want to hide you? I lower my voice, fighting the urge to reach for her. Do you have any idea how hard it was watching Ray win you that ridiculous octopus? Watching him touch your shoulder, whisper in your ear, pretending I didn't want to drag you away from them? Then why didn't you? Her challenge hangs in the air. Why didn't you come over and introduce yourself like a normal person instead of glowering from across the fairgrounds? Because I start, then stop, frustrated by my own inability to articulate the tangled mess of emotion she stirs in me. It's complicated. No, it's really not. Sydney shifts her weight, the stuffed octopus dangling from her fingertips now. Either you want a real relationship, one you're not afraid for people to know about, or you don't. But you don't get to have it both ways. You don't get to hide me away and then act jealous when other men treat me like I'm available. Her words land like unexpected blows, precise and painful in their accuracy. Sydney's face hardens and she turns to leave. I'm going back to my friends, people who actually want to be seen with me. My hand shoots out before I can stop it, fingers encircling her wrist. The sudden contact sends electricity through my skin. The steady thrum of her pulse beneath my thumb reminds me of other moments. Her heartbeat against my chest in the privacy of my office at Redmond, the rhythm quickening as we move together. Let go, James. Her voice wavers slightly, betraying the conviction in her words. No. The syllable comes out rougher than intended, scraping past the tightness in my throat. Not until you hear me out. She turns back, challenge flaring in those deep brown eyes that have haunted my dreams since the moment we met. The purple octopus dangles from her other hand, a garish reminder of another man's attention. Something snaps inside me. I reach down and snatch the stuffed toy from her grasp, flinging it to the ground with more force than necessary. It lands in a pathetic heap, beady eyes staring up accusingly from the dirt. James, what the hell? I don't let her finish. My hands cup her face, fingertips sliding into the softness of her curls, thumbs brushing against the warmth of her cheeks. Her skin feels like velvet beneath my touch, familiar yet thrilling. I pull her to me, closing the distance between us with a desperation that surprises even me. When my lips crash against hers, the world narrows to this single point of contact. Her surprise lasts only a fraction of a second before she's kissing me back with equal fervor, her free hand fisting in the material of my shirt. The taste of her floods my senses immediately. I back her against the metal siding of the food truck, one hand sliding down to grip her waist, pulling her tighter against me. The heat of her body sears through the thin fabric of her summer dress, igniting something molten in my core. She moans softly against my mouth, and I take advantage, deepening the kiss, my tongue sliding against hers in a familiar dance that still manages to feel brand new. Her arms wrap around my neck, fingers tangling in my hair, tugging slightly in that way she knows drives me wild. I break away from her lips to trail kisses down the column of her throat, tasting salt and sunshine on her skin. "James!" she gasps, her voice barely audible above the festival noise that somehow seems both infinitely distant and too close. "People might see." I lift my head, meeting her gaze. Her lips are swollen from my kisses, her pupils dilated with desire, her breathing ragged. She's never looked more beautiful. "Let them," I growl before capturing her mouth again. Her surprised inhale is swallowed by our kiss. My hands roam her body with possessive intent, relearning curves I've memorized in darkened rooms. This time, though, we're bathed in afternoon sunlight, hidden only by the narrow space between vendor stalls. Anyone could walk by. Anyone could see. And for the first time since we began this dance between us, I don't give a damn. When we finally pull apart, both breathing hard, I keep her close, unwilling to surrender even an inch of space between us. Her eyes search mine, confusion and hope warring in their depths. "I don't want to hide anymore," I say, my voice rough with emotion. "You're the best thing that's happened to me in a long time, Sydney, and I don't intend on losing you." Her lips part in surprise, a small exhale escaping them. Something vulnerable flashes across her features, something that makes my chest tighten painfully. "I mean it." My thumb traces the outline of her lower lip, still damp from our kisses. "I've been a coward, protecting myself from gossip, from office politics, from the fallout of my divorce. But none of that matters if it means pushing you away." The sounds of the festival continue around us, children laughing, music playing, food sizzling on grills, but in our small sanctuary between food trucks, time seems suspended, waiting for her response. Sydney's eyes flicker with something I can't quite read, hope mixed with doubt, maybe. She shifts slightly in my arms, not pulling away, but creating just enough space for a real conversation. My body already misses the press of hers against me. "What about your job, James? Your reputation?" Her voice drops to nearly a whisper, intimate despite the carnival chaos surrounding us. "What about both our careers? If people find out the CEO is sleeping with the marketing director, the question lands like a stone in still water, rippling outward with complications I've been avoiding for weeks." She's right to ask. The company has strict policies about relationships between management levels. Policies I helped write years ago, ironically enough. The board would have a field day with this, the newly divorced CEO rebounding with a much younger employee. The tabloids would be even worse. I exhale slowly, my hand still resting at the curve of her waist, unwilling to break contact completely. I've spent too much of my life making decisions based on what other people might think. I trace small circles with my thumb against the fabric of her dress, feeling the warmth of her skin beneath. Years in a marriage that looked perfect on paper but left me hollow inside. A child's laughter erupts nearby, followed by the distinctive pop of a balloon. The juxtaposition of innocent joy against our complicated adult realities isn't lost on me. I don't want to pretend anymore, Sydney. Not with you. I brush a stray curl from her face, letting my fingers linger at her temple. But I also don't want to make unilateral decisions that affect both our futures. Her brows draw together slightly. What are you saying exactly? I'm saying I don't want to make that decision alone. My voice comes out steadier than I feel. If going public means rethinking our professional arrangement, then we should figure that out together. If it means finding creative solutions or making tough choices, we do that together too. The tension in her shoulders eases slightly, but her expression remains guarded. So we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. She tilts her head, skepticism coloring her tone. That sounds suspiciously like kicking the can down the road, James. I can't help the small smile that tugs at my lips. This is what drew me to her from the start. Her unflinching willingness to call me on my nonsense. Unlike the years of yes-men and sycophants that surrounded me as I climbed the corporate ladder, Sydney has never hesitated to challenge me. No, it's not about avoidance. I take her hand, interlacing our fingers deliberately. It's about partnership. I'm not saying we hide indefinitely. I'm saying we decide together, strategically, how and when to navigate this. On our terms, not because I had a jealous fit at a summer festival. She glances down at our joined hands, then back up to my face. And in the meantime, I stop treating you like some dirty secret. I lift our hands, pressing her knuckles to my lips in a gesture that feels both old-fashioned and significant. I don't know exactly what that looks like yet, but I know I'm done staying in the shadows while other men circle around you. Her lips curve into the hint of a smile. So this is about Ray and the octopus. Damn Ray and his octopus, I mutter, making her laugh. The sound lightens something in my chest. But no, it's not just about him. It's about us. About doing right by you. About not letting fear dictate how I live my life anymore. She studies me for a long moment, measuring the truth in my words. I let her look, keeping my expression open despite the vulnerability it creates. At 47, I've spent decades perfecting the art of the poker face in boardrooms across the country. But here, with Sydney, I want to be seen. We figure it out together, she repeats finally, testing the words. Together, I confirm, feeling something shift between us. Something that feels dangerously like promise. No more hiding in plain sight. No more pretending we don't know each other when we pass in the halls at Redmond. Sydney's gaze drops to my mouth briefly before returning to my eyes. And what about right now? At this very public festival where half the marketing department is wandering around somewhere. I glance down at the forgotten purple octopus still lying in the dirt, its tentacles splayed outward like a sad reminder of my earlier jealousy. Making a decision, I bend down to retrieve it, brushing off the dirt before handing it back to her. Right now, I suggest you go and enjoy yourself, I say. You've deserved it, Sydney.
Chapter 21. Sydney. A persistent knock pulls me from dreams, gentle but insistent. I crack one eye open at the sunlight streaming through my half-drawn blinds, illuminating dust particles dancing in the air of my Cedar Lane apartment. Second floor, corner unit, usually quiet on Sunday mornings. The knocking continues. Coming, I mutter, dragging myself from the warm cocoon of my sheets. My feet hit the cool hardwood floor as I grab my silk robe from the hook behind the door, wrapping it around my sleep shorts and tank top. I stumble toward the door, running fingers through my curls in a futile attempt to tame them. Who shows up unannounced at, I glance at the clock, 8:30 on a Sunday morning. I squint through the peephole, then my heart skips. James? I unlock the door and pull it open to find James Sambridge standing right outside my door. He's a vision in casual wear, dark jeans and a light blue button-up with the sleeves rolled to his elbows, exposing those forearms I love so much. His salt and pepper hair is slightly tousled, like he ran his hands through it before knocking. In one hand, he holds a bouquet of vibrant sunflowers. In the other, a paper bag and drink carrier from Seaside Brew, the cafe 3 blocks down. Good morning, beautiful. His hazel eyes crinkle at the corners as they travel from my messy hair to my bare feet. Did I wake you? You did, but I gesture to what he's carrying. You brought provisions, so you're forgiven. He steps forward, closing the space between us. I wanted to surprise you. Mission accomplished. I open the door wider. Come in. My apartment isn't fancy, but I've made it mine. Open concept living room with plants crowding the windows, colorful throw pillows on the secondhand couch, and art prints I've collected over the years. James sets the coffee and food on my small dining table, then turns to me with the sunflowers. For you. They're beautiful. I accept them, burying my nose in the bright petals. Our fingers touch during the exchange, sending that familiar electricity up my arm. The moment hangs between us, loaded with unspoken words. Then James bridges the gap, one hand cupping my cheek as he leans down to press his lips against mine. The kiss is soft at first, then deepens as his arm snakes around my waist, pulling me against him. His cologne envelops me as I press my palms against his chest. He tastes like coffee and possibility. When we part, I'm breathless. Not that I'm complaining, but what brought this on? Do I need a reason to bring my girlfriend breakfast? His thumb traces my lower lip. I raise an eyebrow. Girlfriend, that's new? Is it? His voice drops lower, husky. Haven't we been dancing around this for weeks now? I move to put the flowers in water, giving myself a moment to process. Between secret office dates and only seeing each other at work, I wasn't sure what we were doing exactly. James leans against the counter, watching me arrange the sunflowers in my tallest vase. That's partly why I'm here. He reaches for my hand, tugging me closer. I'm tired of sneaking around. I want more than stolen moments. And what about work? What if HR finds out? I can't help asking. I've been thinking about that. He tucks a curl behind my ear. There are ways to handle it professionally. Disclosure forms, reassigning reporting structures. Hope blooms in my chest. You've really thought about this. I've thought about little else. His hands settle on my hips. I want to take you to dinner where people can see us. I want to hold your hand, walking down the street without looking over my shoulder first. But I have to deal with the paperwork. The coffee and breakfast await us on the table, but neither of us moves to get it. Instead, James lifts me onto the counter, stepping between my legs. I want this to be real, Sydney. His voice is serious now, all traces of playfulness gone. No more secrets. I wrap my arms around his neck. I want that too. And I do, despite the complications it might bring at work. The thought of navigating office politics and gossip makes my stomach knot. But the alternative, continuing to hide whatever this is between us, seems worse somehow. James kisses me again, deeper this time, his hands sliding beneath my robe to caress my waist. When we break apart, his smile is mischievous. The coffee's probably getting cold. Tragic, I murmur against his lips, not caring in the slightest about breakfast anymore. James pulls away, his hands lingering at my waist. As much as I'd like to continue this, I brought you breakfast. His eyes glint with promise. And I want you to enjoy it while it's still warm. Fine. I sigh dramatically, hopping down from the counter. But only because you went to all this trouble. I watch him unpack the paper bag while I grab plates from the cabinet. The familiar green and white Seaside Brew logo makes me smile. He remembered my Sunday ritual. Let me guess, I say, leaning against the counter. Blueberry scone for you, chocolate croissant for me. James looks up surprised. How did you know? Because I mentioned liking blueberry scones, and you're always making your assistant get you chocolate croissants. I slide onto one of the bar stools at my small kitchen island. You're a creature of habit, Mr. Sambridge. And you're observant, Miss Nelson. He sets a large coffee in front of me. Vanilla latte, extra shot, oat milk. The warmth of the cup seeps into my palms as I wrap my hands around it. Now who's observant? He sits beside me, our knees touching beneath the counter. Something about having James in my space feels both thrilling and comfortable at the same time. The morning light catches in his salt and pepper hair, highlighting the silver at his temples. On anyone else it might age them, but on him, it just adds to his appeal. So, I take a sip of my latte. Tell me more about these disclosure forms and professional ways to handle things. James breaks off a piece of his scone. Well, I still need to talk with legal, but my lawyer buddy, Franklin, gave me a rundown on what to expect. Since you don't report directly to me, we'll need to disclose the relationship, and any decisions regarding your position or promotions will be handled by HR instead of me. Huh, you've really thought this through. I'm touched by the effort he's made. Of course I have. His eyes meet mine, serious and intent. This isn't casual for me, Sydney. The intensity of his gaze makes my heart flutter. It's not casual for me either. He reaches over, his thumb brushing away a chocolate crumb from the corner of my mouth. The simple gesture sends sparks through me. We finish our breakfast, trading stories and touches. James talks about his plans for the company's new project, eyes lighting up with passion. I love this side of him, the visionary who sees possibilities others miss. When we're done, he insists on cleaning up, despite my protests. I watch him move around my kitchen like he belongs here, sleeves still rolled up, forearms flexing as he rinses our plates. You know, I say, stepping behind him and wrapping my arms around his waist, you didn't have to do all this just to spend the morning with me. He turns in my embrace, hands still damp from the sink. I wanted to. You deserve more than secret meetings and whispered conversations in my office. Something in his expression, so open and earnest, melts the last of my reservations. I rise on tiptoes, pressing my lips to his. He responds immediately, hands finding my waist, pulling me closer. This kiss is different, unhurried but purposeful. My fingers slide into his hair, cradling the back of his head as I deepen the kiss. Thank you, I murmur against his mouth. For breakfast, for the flowers, for figuring out how we can make this work. My pleasure, he breathes, trailing kisses down my neck. I take his hand, pulling him away from the sink. Let me show you just how grateful I am. His eyebrows raise slightly, a slow smile spreading across his face as I lead him toward my bedroom. Sydney, he says, voice husky with want. I silence him with another kiss, backing through the doorway, tugging him by his shirt. The sunlight spills across my unmade bed, casting the room in a golden glow.
This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
Can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie Bundle from Tyla Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyla does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie Bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to TylaWalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself. Because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 22. James. I stand at the window of my study, gazing across the manicured lawn that stretches toward the lake. The evening sun casts long shadows, painting everything with a golden hue. My fingers tap against the crystal tumbler in my hand, ice clinking against glass as I take a sip of whiskey. Sydney. Her name alone brings a smile to my face. It's been a whirlwind since she started at Redmond. Hiring her as marketing director was the best business decision I've made in years, and becoming involved with her was the best personal one. I set my glass down on the mahogany desk and loosen my tie. Monday. Monday is when everything changes officially. I've already drafted the email to HR and legal. The relationship disclosure forms are filled out, just waiting for Sydney's signature beside mine. Better to come clean than give anyone ammunition, I mutter to myself, running a hand through my hair. The company policy is clear: disclose relationships between employees, especially when there's a power imbalance. As CEO, technically everyone works for me, but Sydney's direct report is to the CMO, not me. Still, the disclosure is necessary. I pick up my phone, tempted to call her, when the doorbell echoes through the house. Strange. I'm not expecting anyone. The security panel on my desk lights up, showing a familiar blonde figure standing at my front door. Vivian! I growl under my breath. I consider ignoring it, but knowing my ex-wife, she'd just keep ringing. With a resigned sigh, I make my way downstairs, quickening my pace as the bell chimes repeatedly. I hear you the first time, I call out, swinging the door open. What do you... Hello, James. Vivian stands on my doorstep looking perfectly put together as always. Designer dress, not a hair out of place. Smile sharp enough to cut glass. She holds a manila envelope in her manicured hands. Aren't you going to invite me in? No. Whatever you want, say it and go! She laughs, the sound as hollow as our marriage had become. Always so direct. That's what I loved about you. Her eyes narrow. Among other things. Vivian, it's been a long day. I'm not in the mood for games. Games? Oh, darling, this isn't a game. She waves the envelope. Did you really think you could hide the truth from me forever? My jaw clenches. What are you talking about? Without waiting for an invitation, she pushes past me into the foyer, her perfume. Still the same after all these years trailing behind her. I close the door, regretting it instantly. I should have left it open as a hint. Ah, have I ever told you what a nice place you have? So bachelor-esque. She runs her finger along the console table. Though I suppose that's changing soon, isn't it? Now that you have a new playmate. The way she says it makes my blood boil. Say what you came to say, then leave. She turns, a predatory glint in her eyes. Your little marketing prodigy, Sydney, isn't it? Young, ambitious, black, quite the departure from your usual type. My heart sinks. She found out. How did she find out? Don't do this. Do what? Point out that you're screwing your employee. A girl half your age? She tosses the envelope onto the table. Open it. Against my better judgment, I pick it up and pull out what's inside. Photos. Clear, high-quality shots of Sydney and me at the Lakeview Summer Festival. Her back against the wall between two food trucks, my hands cupping her face, kissing her like a man starved for air. Where did you get these? My voice is dangerously low. Does it matter? What matters is who else might see them. Vivian steps closer, her voice dropping to a venomous whisper. The board would love to know their esteemed CEO is dipping his pen in the company ink. Again. I shove the photos back in the envelope. We're filing disclosure forms on Monday. There's nothing wrong with our relationship. Relationship? She laughs. Is that what you're calling it? Please, James. We both know what this is. A midlife crisis with a pretty young thing who's probably using you to climb the corporate ladder. You don't know a damn thing about her. And you do? How long have you known her? A month? 2? She shakes her head. I knew you for 20 years, and look how that turned out. You cheated on me, Vivian. Don't twist this around. Her face hardens. And now you're slumming it with some diversity hire to what? Get back at me? Get out of my house. I step toward the door, yanking it open. Now. You think this is going to end well? You're delusional. She doesn't move toward the exit. What do you think the press will say? Billionaire CEO cradle robs employee. The optics are terrible, James, especially for a company trying to improve its reputation on diversity. I don't give a damn about optics, I snarl, feeling heat rise up my neck. Sydney is twice the woman you'll ever be. Vivian's perfectly lined eyes widen. Excuse me? You heard me. The words burst from me like water through a broken dam. Sydney is brilliant, compassionate, driven, everything that makes a person worth knowing, worth loving. Love? She spits the word like it's poison. You've known her for 5 minutes! And in those 5 minutes, I felt more alive than I did in 20 years with you. I step closer, towering over her. Sydney is the best goddamn thing that's happened to me in years, and I'm not giving her up. Not for you, not for the board, not for anyone. Vivian's face contorts with rage. You can't be serious. Dead serious. I snatch the envelope from her hand. Go ahead. Show these to whoever you want. Put them on billboards for all I care. I'll weather whatever storm comes. You'll lose everything. Your position, your reputation. Then I lose everything. The certainty in my voice surprises even me. But I won't lose her. Vivian falls silent, studying me with narrowed eyes. When she speaks again, her voice trembles. You never fought for me like this. I laugh, a harsh, bitter sound. No, I didn't. Why not? What does she have that I don't? What makes her so special that you'd risk everything? Her blue eyes glisten with unshed tears. Crocodile tears, I remind myself. The truth rises to my lips before I can stop it. You were never worth fighting for. The words hang in the air between us, sharp and irretrievable. Vivian's face transforms, shock giving way to something primal and ugly. You jerk! She lunges forward, hand raised to strike. I catch her wrist midair, gripping firmly but not enough to hurt. Don't! She tries to swing with her other hand, but I capture that one too, holding her at bay as she struggles against my grip. Let me go! She hisses, attempting to knee me in the groin. I sidestep, maintaining my hold. That's enough, Vivian. It will never be enough, she thrashes in my grasp. You think you can discard me like trash and move on with your little diversity trophy? I steer her toward the door, maintaining enough distance to avoid her flailing legs. Our marriage ended when you decided to screw someone else and tried to blame me for it. Everything since then has been you refusing to accept reality. Reality is, I still own 20% of Redmond's stock. She's practically screeching now. Reality is, I can make your life hell. You've been doing that for years. I release her wrists as we reach the doorway, stepping back to put space between us. It's time for you to leave. She straightens her dress, a veneer of composure settling over her like a mask. You'll regret this, James. I promise you that. The only thing I regret is wasting time with someone who never loved me, only what I could give her. Her face contorts. I'll ruin you for this. I'll make sure your precious Sydney knows exactly what kind of man you are. She already knows. I place my hand on the door. Goodbye, Vivian. This isn't over. She jabs a finger in my direction. I will destroy. I shut the door in her face, cutting off whatever threat she was about to make. The solid thunk of expensive wood meeting frame is deeply satisfying. Through the door, I hear her muffled scream of frustration, followed by the sharp click of heels storming down my front walkway. Only when I hear her car engine roar to life do I release a long sigh. I lean against the door, the envelope of photos still clutched in my hand. My heart hammers against my ribs, adrenaline making my fingers tingle. What have I done? No, there's no room for doubt. Not anymore. I meant every word. If Vivian wants war, she'll get one. I've spent years building walls, protecting myself from ever being hurt again. But Sydney has slipped past every defense, illuminating corners of my heart I thought had died with my marriage. I won't let Vivian's bitterness taint what we have. Not now. Not ever.
Chapter 23. Sydney. I walk into the office with a lightness in my step that wasn't there yesterday. The elevator arrives with a soft ding, and I step inside, pressing the button for the marketing department. My reflection in the mirrored walls shows a woman who looks more confident than I've felt in weeks. I adjust my emerald blazer, smoothing down the lapels. Everything's going to be fine. But when the doors slide open, something feels off. The marketing floor usually buzzes with activity, people laughing over coffee, the clacking of keyboards, heated discussions about campaign strategies. Today, there's a strange hush that falls when I step out of the elevator. 2 account managers by the water cooler stop mid-conversation, their eyes tracking me as I walk past. I nod hello, but they just exchange glances and turn away. Weird. I continue down the corridor toward my desk, and the whispers start, hushed voices that fall silent whenever I get too close. My stomach tightens into a knot. At my desk, I set down my bag and power up my computer, pretending I don't notice how Darren from the creative team is staring at me from across the room. When I look up, he quickly averts his gaze, suddenly fascinated by whatever's on his monitor. Hey, did I miss a memo or something? I ask Lisa, whose desk neighbors mine. She jumps like I've shocked her, eyes wide. Oh, no, I don't think so. She fidgets with her pen. How are you today, Sydney? The way she asks makes it sound like she's checking if I have a terminal illness. Fine. Why wouldn't I be? No reason. She swivels back to her computer, shoulders hunched. I pull up my email, trying to focus on work, but the sensation of being watched prickles the back of my neck. Every time I glance up, someone quickly looks away. It's like being in a fishbowl. I'm halfway through responding to a client when Emma appears at my desk, her brown eyes filled with concern. Sydney, can I talk to you for a minute? Her voice is pitched low. Sure. I stand up, aware that at least 6 pairs of eyes are following our movement. Emma leads me to a small conference room and closes the door behind us. The air conditioning hums quietly in the background. What's going on? I ask. Everyone's acting like I've grown a second head. Emma's fingers twist together. She takes a deep breath. Sydney, I think you should take the day off. What? Why? There's been talk. She winces at her own words. Talk about what? About you and... She hesitates. About you and James Sambridge. The room seems to tilt for a moment. What about me and James? Emma's eyes are sympathetic. Someone leaked information about your relationship with him. People know you're seeing each other. It's all over the company this morning. My stomach drops so fast it's like I've plummeted 10 floors in a broken elevator. What? How? Who? I don't know how it got out, Emma says, reaching for my hand. But it's everywhere. The executive floor is in chaos. Legal is having emergency meetings. But James was going to tell them today. He was supposed to... The words die in my throat. This isn't how it was supposed to happen. People are saying things, Sydney. Nasty things? Emma's voice drops even lower. That you slept your way into your role, that this is why you got hired to work at Redmond in the first place. My body burns hot, then cold. That's not true. I know that, but I earned this job. I worked so hard for it. My voice sounds strange in my ears, too high, too tight. I know you did, but right now, it might be better if you weren't here, just until HR and legal figure out how to handle this. The whispering, the stares, it all makes horrible sense now. My colleagues aren't just gossiping. They're judging me, rewriting my entire professional history through this new lens. Does James know? When you saw him this morning, did he? Emma shakes her head. I haven't seen him. His assistant said he's been in meetings since before the office opened. I grab my phone from my pocket, checking for messages. Nothing from James. Not a warning, not a heads up, nothing. I should talk to him, I say, already moving toward the door. Emma blocks my path. That's probably not a good idea right now. The best thing you can do is go home, let things cool down. But I can't just... Sydney. She places her hands on my shoulders. Trust me on this. Go home. Emma's words hit me like a punch to the gut. I feel the hot sting of tears forming, blurring the edges of my vision. I'll just grab my things, I manage, my voice barely audible. Emma squeezes my arm. I'll walk you out. The journey back to my desk feels like the longest walk of shame. Every pair of eyes burns into me. Whispers follow in my wake. These are the same people who celebrated my marketing campaign success last week, who laughed with me in the break room yesterday. Now I'm just the woman sleeping with the boss. I grab my bag, not bothering with anything else. My laptop can stay. My coffee can grow cold. I just need to get out of here. Emma shields me as best she can, walking close beside me to the elevator. When the doors close, I finally exhale. This will blow over, Emma says, but her voice lacks conviction. I nod, not trusting myself to speak without breaking down completely. The main lobby is mercifully empty when we reach it. Emma gives me a quick hug. Call me later, okay? I push through the revolving doors into the bright summer morning. The contrast is jarring. Inside, my career might be imploding, but outside, Lakeview carries on in its picturesque perfection. The hanging flower baskets on Main Street sway gently in the breeze. A group of tourists snap photos by the lake viewpoint that gave our town its name. My heels click against the sidewalk as I hurry away from Redmond Industries. The building looms behind me, its glass facade reflecting the cloudless blue sky. I don't slow down until I'm 3 blocks away, when my lungs finally demand I catch my breath. I slump onto a bench near the town square, my hand shaking as I pull out my phone. Still nothing from James. Did he know about this before coming into work? Why hasn't he reached out? The pit in my stomach grows deeper as I open my browser. It doesn't take long to find what I'm looking for. Redmond Industries CEO in secret relationship with marketing director. The headline screams at me from the Lakeview Gazette's website. My finger hovers for a moment before I make myself scroll down. There we are, James and me, caught in a moment I remember so clearly. Last weekend at the Lakeview Summer Festival, his hands cupping my face, my body leaning into his, our lips meeting in what I thought was a private moment. The photo is unmistakable. Whoever took it caught us in perfect focus, the sunlight casting a golden glow over us. In any other context, it might even be romantic. I scroll further, feeling sick. Sources within Redmond Industries confirm that Sydney Nelson, 26, was recently hired to the marketing department after meeting CEO James Sambridge, 47, at a charity gala in New York earlier this year. That's not true. I never met James before my interview. I met him at the harbor front after I had secured my job. Who the hell is spreading these lies about us? Raising questions about potential favoritism and company hiring practices, my vision blurs with tears again. I worked for every opportunity I've ever had. My marketing degree, my internships, my portfolio. None of that mattered to whoever wrote this garbage. I scroll to the comments section, knowing I shouldn't. It's worse than I imagined. Another gold digger going after the boss. How is this still happening in 2023? Men in power never learn. Bet her performance review went really well. I throw my phone back into my bag, unable to read another word. A sob escapes me before I can catch it, drawing curious glances from passers-by. I wipe furiously at my eyes, smearing my carefully applied mascara. The buzzing of my phone makes my heart leap. James, finally. But when I check, it's just a notification from our neighborhood app about a lost dog. I stand up, needing to move, needing to be anywhere but here, in the middle of town, where anyone might recognize me from that damn photo. The lake path stretches out before me, a winding trail that normally brings me peace. Today, it just offers escape. I kick off my heels, stuff them in my bag, and walk barefoot on the cool concrete. Each step takes me further from Redmond, from the whispers and the judgmental stares. If only I could get swallowed up by the ground right now, never to be seen again. That would be a better, more merciful fate than what I'm going through right now.
Chapter 24. James. Mr. Sambridge, this is serious. Karen paces in front of my desk. The photos are everywhere. Twitter, Instagram, the company's Slack channels. Jesus Christ. I loosen my tie and lean back in my chair, the leather creaking beneath me. My office suddenly feels smaller than it ever has in the 5 years I've occupied it. The morning sun streaming through the windows only intensifies the headache building behind my eyes. Derek, our head counsel, taps his tablet against his palm. The board is calling for an emergency meeting at 4. Investors are spooked. Williams already called me personally. You knew the optics of this would be problematic. Why didn't you come to us first? I run a hand through my hair, feeling the coarse strands of gray mixed with the dark. I was going to. This week. Sydney and I had discussed. It's too late for that now. Karen cuts me off, sliding her phone across my desk. The screen shows Sydney and me at the Lakeview Summer Festival from last weekend. Her curls are caught in the golden hour light, my hands cupping her face as we kiss between 2 food trucks. It would be a beautiful moment if it weren't being used as corporate ammunition. I scroll down to read the caption beneath. CEO James Sambridge with his latest hire. Sources confirm their relationship predates her employment. Nepotism alive and well at Redmond Industries. Vivian. Her name tastes bitter on my tongue. 15 years of marriage, and she still finds new ways to twist the knife. Your ex-wife did this? Derek's eyebrows shoot up. Who else would have been following us? Vivian's been erratic since she found out that I moved on after the divorce. I just didn't think she'd go this far. Karen sits down across from me, her professional demeanor cracking slightly. James, there's more. She's giving interviews to local media suggesting you hired Sydney because of your relationship, that you two knew each other before she applied. My fist connects with the desk, sending a stack of papers fluttering to the floor. That's complete nonsense. Sydney earned her position here. I didn't even interview her personally. HR handled everything according to protocol. We know that. Derek's voice is steady, the calm in the storm. But perception is reality in these situations. The board is concerned about possible harassment claims, hostile work environment suits. From who? Sydney and I are consenting adults. From other employees who might feel they've been passed over because they aren't sleeping with the boss. Karen's bluntness stings, but she's right. My stomach churns with regret. I should have disclosed this weeks ago when things first became serious between us. Now Sydney's reputation, her hard work, everything she's built here is tainted because of me. Because I wanted to protect what we had from becoming company gossip. Because I thought we had time. Have you spoken to her today? Derek asks, his voice softer now. I shake my head. No. She always silences her phone during the workdays. The thought of Sydney walking into this office building, unaware of what awaits her, makes me physically ill. I need to call her. That might not be wise right now. Karen glances at Derek. The legal department needs clear documentation of when and how your relationship developed. If you speak to her before we've established parameters. She's not just some legal liability, Karen. I stop myself, realizing I'm about to say too much in front of my corporate attorneys. The sun shifts behind a cloud, casting my office in momentary shadow. Outside my window, Lakeview sprawls beneath us. The marina, the university campus in the distance, the town square where Sydney and I shared that damning kiss. It was supposed to be our sanctuary away from corporate politics, a place where we could just be us. I should have come to you weeks ago, I admit, turning back to face them. This is on me, but Sydney shouldn't suffer for my mistake. Derek taps at his tablet. The board wants a full investigation into her hiring process and any potential promotions. They're talking about bringing in an outside firm. The implied accusation hangs in the air. My chest tightens with anger, not at Derek or Karen or even the board, but at myself, at Vivian, at the impossible situation I've created. Whatever it takes to clear Sydney's name, I say finally. I'll cooperate fully, but I need 5 minutes to call her before this gets any worse. I watch as Karen and Derek exchange glances, a silent conversation passing between them. 5 minutes, Karen concedes, gathering her tablet. We'll be in the conference room prepping for the board meeting. Derek nods, his face a practiced mask of professional neutrality. We'll need a full statement from you by 3. And James, he pauses at the door. Keep it brief with Sydney. The less said right now, the better. The door clicks shut behind them, and I'm alone with the weight of my decisions. I pull out my cell phone, my thumb hovering over Sydney's contact photo. My chest tightens. 3 rings before she picks up. James. Her voice is barely above a whisper. Sydney, The words catch in my throat. What do I say? How do I apologize for upending her career in one fell swoop? Are you all right? A hollow laugh comes through the line. Not really. HR suggested I go home for today, which is a polite way of saying, get out of the office until we figure out what to do with you. Damn. I press my palm against my forehead. I'm so sorry, Sydney. When I walked in this morning, every conversation stopped. People were staring, whispering behind their hands. Her voice wavers. The marketing team, my team, wouldn't even look at me, like I've got some contagious disease. I pace in front of the window, watching a sailboat cut across the harbor in the distance. Free, uncomplicated. Everything we aren't right now. We should have told them weeks ago, I say. This is on me. I thought I was protecting us from exactly this kind of scrutiny, but I've made it 1,000 times worse. It's not just you, Sydney says. Her voice sounds smaller than I've ever heard it, stripped of her usual confidence. I knew the risks, too. I just didn't think. It was Vivian. I swallow hard. I recognize those photos. She confronted me with them recently, so to see them plastered everywhere means she's the one who leaked everything to the press. A fresh wave of anger courses through me. Vivian's always been vindictive, but this crosses a line even for her. Those pictures, James. Sydney's voice cracks. Everyone's seen them. The comments online are God. They're calling me an opportunist, a gold digger, saying the only reason I got this job is because... That's nonsense, and you know it. My voice is sharper than intended. You earned your position here. Your work speaks for itself. Does it? Because right now, it feels like the only thing speaking for me is that photo of us kissing at the festival. She takes a deep breath. I'm probably going to lose my job now, huh? Those words hit me like a physical blow. I sink into my chair, the leather no longer feeling like the throne of authority it once was. I don't know what's going to happen, I admit, hating the uncertainty in my voice. The board's called an emergency meeting. They want to investigate your hiring process, but I'll fight for you, Sydney. I swear I will. How? You're compromised in their eyes, too. She's right. My position as CEO suddenly feels precarious in a way it never has before, even during the company's roughest financial quarters. I don't care what happens to me, I tell her. I've got enough money saved. I could walk away tomorrow. But you, this is your career we're talking about. Your reputation. I'll do whatever it takes to protect you. The silence on the other end of the line stretches too long. When she finally speaks, her voice carries none of the fire and determination I've come to love. Instead, it's hollow, defeated. Maybe there isn't a way to protect me from this, James. Maybe we were kidding ourselves thinking we could have both the relationship and our careers here. Her words twist in my gut. Everything I did to protect her, to protect us, to try and salvage this relationship, was it all for nothing? Was I just flying too close to the sun? Sydney, listen to me. This will blow over. We'll weather this. Will we? The vulnerability in her question breaks my heart, because from where I'm sitting, it feels like I've lost everything I've worked for in one day.
Chapter 25. Sydney. The sun filters through my blinds, casting bars of light across my living room floor. Day 3 of my self-imposed exile. The gossip mill at Redmond Industries must be churning at maximum capacity by now. Those photos of James and me are probably taped to the break room refrigerator by now. Every time my phone chimes with a notification, my stomach drops. I've turned down James's offers to come over 3 times now. Not because I don't want to see him, but because I can't bear the thought of being the topic of everyone's whispered conversations anymore. The CEO and the marketing coordinator. Could I be more of a cliché? The knock at my door startles me out of my spiral of self-pity. I shuffle across the hardwood in my fuzzy socks, hoping it's Mrs. Peterson from across the hall with another batch of her cheer-up cookies. Or maybe it's Ellen, sneaking me some breakfast like she's been doing the past few days of my hiding. Instead, I open the door to find the last person on earth I want to see. Nice place. Vivian Bradford sweeps past me into my apartment without waiting for an invitation. Her designer heels click against the floor like tiny hammers. Quaint, really. I didn't realize Redmond paid their marketing staff so modestly. I stand frozen by the open door, fingers still curled around the handle. How did you find my address? Vivian laughs, the sound like glass breaking. Oh, Sydney, that's your question? Not why I'm here? She runs a manicured finger along my bookshelf, checking for dust. Finding information is never difficult when you have the right connections. I close the door, anxiety rising in my chest like floodwater. What do you want? Straight to business. I like that about you. She pivots, her cream-colored pantsuit catching the light. It's actually what makes this conversation so necessary. You're not the type to take hints. Hints about what? About staying in your lane? Her smile doesn't reach her eyes. Those photos I shared were just a preview of how uncomfortable I can make your life. My fingers curl into fists at my sides. So it's true? You leaked those photos? Do you have any idea what you've done to my reputation at work? Reputation? She laughs again. Honey, sleeping with the boss doesn't give you a reputation. It removes any doubt about how you got your position. I earned my job. The words come out sharper than I intend. And I'm sure you earned James's attention the same way. She moves through my living room like she's appraising property for sale. Here's what's going to happen. You're going to leave Lakeview, find a quaint little marketing job in some other quaint little town, far away from James. The audacity of this woman steals my breath. And why would I do that? Vivian reaches into her designer handbag and pulls out her phone. With a few taps, she turns the screen toward me. It's an email draft addressed to the entire Redmond industry staff list. It's discussing James and I's relationship in more detail, but the paragraphs are littered with lies and slander. I know what this is. It's her attempt at poisoning everyone's perceptions against me further. I have more, she says casually. Much more. And if pictures aren't enough, I have friends on the board who would be very interested to hear about potential improprieties in hiring and promotion decisions under James's leadership. You're threatening me. I'm offering you an exit strategy. She slips the phone back into her bag. James and I have history. We have a life together that you can't possibly understand after what? 2 months of secret rendezvous? He'll come back to me once the distraction is gone. My mouth goes dry. James wouldn't. James always does, she cuts in. Ask around. You're not special, Sydney. You're convenient. Her words cut deep, targeting insecurities I've tried to ignore since James and I first crossed that professional line. I want you gone by the end of the month, Vivian continues, moving toward my door. Or I'll make sure you can't get hired anywhere in this state, let alone at Redmond. Your reputation will be in shambles. You won't be able to survive on your own anymore. I find my voice buried deep beneath layers of shock and indignation. Get out. Vivian's perfectly shaped eyebrows arch upward. Excuse me? You heard me. My hand trembles as I point to the door. Get out of my apartment, now. For a moment, she looks genuinely surprised, like no one's ever stood up to her before, but the shock quickly transforms into that practiced, icy smile. Remember what I said, Sydney. End of the month. She saunters toward the door, each click of her heels driving a spike of anxiety deeper into my chest. Though I have to admit, this little display of backbone is adorable. I swing the door open. Nothing about this is adorable. Vivian pauses in the doorway, leaning in close enough that I catch a whiff of her expensive perfume. He'll get bored with you, just like he does with all his little distractions. The only difference is that I'm saving you from the public humiliation of being discarded. She steps out, turning back with a cold smile. Consider my visit an act of charity? The laugh that follows echoes through my apartment, cruel, confident, victorious. I slam the door shut, my entire body shaking with a nauseating cocktail of rage and fear. The moment the lock clicks, something breaks inside me. My legs give way, and I slide down against the door until I'm sitting on the floor, tears already streaming down my face before I can process what's happening. This can't be happening, I whisper to my empty apartment. This can't be my life. But it is. The marketing coordinator who fell for her CEO. The small-town professional whose reputation is being systematically dismantled by a vengeful ex-wife. The woman whose career might be over before it truly began. My tears turn to sobs, ugly, heaving things that make my chest ache. I wrap my arms around my knees, trying to hold myself together as everything falls apart. After what feels like hours, but is probably only minutes, I reach for my phone. My vision blurs as I type out a message to James. Vivian just left my apartment. She threatened me to leave Lakeview for good, or she'll destroy what's left of my reputation. She admitted to leaking those photos. I pause, my thumbs hovering over the screen as another wave of tears hits me. I add, The worst part is I'm actually considering it. I can't take this anymore, James. It's too much. I hit send before I can overthink it, then toss my phone aside. It bounces against the hardwood floor, landing screen down a few feet away. The awful truth burns in my throat. Part of me believes what Vivian said. Am I just another in a line of women who caught James's eye? A temporary distraction that will eventually bore him? The doubt has always been there, lurking beneath the surface of our relationship. But I've pushed it away, not wanting to examine it too closely. I drag myself up from the floor and stumble to the couch, collapsing into its cushions. My gaze falls on the framed photo of my graduation day, the proud, determined smile of a woman who thought she knew where her life was headed. That Sydney feels like a stranger now. My phone buzzes from its spot on the floor. James, probably, but I can't bring myself to check it. What could he possibly say that would make this situation better? That he'll protect me? That Vivian is lying? Even if both are true, the damage is already spreading like poison through every aspect of my life. I stare at the ceiling, tears still sliding silently down my temples and into my hair. A week ago, I was respected at work. I had colleagues who valued my input. I had a future at Redmond Industries. Now I'm the woman who slept with the boss, the implied beneficiary of favoritism and special treatment. Maybe leaving Lakeview was the only sensible option. Start fresh somewhere new. Somewhere without Vivian Bradford's influence. Somewhere I can rebuild my reputation from scratch. The thought sends a fresh wave of grief through me. I've made a home here. I love this town, my apartment, the weekend farmer's market, the quiet walks along the coast. I love my job. Or at least, I loved what it was before all this. And despite everything, I love James. But loving him might cost me everything else.
Chapter 26. James. I swirl the amber liquid in my glass, watching it catch the dim light of the upscale bar where Franklin and I have retreated. The leather booth cradles us in privacy, something I've had precious little of lately. Franklin's face across from me remains carefully neutral, his lawyer mask firmly in place despite the 3 scotches we've put away. The board is out for blood, Frank. I down the rest of my drink in one burning gulp. Should have seen Thompson's face. Man looked like he was about to have a coronary right there in the boardroom. Did you expect anything different? Franklin signals the bartender for another round. His tie hangs loose around his neck, the only indication of the late hour. CEO secretly dating an employee 20 years his junior? They're not exactly throwing confetti. I lean back, pinching the bridge of my nose. Sydney's in marketing. Completely different department. As your friend, I feel obligated to remind you that doesn't mean anything. Franklin's voice doesn't change volume, but the edge cuts through clearly. The power dynamic still exists. She still reports to you in the corporate hierarchy, no matter how many people sit between you. The waiter slides fresh drinks in front of us. I reach for mine immediately. And now that it's public. Thanks to Vivian, I cut in, feeling my jaw tighten. My darling ex-wife's been feeding information to every gossip column and business publication that'll listen. Franklin's eyebrows rise slightly. You sure it's her? She admitted it. The photos in the tabloids are the ones she had in possession. Of course it's her. I shake my head, recalling how Sydney told me that Vivian had made her a visit, how she admitted being the source of this chaos before threatening Sydney to leave town. She's been watching, waiting, playing the scorned ex-wife narrative to anyone who'll listen. Franklin lets out a long breath. The timing couldn't be worse with the merger happening. The board's worried about optics. Damn the optics. The words come out sharper than intended, drawing glances from a neighboring table. I lower my voice. They're acting like I've committed some cardinal sin. 2 consenting adults in a relationship. A relationship you kept secret, James. Franklin leans forward. That's what has them rattled. The secrecy makes it look tawdry, I finish for him. I know. But we kept it quiet because we wanted to figure out where we stood without the entire company watching. Franklin taps his fingers against his glass, a habit he's had since law school. Okay, you'll have to face them again soon, right? What's your strategy? I laugh, the sound hollow even to my ears. Strategy? I've got 5 years at Redmond. Built it into what it is today. Doesn't that count for something? Normally, yes. Franklin doesn't soften the blow. But the way information's leaking, the photos, the timeline of your relationship circulating on social media, it's creating a mess. Thompson's already talking about maintaining corporate integrity and upholding company values in press releases for Redmond. Corporate speak for "we want your head." James. Franklin sets his drink down, his expression deadly serious. This could end your time at Redmond. You understand that, right? All those years gone. Your legacy redefined by a scandal rather than your achievements. I look at my oldest friend, the one person who's been with me through the divorce, through building Redmond into what it is today. The weight of his words should crush me. My career, my life's work, possibly slipping away over leaked photos and boardroom politics. But instead, I feel something close to relief bubbling up inside me. I don't care. The words surprise even me. Franklin blinks. You can't mean that. I do. I lean forward. For the first time in years, I found someone who sees me. Not James Sambridge, the CEO, not the ex-husband, not the business titan. Just me. I run a hand through my hair. Sydney challenges me, makes me laugh. She doesn't give a damn about my net worth or my connections. Franklin stares at me, mouth slightly open. You're actually willing to lose everything? For her? It's not losing if what I gain matters more. The certainty in my voice seems to stun him further. He shakes his head slowly, wonder spreading across his features. Damn, James. You're in love with her. The word hangs between us. In love. I've avoided that term, even in my own thoughts. After Vivian, after the divorce that left me questioning my own judgment, I'd convinced myself I was done with love. But then, Sydney came into my life and rocked my world completely. So what do you propose I do? Just keep pushing until they fire me and drag my reputation further through the mud? I tap my finger against the side of my glass, watching the ripples form in the amber liquid. Franklin adjusts his position, leaning in so close that I can smell the expensive cologne he's worn since our college days. Leave, James, before they force you out. Walk away while you still control the narrative. Leave Redmond. The suggestion hangs in the air between us. 5 years of my life poured into building something from the ground up. Just like that? Just like that. Franklin nods, his expression softening. Look, you've got the golden parachute in your contract. The severance would be substantial, and your reputation would remain mostly intact. Just a CEO who decided to pursue other interests after building a successful company. I stare into my drink, Franklin's words echoing in my head. Leave Redmond. Walk away. Start fresh. Something clicks into place. The tightness in my chest loosens, and suddenly I'm sitting up straighter, energy coursing through me. Why the hell not? A smile spreads across my face, genuine for the first time all night. Franklin narrows his eyes. I know that look. That's your I've got an idea face, and it usually precedes something either brilliant or catastrophic. I've been thinking about starting something new for years, Frank. Something smaller, more focused, something that's completely mine. The idea crystallizes as I speak it aloud. Why not do it here in Lakeview? Lakeview? Franklin's eyebrows shoot up. What happened to New York, Chicago, any major market? I wave his concern away. The world's different now. Location doesn't matter like it used to. Lakeview's growing, it's beautiful, and it's... I pause, realizing the truth. It feels like home when I'm there with her. Franklin whistles low. You've got it bad, man. I do. And here's the thing. Sydney is brilliant at what she does. Her marketing strategies at Redmond have outperformed every projection. I lean forward, excitement building as the plan forms. Why not start this new venture with her by my side, equal partners? Equal partners, professionally and personally. Franklin looks skeptical. That's a huge step, James. Massive. I know. You've known her, what, 2 months? Almost 3. I take another sip, the scotch warming my throat, and I know more about her. Trust her more than I ever did Vivian after 15 years of marriage. Franklin shakes his head, but I can see the beginning of a smile. And what would this new company do exactly? Digital marketing consultancy with a focus on sustainable businesses. The words flow out of me with surprising ease. Sydney and I have talked about it theoretically, the gap in the market for companies that want to go green but don't know how to message it without greenwashing. She's passionate about it. And this is something you want too? Not just to keep her? I meet his gaze directly. I want this, Frank. I have the vision, the capital, the resources. I know how to run a business, how to scale it, but I've been playing by other people's rules for too long. Board members, shareholders, institutional investors, I'm tired of it. Franklin stares at me for a long moment, then downs the rest of his scotch. You're a crazy jerk, you know that? Throwing away a CEO position at a major company to start over in some lakeside town with a woman half your age? My mind drifts back to the man I met at the harbor front. Jack Harrison with his younger wife, Zoe. They looked good, happy, thriving with each other. If they can do it, why can't I? Screw the age gap. Sydney and I are in love, and that's what matters the most. Is that your legal advice, counselor? I grin at him. He laughs, shaking his head. My legal advice is to make sure your departure from Redmond is clean and by the book. No lawsuits, no complications. He signals for the check. But as your friend, I say if this is what you want, really want, then go for it. I haven't seen you this alive in years. So, you'll help me draft the resignation letter? First thing tomorrow. Franklin raises his glass. To new beginnings. I clink my glass against his, feeling lighter than I have in months. To new beginnings.
Chapter 27. Sydney. The ice in my lemonade melts faster than I can drink it, leaving watery trails down the glass that mirror the sweat sliding down my temples. August in Lakeview is merciless, the kind of sticky hot that makes you question why anyone would choose to live on the East Coast. So let me get this straight. Ray leans forward, elbows on the table, voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper, despite the fact that the only other patrons at Daisy's Cafe are an elderly couple 3 tables away. You slept with James Sambridge, the James Sambridge, before you even knew he was the CEO of Redmond? I wince, glancing over at Emma, who's stirring her iced coffee with a straw, her eyes wide with interest but not judgment. That's why I love Emma. HR position aside, she never makes me feel like I'm on trial. It wasn't planned. I drag my finger through the condensation on my glass. I was at the harbor front that Friday night, just wanting to celebrate with my friend after landing the job at Redmond. He approached my table. Looking like a whole damn meal, I bet. Ray interrupts, fanning himself for dramatic effect. Ray. I kick him under the table, but can't help the smile that tugs at my lips. Yes, he looked attractive. Insanely attractive. But it was more than that. We talked for a long time, about everything and nothing. He didn't mention his job. I didn't mention mine. It was just easy. The memory of that night washes over me, James's hazel eyes crinkling at the corners when he laughed, the way he listened like every word I said mattered, how his hand felt when it brushed against mine reaching for his drink. And then, Emma prompts gently. And then we ended up at his place. I take a long sip of my lemonade. I snuck out at around dawn, thinking it was just a one-night thing, a great story to tell my grandkids, minus the explicit details. Ray snorts. And then Monday morning rolls around, and surprise, there's your one-night stand, running the whole damn company. You can imagine my shock when Emma walked me into his office. The memory still makes my stomach drop. James in that tailored suit, his eyes finding mine. The flicker of surprise quickly masked by professionalism. I wanted the floor to swallow me whole. Oh man, so what happened between you two after that? Emma asks. You clearly didn't keep things professional. I tried, I protest, rubbing my temples. I was the model employee. I avoided him at all costs, took the stairs to avoid the elevator, scheduled meetings when I knew he'd be busy. But, Ray raises an eyebrow. But I just couldn't stay away from him, no matter how hard I tried. And here we are. Ray gestures broadly. I nod. We tried to keep things a secret. Until Vivian Bradford started exposing everything, Emma says softly. Until Vivian, I confirm, my voice hollow. Ray reaches across the table and squeezes my hand. Why didn't you just come clean before it blew up? You know I would have had your back. The question hits me where it hurts. I look between my two friends, feeling the weight of my decisions. Because I was scared, I admit. Scared people would think I slept my way into the job. Scared they'd reduce everything I've worked for to who I'm sleeping with. Scared they'd look at us and see a cliche instead of... I trail off. Instead of what? Emma prompts. Instead of what it really is. I swallow hard. Something real. Emma's expression softens, but then she glances down at her phone where a new message has appeared. Her face falls slightly. Sid. She hesitates, her dark eyes meeting mine with reluctance. I shouldn't be telling you this, but as your friend, I think you should know. HR is leaning toward letting you go over this whole situation. The words hit me like a physical blow. Despite suspecting it might come to this, hearing it confirmed makes my stomach plummet. What about James? I ask, my voice barely audible over the cafe's soft music. The board can't exactly fire their CEO that easily, Emma says apologetically. Especially not when Redmond's stock has never been higher. I nod, unsurprised, but still stung by the unfairness. So I'm the sacrificial lamb? It's not final yet, Emma rushes to add. There's still the formal review and we all know how those go. I stare into my watered-down lemonade, watching the last ice cube slowly disappear. This might be it for me in Lakeview, I say, the words feeling like stones in my mouth. The realization has been building since Emma dropped the HR bomb, but speaking it aloud makes it real in a way I wasn't prepared for. Ray's fork clatters against his plate. What are you talking about? I look out the window at Main Street, taking in the flower baskets hanging from every lamppost, the mix of locals and summer tourists strolling unhurriedly along the sidewalks. For a small town, Lakeview had started to feel bigger than anywhere I'd ever lived, fuller somehow. More mine. I should just go back to New York. My voice sounds distant to my own ears. Back where I won't be recognized as that marketing girl who slept with the CEO. Back to the rat race where nobody cares who you're sleeping with as long as you deliver results. Sydney, you can't be serious. Emma reaches across the table. This is just a storm to weather. It'll blow over. I shake my head, feeling the familiar burn behind my eyes that signals tears I refuse to shed. Will it, though? In New York, this would be yesterday's news already. But here? I gesture vaguely toward the window. Mrs. Jenkins at the grocery store still asks me if I've settled down with a nice boy every time I buy ice cream. The barista at Beans knows I only drink chai on Mondays. Everyone knows everyone. which is great until you become the town scandal. Ray's expression hardens. So what? You're just going to walk away from everything you've built here? Your job? Your friends? James? The mention of his name sends a physical ache through my chest. I don't know what else to do. I trace the rim of my glass. I came here for a fresh start, for the job of my dreams. Now the job's probably gone, and everywhere I go, I'll be the subject of whispers and pitying looks. Poor girl, thought she could bag herself a CEO. That's not how people see you, Emma protests. Isn't it? I challenge. Hell, half the town probably thinks exactly what Vivian's been implying, that I'm some opportunistic gold digger who seduced James for a promotion. The unfairness of it all hits me anew. I had no idea who James was that night. I'd fallen for his mind first, his laugh, the way he listened, how he made me feel seen in a way no one ever had before. My heart's going to belong to Lakeview for a long time, I admit quietly. But maybe that's not enough reason to stay. That's nonsense. Ray's voice is uncharacteristically sharp. You're running because it's easier than fighting. Ray, Emma shoots him a warning look. No, it's the truth, Em. That's exactly what she's doing. Emma glances at me, her voice is gentler. Sydney, what does James say about all of this? My fingers clench around my napkin. He wants me to stay, of course. Says we can fight this together, that he'll talk to the board. And you don't believe him? I shrug, trying to appear more casual than I feel. It's easy for him to say. He's not the one whose career is on the chopping block. So that's it? Ray throws his hands up. You're just going to leave, pack up, and disappear without even giving him a chance to fix this? I didn't say that. But even as I protest, I know there's truth to his accusation. Part of me, the scared part, the part that's been waiting for the other shoe to drop since James and I first crossed the line from professional to personal, wants to run before I can be pushed. Look, I sigh. I'm not making any decisions today, but I need to be realistic. My options here might be limited now. Your options are only limited if you limit them yourself, Emma says, her HR voice giving way to her friend voice. Don't make any rash decisions, Sid. Promise me that much. The Sydney I know doesn't cut and run, Ray adds, his initial anger softening, especially not from someone who matters to her. Their concern wraps around me like a familiar blanket, and for a moment, I let myself feel the full weight of what I'd be leaving behind if I went back to New York. Not just James, but these people who know me, who care enough to call me on my nonsense, who want me to stay. I promise I won't do anything hasty, I concede. But sometimes the smart choice isn't the one that feels good.
You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyla Walker Romances in the Big AF Audio Bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyla can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit TylaWalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner. Because you might just forget to feed your family.
TylaWalker.com. Escape your life with Tyla.
Chapter 28. James. I straighten my tie, feeling the weight of the envelope in my inner jacket pocket. The letterhead is crisp against my fingers when I touch it, Franklin's meticulous work evident in every detail. The boardroom door looms ahead, its polished mahogany surface reflecting my distorted image. For 5 years, I've walked through this door with the confidence of someone who helped build Redmond Industries into what it is now. Today, that same confidence carries me forward, but for entirely different reasons. My executive assistant catches my eye as I approach. They're all assembled, Mr. Sambridge. Thank you, Diane. I'll need you after the meeting. Her eyes flicker with curiosity, but she nods efficiently. Diane's been with me for years, probably suspects something's coming. She's usually 3 steps ahead of everyone else. The boardroom falls silent when I enter. 8 faces turn toward me, some curious, others wary. The tension in the air is palpable. Good morning. I place my briefcase on the table, not bothering to open it. I appreciate everyone coming in on short notice. Richard Holloway, our longest-serving board member, leans forward. The sunlight streaming through the windows catches the silver in his hair. What's this about, James? Your message sounded urgent. It is. I remain standing, my fingers tracing the edge of the envelope in my pocket. I'll get right to the point. The room grows impossibly quieter. I can hear the soft hum of the air conditioning, the distant ring of a phone from somewhere down the hall. I pull out the envelope and place it on the table. This is my formal resignation as CEO of Redmond Industries, effective immediately. The reaction is instantaneous. Marjorie gasps. Thomas's coffee cup freezes halfway to his mouth. Richard's face darkens to a shade I've never seen before. What the hell are you talking about? Richard's voice cuts through the stunned silence. I push the envelope toward the center of the table. My lawyer has drafted a comprehensive transition plan. I'm prepared to stay on as consultant for 60 days to ensure a smooth handover. Is this about the Nelson woman? Philip Reeves, always the first to address the elephant in the room, stares me down from the other end of the table. Because if that's all this is... Sydney is part of my decision, yes. I meet his gaze without flinching. But this isn't just about her. Marjorie adjusts her glasses, her voice carefully measured. James, we've known each other for years. You've poured your life into this company. Are you really willing to throw that away for whatever this is? I'm not throwing anything away. I'm choosing something else. The words feel right as they leave my mouth. I'm starting a new venture here in Lakeview. And yes, I want the freedom to pursue my relationship with Sydney without the complications of being her boss. Richard slams his hand on the table. This is ridiculous. You're the face of Redmond, the driving force. The market will panic when they hear. The company is bigger than one person, Richard. Even me. I look around the table, meeting each person's gaze in turn. I've built a strong leadership team. The succession plan is solid. You've lost your mind, Thomas mutters, finally setting down his coffee. What is she, half your age? My jaw tightens. My personal life isn't up for debate. My decision is final. The board could fight this, Philip says, though his tone suggests he's already calculating the futility of that path. You could. But why would you? I've given 5 years to Redmond Industries. I've made all of you very wealthy. I'm not leaving the company vulnerable. I'm giving you a clean break and a clear path forward. The silence that follows is heavy with resignation. They know I've made up my mind. More importantly, they know I've covered all the bases. Franklin's legal work is impeccable. The transition plan ironclad. What's your new venture? Marjorie asks, curiosity finally overtaking her shock. Something smaller, more focused. Details to come. I don't owe them that information yet, not until I'm ready to announce it publicly. Richard shakes his head, anger giving way to a grudging respect. You're a stubborn jerk, Sambridge. Always have been. I pick up my briefcase. The formal announcement goes out today. I'd appreciate your support in maintaining stability through the transition. I leave them to process, walking out with the same confidence I entered with. Diane is waiting, as expected. I need you to send a company-wide email immediately. The template is in my drafts folder. Resignation announcement. Send it as is. Her eyes widen slightly. Sir, I'm resigning, Diane. Effective immediately. The board just got the news. She doesn't miss a beat, the consummate professional. I'll send it right away. And then we'll discuss your future. I may have an opportunity for you if you're interested. I walk toward my office, soon to be someone else's, feeling lighter than I have in months. The thought of Sydney, of our future together without the shadow of corporate politics, makes every step feel like moving in the right direction. I close the door to my office behind me, taking in the view one last time. The suite overlooks the heart of Lakeview, the morning sun glinting off the lake in the distance. 5 years of power plays, negotiations, and corporate victories viewed through this window. I don't feel a hint of regret as I turn away from it. My phone buzzes in my pocket. 3 missed calls from Vivian. Of course, she's already heard. News travels fast in Lakeview, especially when it's this juicy. I settle into my leather chair, propping my feet on the desk. A small act of rebellion I never allowed myself before. Why not call her back? For once, I have all the cards. I'm no longer the workaholic ex-husband she thinks she can manipulate whenever it suits her agenda. I dial her number, my finger hovering over the call button for just a second before pressing it decisively. She picks up on the first ring. James, is it true? Her voice has that carefully controlled quality she uses when she's trying to sound concerned rather than furious. Hello to you too, Vivian. I lean back, enjoying this rare moment of having her on the back foot. I'm guessing the news has already made the rounds. You resigned? Just like that? After everything you built there? Her tone shifts, incredulity breaking through. Everyone's saying it's because of that girl. That woman, I correct her sharply, is Sydney, and yes, she's part of the reason. You've lost your goddamn mind. The facade drops completely, her voice rising. What is she, 25? Jesus, James, could you be more of a cliché? She's 26, not that it matters, and I'm happier than I've been in years. You can't be serious. You're walking away from Redmond Industries, your life's work, for some fling with a girl who could be your daughter. I feel my jaw tighten. Watch it, Vivian! Or what? You'll hang up? Go ahead. It won't change the fact that you're making the biggest mistake of your life. She pauses, and I can practically hear the wheels turning in her head. If you wanted to shake things up, we could have worked something out. There's still... Stop right there! I cut her off, my voice steady. There is no we, Vivian. There hasn't been for a long time. So this is really about her? This Sydney person? She spits the name out like it tastes bad. I'm resigning from Redmond, and I'm going to be with Sydney now. The words feel powerful, definitive. That's all you need to know. You're going to regret this, she hisses. When she gets bored playing house with a man 20 years her senior, when the novelty wears off. I'm completely in love with her. My own words surprise me with their simplicity and truth. The line goes quiet for a moment. You don't know what love is, Vivian finally says, her voice colder than I've ever heard it. You never did. I didn't. Not until now. I smile, knowing she can hear it in my voice. There's nothing you can do about it anymore, Vivian. It's done. Damn you, James. Her voice cracks slightly. You think this young thing is different? They're all the same. And when she's finished with you... Goodbye, Vivian. She'll never... The line goes dead as she hangs up. I set my phone down on the desk, feeling strangely peaceful. I expected to feel triumphant after finally standing up to Vivian. But instead, I just feel free. like I've cut loose an anchor that's been dragging behind me for years. I glance at the old family photo still sitting on my desk, me and Vivian at some charity gala years ago, both smiling for the camera while silently fuming at each other. I open my desk drawer and place the frame inside, closing it firmly. I stand up and look around the office one last time. In an hour, I'll walk out of this building without the weight of Redmond Industries on my shoulders. And tonight, I'll be with Sydney, starting something real, something honest.
Chapter 29. Sydney. The sunset casts a warm glow through the windows of Portofino, Lakeview's most upscale Italian restaurant. James sits across from me, his tailored navy suit perfectly complementing his salt and pepper hair. Candlelight dances across his face, highlighting those hazel eyes that still make my heart skip. "I've been thinking a lot about the future," James says, swirling the Cabernet in his glass. His fingers tap a subtle rhythm on the white tablecloth. I take a sip of my own wine. "That sounds serious." It is. He leans forward, resting his elbows on the table. "I resigned from Redmond Industries today." The wine catches in my throat. "You what?" "I handed in my resignation this afternoon." "James, that's..." I struggle to find words as my mind races through implications. "Why would you do that?" His lips curve into a slight smile. "Some things are more important than a title, like being able to openly date my former marketing director without corporate politics getting in the way." The restaurant buzzes around us, but I barely notice the other patrons or the waiter refilling our water glasses. James Sambridge, Powerhouse CEO, walked away from everything he built for us. "But what will you do now?" I set my glass down carefully. "That's actually what I wanted to discuss." He reaches across the table, his fingers brushing mine. "I want to start my own company right here in Lakeview." "A new company? Here?" The small town setting seems an unusual choice for someone of his caliber. Most ambitious executives flee to New York or Boston. This town has potential that nobody's tapped into yet. His eyes light up with an excitement I recognize, the same passion he'd show during brainstorming sessions. The university brings in fresh talent. Tourism is growing along the coast, and the real estate market is undervalued. I nod, understanding his logic. It's a beautiful place to build something new. "And I want you to be my business partner." He squeezes my hand, his gaze intensifying. "Equal partners, Sydney, not boss and employee." The restaurant suddenly feels too small, too hot. My fork clatters against fine china as I set it down. "Wait, what?" My voice comes out higher than intended. "Your business partner?" "Yes." No hesitation, just that unwavering confidence I've always admired. "Are you serious right now?" I search his face for any sign he's joking. "Completely serious." James straightens his shoulders, all business despite the intimate setting. "You're brilliant at marketing. Your campaign for the Southeastern region increased profits by 40%. Your insights about market demographics were spot on. I need someone with your vision, your creativity." My thoughts spin like a carousel. "But you're James Sambridge. You could partner with anyone, executives with decades of experience, venture capitalists, former competitors." "I don't want anyone else." His thumb traces circles on my palm. "I want you." The waiter arrives with our entrees, sea bass for him, risotto primavera for me. But the food might as well be invisible. "What would this even look like?" I ask after the waiter leaves. "We'd start from the ground up, find office space here in town, build a team." He cuts into his fish with precision. "I've already spoken to some investors who are interested based solely on my track record. With your marketing genius, We could create something truly special. I take a deep breath, inhaling the aroma of garlic and fresh herbs rising from my plate. This is crazy. Sometimes crazy leads to extraordinary. He doesn't touch his food, too focused on my response. I think about my current position at Redmond. Then I think about building something new, something ours, without corporate red tape or outdated policies. Yes, the word slips out before I've fully processed the decision. James pauses, fork halfway to his mouth. Yes? I'll leave Redmond. I'll be your partner. A rush of exhilaration follows the words. We can build this together. He sets his fork down and stands, walking around to my side of the table. I rise to meet him, barely noticing the curious glances from nearby diners. Sidney Nelson, you continue to amaze me. His hands frame my face, thumbs brushing my cheekbones. Someone has to keep you on your toes, Sambridge. Then his lips are on mine, warm and insistent. I taste wine and possibility as my hands find the lapels of his suit jacket. The kiss deepens, a promise of both personal and professional futures intertwined. When we finally pull apart, the restaurant has faded into background noise. James rests his forehead against mine, his breath warm on my face. To new beginnings, he whispers. I settle back into my chair, still feeling the lingering warmth of James's lips on mine. The waiter discreetly clears his throat as he passes by. Public displays of affection aren't typically my style. But with James, my usual rules seem to fly out the window. We should probably eat before our food gets cold, I say, picking up my fork. James returns to his seat, his eyes never leaving mine. Probably, though I'm finding it hard to focus on food right now. I take a bite of my risotto, the creamy texture and earthy mushrooms, momentarily stealing my attention. This is incredible. I thought you'd like it here. He finally starts on his sea bass. The chef trained in Florence. We eat in comfortable silence for a few minutes, the reality of our new venture settling between us. The restaurant hums with quiet conversation and the gentle clink of silverware against plates. There's something else I should tell you, James says, setting down his fork. His expression shifts subtly, a seriousness replacing the earlier jubilation. My stomach tightens. What is it? It's about Vivian. He takes a sip of water, his jaw tensing at the mention of his ex-wife's name. I brace myself. Vivian Bradford has been a persistent shadow over our relationship in recent times. Her accidental appearances around town, the rumors she spread, the way she manipulated the whole situation, all thinly veiled attempts to reclaim what she'd thrown away. What about her? I keep my voice neutral, though my grip tightens on my fork. She's gone. James reaches for his wine glass. Left Lakeview soon after I told her about my resignation. I set my fork down, sure I've misheard. Gone? As in packed up and moved away. She's pissed. She wanted to destroy our relationship. And when that didn't work, she ran away with her tail between her legs. Just like that, I can't keep the disbelief from my voice. Vivian has been relentless in her pursuit to win James back, to discredit me, to cause friction between us. Her sudden departure feels too convenient, too easy. You think she's really gone for good? I ask, almost afraid to hope. I do. James reaches across the table, intertwining his fingers with mine. Her final play didn't work. She knows it. And Vivian doesn't stick around when she's lost. I take a deep breath. The first truly unrestricted one I've taken in ages. I can't believe it. Believe it. His thumb brushes over my knuckles. That chapter's closed. The relief washes over me in waves. I didn't realize how much energy I was spending worrying about her next move. I shake my head, amazed at the lightness I feel. You don't have to anymore. James's eyes soften. It's just us now, building something together. No interference, no sabotage. I take another bite of risotto, savoring the flavors more fully now. I've been feeling guilty, you know. James tilts his head. Guilty? For what? For being with you. The admission comes out quieter than I intended. I know that sounds ridiculous. You were divorced before we met, but the way she talked to me, like I'd stolen something precious from her. You have nothing to feel guilty about. His voice is firm but tender. What Vivian and I had was over years before the actual divorce. She made her choices, and now we're making ours. I lift my wine glass, feeling truly unburdened for the first time since James and I began seeing each other. To our choices. He raises his glass to meet mine, and to a future without looking back. The crystal makes a delicate clink as we toast. Outside the restaurant windows, Lakeview's harbor lights twinkle across the water. I can see our reflection in the glass, James and me, heads tilted toward each other, completely present in this moment. The path ahead feels clear in a way it never has before. No more Vivian. No more corporate hierarchy complications. Just James and me, equal partners in every sense, ready to build something new together.
Chapter 30. James. The morning sun bathes Lakeview's farmer's market in a golden glow, warming my skin as Sydney's fingers intertwine with mine. The cobblestone pathway winds through rows of colorful stalls, each vendor calling out their daily specials. I can't help but squeeze her hand a little tighter, savoring the freedom of this simple gesture. You're smiling like you just closed $1 million deal, Sydney says, her eyes sparkling with amusement. She nudges my shoulder with hers. Better. I pull her closer, no longer giving a damn who sees us. I'm with you in public without looking over my shoulder. That's worth more than any deal I ever closed at Redmond. Sydney's laughter rings out, drawing a few glances that linger just a moment too long. I recognize that look, the subtle double-take of recognition before they quickly avert their eyes. Former CEO, former marketing director, the gossip that rocked Redmond before we both walked away. Mrs. Watson is still trying to figure out if we're the same couple from that article in the Business Journal. Sydney waves at the older woman arranging fresh-cut flowers, who quickly pretends to be adjusting her display. Let her wonder. I press a kiss to Sydney's temple, a deliberate show of affection that would have been unthinkable 3 months ago. We stop at a produce stand where heirloom tomatoes form a pyramid of red, yellow, and purple. Sydney's expert fingers dance over them, testing for firmness. These will be perfect for that pasta dish you loved last week. She cradles 3 in her palm, holding them up for my inspection. The weight in my jacket pocket seems to grow heavier. The small velvet box I picked up yesterday burns against my ribs like a hot coal. 2 weeks of secret planning, countless calls to jewelers, and finally settling on a design that captures her spirit, bold yet elegant. Earth to James? Sydney waves a tomato in front of my face. Did I lose you to another corporate takeover daydream? Just thinking about how domestic this is. I take the tomatoes from her and place them in our basket. If my board could see me now, debating the merits of heirloom versus beefsteak. Former board, Sydney corrects with a smirk. Now you're just a regular guy buying overpriced vegetables with his girlfriend. Girlfriend. The word doesn't begin to encompass what she is to me. Partner, future, everything. These aren't overpriced. I hand cash to the vendor. They're an investment in my culinary future. Sydney rolls her eyes as we move to a stall selling local honey. Your culinary future consists of watching me cook while you pour wine. I'm an excellent sous chef. I swipe a finger through a sample of wildflower honey, offering it to her. Sydney's lips close around my fingertip, her eyes locked on mine as she tastes it. You have other talents, she murmurs. A few stalls down, the local jeweler has set up shop. Sydney's eyes light up at the display of handcrafted pieces. The irony isn't lost on me, her admiring silver and turquoise while the diamond that will change everything sits hidden against my chest. These are gorgeous. She lifts a pair of silver earrings set with small blue stones. Try them on. My voice sounds different to my own ears. Too eager, too knowing. Sydney holds them up to her ears, turning to me for approval. What do you think? Beautiful. I'm not looking at the earrings. I purchased them despite her protests, along with a silver bracelet that catches her eye. Small indulgences to mask the bigger one I'm planning. We continue through the market, collecting fresh bread, a wedge of artisanal cheese, and a bottle of local wine. An older couple passes us, nodding in recognition. The man, I think he's the town's retired doctor, gives me a subtle thumbs up. These small gestures of acceptance have become more common. The scandal of our relationship has faded, replaced by the mundane reality of two people simply in love. I still can't believe we did it, Sydney says, pausing to admire the view of the lake beyond the market. Regrets? The question slips out before I can catch it. An old insecurity. Sydney turns to face me, her free hand coming up to rest against my cheek. Not a single one. You? The ring in my pocket answers before I can. Only that we didn't do it sooner. We stop at a bench overlooking the water, setting our purchases aside. Sydney leans her head against my shoulder, her arm looped through mine. The simple pleasure of this moment. No hiding, no worrying about who might see us or report back to HR. Feels like exhaling after holding my breath for months. I love you, James. Sydney's voice is steady, her eyes locked on mine without hesitation or fear. I've never loved anyone the way I love you. My throat tightens. The world around us, the market chatter, the distant lapping of water against the shore, the calls of vendors, all fades to background noise. There's only Sydney, her face tilted toward mine, raw emotion making her eyes shine. Say that again, I whisper, needing to hear it once more to make sure it's real. A smile touches her lips. I love you. I'm in love with you, James Sambridge. The weight of the ring box in my pocket suddenly feels lighter. Perfect timing has always been my business specialty, but this wasn't planned. Sydney, my voice catches. Years of boardroom negotiations, and she renders me speechless with a few simple words. I cradle her face in my hands, my thumb tracing the curve of her cheekbone. She's so damn beautiful it hurts sometimes, not just the full lips and bright eyes, but the fearlessness behind them. The woman who risked everything to be with me, who walked away from a rising career rather than compromise what we'd found. I love you too. It feels inadequate, too small for what roars inside me. More than I thought was possible again. The again slips out before I can catch it, a reference to a past I rarely discuss. Sydney doesn't flinch from it. Instead, her hand covers mine, accepting all of me, even the parts that are still healing. I know it's different this time, she says, reading my thoughts. For both of us. I lean forward, closing the distance between us. Her lips meet mine with perfect synchronicity, soft and yielding before pressing back with equal fervor. The taste of wildflower honey lingers on her tongue. My fingers thread through her curls, anchoring her to me as the kiss deepens. A wolf whistle breaks through our bubble, some teenage kid passing by with friends. I feel Sydney smile against my lips before she pulls back slightly. We've got an audience, she murmurs, but makes no move to create distance between us. Let them watch. I press another kiss to her lips, briefer but no less potent. I'm done hiding how I feel about you. The jeweler's voice echoes in my mind. When you know, as I helped select the diamond. And I do know. Sydney's hand finds mine again as we gather our market purchases and continue along the shoreline path. The lake stretches before us in a shimmering expanse of blue, sailboats dotting the horizon. Summer in Lakeview has a postcard quality, too perfect to be real, yet somehow authentic in its charm. I made a reservation at Harborside for tonight, I say, tucking her closer against my side. We pass a group of college students throwing frisbees on the grassy area near the water. Their carefree laughter carries on the breeze. One waves at Sydney, probably recognizes her from the community art class she has started taking at the university. A pleased smile curves her lips as she stops to admire a cluster of wildflowers growing beside the path. The sunlight catches in her curls, creating a halo effect that steals my breath. I've dated beautiful women before, but none who made ordinary moments feel transcendent. The company we've started to build with my exit package from Redmond has given us both purpose beyond corporate ambition. Sydney's marketing expertise, combined with my connections, has already secured funding from 3 investors I've known for a long time. I guide Sydney down the winding cobblestone path that leads away from the lake, our market treasures nestled in canvas bags that swing between us. The walk back to what we now both call home stretches ahead. "Remember when we had to take separate elevators?" I ask, squeezing her hand. Sydney's laugh dances on the summer breeze. "And you'd mysteriously need coffee at the exact time I took my break." "Strategic planning, it's what CEOs do." I pull her closer, planting a kiss on her temple. We pass the row of historical homes that line Maple Street, their colonial facades and perfect gardens standing as sentinels of Lakeview's old money. Mrs. Mason waters her prized roses, pausing to wave as we pass. 3 months ago, her greeting might have been tinged with the curiosity of small-town gossip. Now we're simply part of the landscape. "Your tomatoes look exceptional this year," Sydney calls out, and I marvel at how effortlessly she's woven herself into this community. "Secret's in the coffee grounds, dear," Mrs. Mason responds with a wink. "Stop by tomorrow and I'll give you some cuttings for that garden you're planning." Sydney beams. "We'd love that." "We." That simple pronoun still sends electricity through my veins. The contested pronouns of corporate politics, I, you, they, replaced by the solidarity of we. Our relationship, our home, our future. The path curves upward as we approach the hill that cradles our home. The wrought iron gates come into view, standing open in welcome rather than closed in exclusion as they once were. "Race you to the fountain?" Sydney's eyes flash with challenge, a reminder that beneath her professional Polish beats the heart of someone who's never lost her playfulness. "With these bags, you'd win unfairly." I adjust my grip on our market hall. Excuses. Age catching up to you, Sambridge?" She's already 3 steps ahead, walking backward with that teasing smile that first undid me in a boardroom long ago. Age brings wisdom, like knowing when to conserve energy for more important activities. I arch an eyebrow, watching her mouth slightly part with understanding. We pass through the gates, following the circular driveway that sweeps around a limestone fountain where water cascades from the hands of a weathered goddess. The house rises beyond it, 3 stories of fieldstone and timber that I purchased as a statement of success, but never truly made a home until Sydney filled it with her laughter. "Still feels surreal sometimes," she says, her voice softening as we approach the broad steps leading to the front door. "Having second thoughts about the master bathroom renovation?" I tease, knowing full well that's not what puts that contemplative look in her eyes. She bumps my shoulder with hers. "You know that's not it. Just thinking about how this place felt like a museum when I first saw it. All that perfect furniture you hardly ever used. And now? Now it's where your coffee mug leaves rings on the side tables." Her free hand gestures broadly. "Where my stuff clutters the sunroom. Where we argue about whether the thermostat should be set at 68 or 72. 70, I counter, our ongoing compromise. "It's where we live, James. Not just a house anymore." We climb the steps together, and I shift our bags to free my hand for the door. The heavy oak swings open to reveal the foyer with its soaring ceiling and grand staircase, but my eyes catch on the small changes. Sydney's gardening shoes kicked off by the door, a half-finished novel splayed open on the console table, her favorite oversized cardigan draped over the newel post. Evidence of her presence permeates every corner now. The formal living room transformed with colorful throw pillows and art books. The kitchen, no longer a showcase designer space, but a working one with spice jars lined up by frequency of use rather than aesthetic value. "I think the basil's ready for harvesting," Sydney says, heading toward the kitchen with purpose. "It'll be perfect with those tomatoes." I follow her, watching as she moves through my house, our house, with the confidence of belonging. Her curls bounce with each step, her hips swaying slightly to music only she hears. The ring box weighs heavy in my pocket as I set our bags on the marble island. Soon I'll ask her to make this arrangement permanent, to turn living together into something with the weight of forever behind it.
Chapter 31. Sydney. Summer. Sunshine dapples through the trees as James unfolds a checkered blanket beside Lakeview's shimmering waters. The spot he's chosen sits under a grand oak tree, offering perfect shade while still showcasing the lake's sparkling surface. "What do you think?" James's eyes crinkle at the corners as he gestures to our picnic setup. "Private enough for you?" I take in our secluded alcove, hidden just enough from the main path but with a perfect view of the water. "It's perfect. How did you even find this spot?" "I have my ways." He unloads a wicker basket that looks straight out of a movie. "And my secrets." "Secrets, huh?" I arrange myself on the blanket, enjoying the gentle summer breeze against my skin. I thought CEOs were supposed to be transparent. Only about quarterly projections. He unpacks the basket with the precision of someone who's planned this meticulously. Not about the perfect picnic locations. The spread he reveals makes my jaw drop. Artisan cheeses, fresh strawberries, chocolate-dipped everything, and small containers of delicacies I can't even name. He pulls out a bottle of champagne that catches the sunlight, making it glow like liquid gold. You didn't have to go all out like this, though secretly, I'm thrilled he did. For my girlfriend, he works the cord carefully. This is barely scratching the surface. The word girlfriend still gives me butterflies, even after making it official. James pops the champagne with practiced ease, no dramatic spray, just a satisfying little sigh from the bottle. "Show off?" I accept the flute he hands me, our fingers brushing in a way that still sends electricity up my arm. I save the showing off for important audiences. He pours himself a glass and settles beside me, close enough that our shoulders touch. We clink glasses, and I take a sip of the bubbling champagne. It's crisp and light on my tongue, nothing like the cheap stuff I used to drink at post-college parties. James cuts a slice of cheese and places it on a cracker with a drizzle of honey, offering it to me with theatrical flair. The chef recommends this pairing. I take a bite directly from his fingers, maintaining eye contact. The sweet and savory combination explodes on my tongue. The chef knows what he's doing. The chef is very, very good with his hands. His voice drops an octave. "Is that so?" I pick up a strawberry and trace it across my bottom lip. "I might need a demonstration later." His eyes darken as he watches the movement. "Keep that up and we'll skip straight to dessert." I laugh, popping the strawberry into my mouth with a wink. The summer heat has nothing on the warmth spreading through me. Between bites of gourmet food, James tells me stories from his earlier career days, before he was the intimidating CEO everyone used to whisper about. I share tales from my college adventures, the ones that shaped me but that I usually keep private. "Wait, you actually climbed onto the library roof to rescue someone's thesis papers." James shakes his head, amusement playing across his face. "Those papers represented 3 years of work," I defend, reaching for another chocolate-covered strawberry. I couldn't let them blow away. Besides, I was on the rock climbing team. It wasn't exactly scaling Everest. My girlfriend, the hero. He leans over to brush a crumb from the corner of my mouth, letting his thumb linger on my lower lip. The simple touch makes me forget what I was about to say next. James notices. He always notices, and a satisfied smile spreads across his face. He closes the distance between us, capturing my lips in a kiss that tastes like champagne and possibility. When we break apart, I'm slightly breathless. What was that for? Do I need a reason? He tucks a curl behind my ear. No, I whisper. No reason needed. The afternoon unfolds in this perfect rhythm. Eating, talking, kissing. James feeds me bites of food between stories, and I can't remember ever feeling this content, this present in a moment. You know, I say, leaning back on my elbows and looking out at the lake, Lakeview never looked this good to me before. Maybe you just needed the right tour guide. James stretches out beside me, propping himself up on one elbow. Maybe I just needed the right company. The late afternoon sun drapes a golden hue over everything as James refills our champagne flutes. 3 months ago, I couldn't have imagined myself here, picnicking by the lake with a man who looks at me like I'm his entire universe. Penny for your thoughts? James slides his hand over mine, his thumb tracing circles on my skin. Just thinking how amazing this feels. I take a sip of champagne, the bubbles dancing on my tongue. If someone had told me in March that by summer I'd be sitting by a lake with a gorgeous man, you'd have told them they were crazy. His eyes crinkle at the corners when he smiles. One of the first things I noticed about him. Completely delusional. I laugh, setting down my glass. Yet here we are. Here we are, he echoes. But there's something different in his tone, a gravity that wasn't there before. James sits up straighter, his shoulders squaring in a way I've come to recognize as his tackling something important posture. My heartbeat quickens instinctively. Sydney, the way he says my name, like it's something precious, sends a shiver down my spine despite the summer heat. These past months have been... He pauses, searching for words. Unexpected, I offer, trying to help. Life-changing, his gaze locks with mine, intense and unwavering. I've accomplished a lot of things I'm proud of, but nothing compares to how I feel when I'm with you. My breath catches as he shifts positions, moving from sitting beside me to kneeling on one knee. The picnic blanket wrinkles beneath him, and suddenly everything around us seems to slow down. James? My voice comes out barely above a whisper. I know what people will say. He takes both my hands in his. That we're moving too fast, that 3 months isn't enough time, that we're being impulsive. The world narrows to just us. The rustling leaves lapping lake water, and distant voices all fading away. But I've made million-dollar decisions on less certainty than I feel about you. He releases one of my hands, reaching into his pocket. Some things you just know. When he pulls out a small velvet box, my free hand flies to my mouth. My heart hammers so loudly I'm certain he can hear it. I know we've only known each other for around 3 months. The box opens with a soft click, revealing a stunning ring, a cushion-cut diamond surrounded by smaller stones that catch every ray of sunlight. But I know with absolute certainty that I want you for the rest of my life. Tears blur my vision as he continues. You challenge me. You surprise me. You make me laugh. You've seen through every wall I've built and somehow decided to stay anyway. His voice catches slightly. Sydney Nelson, will you marry me? The question hangs in the air between us. A breeze ripples across the lake, sending tiny waves toward the shore. 3 months ago, I would have called this insane. But now, Yes. The word escapes before I can overthink it, because some things are that simple. Yes, I'll marry you. His face breaks into the most brilliant smile I've ever seen as he slides the ring onto my finger. It fits perfectly, catching the light in a way that seems impossible. I love you, he whispers, rising to meet me as I throw my arms around his neck. I love you too. I press my lips against his, pouring everything I feel into the kiss. When we break apart, I rest my forehead against his. I want to be with you for the rest of my life. He pulls me closer, his arms strong around my waist. That's the plan. The ring on my finger catches my attention, tangible proof of this moment, this promise. It's weighty and substantial, yet feels like it belongs there, just like James belongs in my life. It's beautiful, I murmur, studying how it looks on my hand. I had it designed for you. James's voice is soft against my ear. Unique, like you. Strong like you. Beautiful, just like you.
Chapter 32. James. I gaze up at Sydney from my position between her thighs, mesmerized by the goddess sprawled across my bed. Her chest rises and falls with each ragged breath, the diamond on her finger catching the soft light from the bedside lamps. Just hours ago, I placed that ring on her finger as we sat on a blanket under an oak tree, champagne half forgotten as she said yes, through tears and laughter. "You're staring," Sydney whispers, her fingers threading through my hair. Can you blame me? My hands slide up her thighs, feeling goosebumps rise under my touch. My fiancée is the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. The word fiancé feels right on my tongue. Perfect, like everything about this moment. Sydney's body is a masterpiece against my Egyptian cotton sheets, skin glowing like burnished gold in the warm light of our bedroom. My bedroom, now ours. The thought sends a surge of possessiveness through me.
And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we'd love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at TylaWalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to TylaWalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
When Nyla Thomas agreed to a fake marriage, she wasn't expecting it to land her in jail.
Nyla Thomas, you are under arrest for the murders of Hilda and William Stone.
She wasn't expecting to find out the truth about her family.
You're adopted.
Marcus Swan is my father.
To get involved in crime.
The Sokolov family did this. They poisoned him.
And least of all, was she expecting to fall in love.
It's you, Nyla. It's always been you.
But now, everything is crumbling around her.
Interim CEO of Stone Hospital Group accused of murdering Hilda and William Stone to secure her position.
Alexander, you promised things would change.
They have. I'm in charge now.
No one knows who to believe.
Take the plea bargain.
I'm innocent. I thought you out of everyone would believe me.
Can you forgive her for killing our parents?
No one knows who to trust.
This is your fault. Did you ever think that Nyla would be just fine if she hadn't gotten involved with you?
I love her. I love her more than life itself.
Miss Thomas, the tests came back. There's a perfectly acceptable explanation for your condition.
and things are about to get a lot more complicated.